Come. Found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used, come. And that's not coming, the rest of the comes, but that's just come. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me, come and drink, come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. In its application. Come. What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come. There's no room for discussion, friend. Guess what? Come. Come. It commands obedience. Come. How many of you had the Holy Ghost come in you? He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to... On that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
Hello, everyone. How we doing, folks? How we doing? Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello, Satanic Panic at the Disco. Hello, Eddie Spencer. Hello, Werix. Hello, Josh. Hello, Borfboo. Hello, Ruinic Gaming. Hello, Nyan Rat. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Big Bad Ardwolf. Hello, Erica. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Superjet Guy. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, one and all. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Robber Adset. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Zula Goetia. Hello, Poor Claire. Hello, Kazooie. Hello, one and all. How we doing, folks? Hello, Horizon. Hello, CR. Just fine. Fucked off from work early. Now I'm working on sewing a new patch onto my battle jacket. Fuck yeah. Hello, Brianna Arabia. Hello, Tori. Hello, Mithril Mist. Hello, everyone. How we doing? I'm too sober? Pfft. Same. Howdy. We got a lot to talk about today. As usual, we need to talk about a lot. Hello, Tristan MB. Roxanne Epstein, how you doing? Hello, Story the Bard. Okay. Let's see here. I was thinking maybe we'd start things off. Is that Monster Recovery? It's a rehab. Yeah, it's good. It's basically an Arnie Palmer, but with caffeine. BRB. Hello, Jem. Hello, Philip G. Collier. Howdy, folks. Now, I'm trying to decide if we go into... I think we'll save the Indivisible, update. We'll save that for a bit later. We might jump right into Kilmar Brego Garcia. I intended to cover it yesterday, but we ran out of time because we had to dive into those weird fuckers. I'm still not over those natalists. I still haven't recovered from the deep dive into that weird kink freak show. And I say that as somebody who's very supportive of the kink community, but not whatever the fuck they're doing. It's toxic as hell. Went down a very creepy rabbit hole. Yeah. Last night was certainly something. Look, you can't say that you ever life is like a riverboat jack stream. You never know what you're going to get. You talking about the judge's decision? We're going to be talking about judges. We're going to be talking about Chris Van Hollen. We're going to be talking about a lot of different things. Was Sargon actually one of them, or was he just in one of CNN's videos? No, he was at the Natalism conference. He was a speaker. What a weird little worm. Whew, we ready, folks? I know I threw a bunch of a bunch of shade at Ron Johnson demanding Andre Hernandez be returned. I don't remember that, but I'll take your word for it. Cozy sweater night? Yeah, it's just a gray sweatshirt. It's very cozy. It has like, it's a little runched in the back. It's really nice. I like it. Hello, Will Kale. Let's see here, folks. Let's dive into it, huh? Let's dive into it. I need to rearrange these tabs a little bit so that we can have a cohesive story here. Let's do this. We gotta narrativize it. Narrativize it, damn it. Okay. Okay. All right. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? Bum 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 bum. Hesitantly, yes. I love hearing that. Yes. Do we have a yes in Riverboat Check? Wow. I tried to say chat and Jack at the same time. That did not come out right. Look upon my kaiju deck in despair. I don't know what that means, and I can't see links in Twitch chat, but Fight and Hobbit, I do like kaiju, and I do like decks. No, but never stopped us before. We doing the Aussie debate? We are going to do that later, but we're going to start with this story first. Ooh, a Magic the Gathering Commander deck. I do not know how to play that game, but one day I would like to after I have a lot of money. Because if I get into that hobby and I don't have disposable income, I'm going to be very sad. Riverboat check. All right. Just vomiting terrifying dinosaurs onto the field one after the other. I love that strat. Unsolicited deck pick. Yeah, I know Surus. Surus is a good dude. Yeah, maybe next time Surus and I are in person IRL, he can teach me how to play. That'd be fun. Yes, true. Before we start, remember, folks, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. Very key. I've noticed that despite high viewership, not many people have been hitting that like button. Remember to do your due diligence and like the stream. Let's dump into it, shall we? All right. So, folks, there is an ongoing case with a man named Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He is a man who was detained in Maryland. He has multiple children. He married a U.S. citizen, but he was detained in Maryland, and then summarily, without any kind of trial, any kind of day in court, no opportunity to plead his innocence whatsoever, was shipped out of the United States to El Salvador, a country that he had a court order barring him from being deported to. And once in El Salvador, he was placed into a concentration camp that the government of El Salvador wants to make profitable with slave labor. It is a torture camp. People have died there. It is about as close to like hell on earth as you can get. And the images that have come out of it are horrible. And I'll show one in a bit here. But after shipping him over there, after kidnapping him and sending him without a trial to a concentration camp, the administration has been trying to justify this by branding Kilmar Abrego Garcia as a terrorist, as a gang member, as, someone who engaged in human trafficking, is like one of the latest, completely unfounded and without any evidence whatsoever to their claims. They've just been like throwing this out there, and there is new evidence against him in that regard, and that is very specifically, Pam Bondi released what she touted as new evidence against Mr. Abrego Garcia. It's not new. It's the gang worksheet from the disgraced cop in 2019, but it does explain this ridiculous claim by Tricia McLaughlin. She thought a picture of a hoodie was the same thing as rolls of actual cash. So the new evidence is that they have a picture of him in a hoodie, and they've been claiming that it's a gang hoodie, and he had rolls of cash with like the faces of presidents X'd out. It's bizarre as hell, and there's just no substance to any of those claims whatsoever. And yeah, it's all bullshit. And you know how we know it's bullshit? Because if it wasn't, they would have presented it in court. They would have done this via legal processes if it had any merit whatsoever. Okay? That's it. They lie as they breathe. Every word out of this administration is lies. Like, if you have the evidence, why didn't you bring this to court? Why didn't you give him his due process rights? We know why. It's because they're full of shit. Okay? I feel like, I know I swear a lot on this show. I know I throw out a lot of uncouth language. That probably prevents some people from watching the show, and I apologize. But like, this is just full of shit. This is shit. Like, there's no other words. I need to be blunt about it. Like, I have an English degree. I can be less blunt. But like, I feel like this requires bluntness to kind of break through some people. Like, we had someone in chat the other day arguing that like, well, I'm sure all of the people sent to these prisons are bad guys. And it's just like, no, most of the people who got deported by the Trump administration here had no criminal record. The vast majority of them. And even like you can, if you don't count people who had no actual like charges, just like maybe they had charges, if you bring them out of the mix, the percentage of people who did not actually get charged with anything goes to like 90%. Okay? Like, and there are people out there who genuinely believe that. Okay, you can say that the people yesterday were trolling. There are people out there who genuinely, because of the media bubble they live in, have not heard that. Okay, and I mean, like, this is where we're at with a lot of the language from the administration that's on Fox News every day. Here's JD Vance. Consider that Joe Biden allowed approximately 20 million illegal aliens into our country. This placed extraordinary burdens on our country. Our schools, hospitals, housing, and other essential services were overwhelmed. On top of that, many of these illegal aliens committed violent crimes or facilitated fentanyl and sex trafficking. That is the situation we inherited. And I just want to say, like, citation needed. You're making some really extraordinary claims. I'm going to require some extraordinary evidence there, bud. But yeah, let's keep going. The American people elected the Trump administration to solve this problem. The president has successfully stopped the inflow of illegal aliens, and now we must deport the people who came here illegally. To say the administration must observe due process is to beg the question, what process is due is a function of our resources, the public interest, the status of the accused, the proposed punishment, and so many other factors. To put it in concrete terms, imposing the death penalty on an American citizen requires more legal process than deporting an illegal alien to their country of origin. And I'm just gonna pause right there because, first of all, most of the people deported to El Salvador were not deported to their country of origin. Most of the people deported to El Salvador were Venezuelan. So just immediately throwing that out there. Additionally, the Supreme Court has already ruled, not just on this case in particular, but in past cases, that undocumented immigrants also have a right to due process under the Constitution. This is not a, oh, well, you know, if you have time, you give them due process. If you have the resources, you give them due process. Oh, you know, like, I mean, if we're just doing a little deportation, you don't need to do due process. No, this is every single person who is arrested in the United States of America gets due process. That is how our system works. You are constitutionally guaranteed those rights if you are on American soil. Okay? The idea that, oh, well, they're not from here, they're not like us, they don't deserve due process is anti-constitutional. This is a man who is going out there and shitting on the Constitution of the American people. This is absolutely antithetical to the ideas and ideals of America. And frankly, any Republican who is waving flags and talks big about constitutional rights and the Second Amendment and all of that, if they are not turning out in the name of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, they do not give a shit about being American. They do not give a shit about the Constitution. They do not give a shit about rights. They do not care about America. They like the aesthetic of America. They like being able to wear like an American flag t-shirt. And I'm sorry, but patriotism runs a little deeper than that. Caring about your country runs a little deeper than that. It is not simply an act. You give a shit about it.
Are you sure we can't violate the 14th Amendment a little, as a treat?
No, no, you can't. Thank you for the $10 dono, though. And like, yes, we on the left here, we understand that a lot of people are willing to go along on the Republican side of things with this entire anti-American crusade that they are currently waging against the American people. We understand that. But I'm saying this to make it crystal clear to anyone who may be a conservative who happens across this stream that, like, this is not a question of, oh, it's a nice thing to do for undocumented immigrants. Oh, we just want to be nice to them. You know, oh, like, think of the poor undocumented immigrants. Oh, no. Like, you should be empathetic. You should care about others, but that's not what this issue is about. This issue is about what the Constitution says. And the Constitution and the highest court in this land that interprets said Constitution has ruled that you have a right to due process on American soil, regardless of your citizenship status. The vice president of the United States going out there and saying, oh, well, it's just kind of an optional thing, is a heinous insult to anyone who actually is American. Okay? When the media and far left obsesses over an MS-13 gang member, and I'm going to pause right there again, what's really, really convenient for this administration is that they denied him his constitutional due process with which he could deny being an MS-13 gang member. You cannot claim that this man is an MS-13 gang member when you have not proven that in court and not produced any evidence to that effect. I've looked at the evidence about him being a gang member, and the evidence is people saw him wearing a hoodie, and there's an unnamed informant who said at some point that maybe he was associated with MS-13. And, you know, in a way, he is somewhat associated with MS-13. Specifically, they want to kill him. That's why he had a court order, because he got his day in court back in 2019. And he showed to the satisfaction of the American legal system that the reason he should not be sent back to El Salvador is because they would kill him. So, again, I'm just really want to hammer this home. They do not have evidence. It's why they're so desperate to deny him his legal rights. Okay? And demand that he be returned to the United States for a third deportation hearing. What they're really saying is that they want the vast majority of illegal aliens to stay here permanently. And number one, he was here legally. He was here legally. We allowed him to stay. When you say, oh, you want to give him a third deportation hearing, no, because he already had two, and they both decided he could stay. That's what our legal system says. You guys might not like the outcome of the legal system here, but that's what our legal system says. And if we are not a nation of laws, as the right has been so fond of saying for years, then we are a nation of chaos. That the ties that bind us legally no longer matter. The Constitution that binds us all together no longer matters. But I believe that it does matter. And I think most people in America agree with me that the Constitution matters and that our laws matter. Okay? Here's a useful test. Ask the people weeping over the lack of due process what precisely they propose for dealing with Biden's millions and millions of illegals. And with reasonable resources and administrative judge constraints, does their solution allow us to deport at least a few million people per year? And if the answer is no, they've given their game away. They don't want border security. They don't want us to deport the people who've come into our country illegally. They want to accomplish through fake legal process what they failed to accomplish politically. And I'm just going to stop here real quick, okay? Just going to stop because there's so much bullshit here. Number one, what do you mean a fake legal process? If you're asking us what should be done here, the solution is just create legislatively a legal process by which people who are here can become citizens. We make up the laws. We create them with our democratic institutions. So, we would simply make laws that would create a process by which people who are here can apply for citizenship. We'd create a framework for that. That's not that isn't crazy talk. That's just how countries work. Honestly, the incredible statement here from J.D. Vance just underlies and underscores his absolute abysmal weakness. his weakness of and failure of imagination, failure to innovate in the American context. Like, this is the equivalent of Hakeem Jeffries a few weeks ago going, "Oh, what can we do? We don't have any leverage." Like, what do you mean? You're the vice president of the United States, and you're like, well, there's no possible solution other than sending people to a concentration camp. That's bullshit, and we all know it. We all know it, you know? So the answer here is we already have systems that deport people. That we were deporting people under Joe Biden. We have those until we come up with a better system. Our solution should be provide a pathway to citizenship, massively defund ICE, if not abolish it altogether. That'd be my preference. And then we just take it from there. It would not be hard. Okay? And he's like, if the answer is no, they've given their game away. They don't want border security. They don't want us to deport the people who've come into our country illegally. They want to accomplish through fake legal process what they failed to accomplish politically. The ratification of Biden's illegal migrant invasion. President Trump and I will not stand for it. And again, whether someone is illegal or legal is something we can change bureaucratically. We create these systems. They are socially constructed via our legal processes. And, I'm just a humble country streamer, but I think that America can find a better way to deal with undocumented people than sending them to a foreign concentration camp to be tortured and killed. I think, I think American ingenuity is capable of that. I don't have a high bar here, but I think we can surpass it. And the fact that JD Vance doesn't think America can do better is frankly one of the most one of the strongest indictments of him as a person and a leader. And all I'm saying here is that give them a pathway to citizenship, because really the simplest way of dealing with undocumented people is not spending hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars on deportation efforts and building walls and moats filled with snakes or what have you. It's documenting them. If they're undocumented, give them documents. Not hard. But that's where the current conservative movement is, right? All of that, a whole lot of words to justify sending Kilmar Abrego Garcia, along with hundreds of others, to CCOT, a terrorism confinement center that, if you have spent any amount of time looking at, is a concentration camp. And I'm just gonna show you one picture that I think really underscores exactly when I say it's a concentration camp. I think we'll hammer this home. Okay? That's a fucking concentration camp. Okay? Just they've shaved every single person's head. They have underfed them. They have not provided them with clean water. They are emaciated and scared. They are tortured daily. They are kept in sunless rooms. They are not allowed outside. They are tortured by the guards. They go in indefinitely. Every single person in CCOT is there for as long as the government of El Salvador decides they should be in there. And so far, no one has ever been released. It is unending torment. Okay? That's what this place is. It is... I am not kidding. The footage, the videos you can find of people the few people who've been allowed to go in here really underscores. There are like hundreds of people in every cell. This is best case. The best case scenario for this is that this is a concentration camp. If we wind up finding out that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is disposed of, it's an extermination camp. Okay? That's like the last escalation left here. It even looks like people from concentration camps. Yeah, because it's a fucking concentration camp. By the end of this, we should have Nuremberg-esque trials for every single person in America that made this happen. Okay? I was, believe it or not, I was talking with my 74-year-old mom earlier today. Even my mom, who's a liberal, who like a year ago was like, why don't leftists like Hillary Clinton? Is like, oh yeah, by the end of this, we're going to need Nuremberg trials. That's where liberals are, guys. That's how bad this is. Okay? Like, I just need to really emphasize this here. Okay? Now, what has happened in the last 48 hours has been nothing short of incredible, right? A number of court orders have gone through. We'll talk about them. But basically, following the point-blank refusal of the Trump administration to even try to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia back home, Senator Chris Van Hollen from Maryland said he was going to personally go down to El Salvador to meet with Kilmar Abrego Garcia if possible. So we're gonna go through this entire process here, this narrative, but understand that this is not. It's not just Chris Van Hollen. It's a lot of different Democrats are stepping up in order to go down and visit Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and I firmly believe that that might be one of the only things that gets him alive home. Here we have Maxwell Frost saying, we must all stand as a united front against the kidnapping and illegal detention of Kilmar Abrego Garcia in El Salvador. Senator, I'm willing to join you and help organize other members of the House to do the same. And this is exactly what is needed. People, at least some number of Democrats are stepping up and doing a very important task. Okay? It is one of the only things that may keep him alive through this. It's a lot harder to disappear someone when sitting senators and representatives in the United States have taken a specific interest in their welfare. Okay? And here we are. We're going to take a look at Chris Van Hollen's journey to El Salvador.
I just landed at the airport in San Salvador a little while ago. I'm now en route into the city. Looking forward to meeting with the team from the American Embassy. And I do want to thank our Foreign Service officers and the whole team at this embassy and embassies around the world for all the good work they do on behalf of our country. I'm proud to co-chair the bipartisan Foreign Service Caucus that stands up for the men and women who are serving our country overseas and at home in the State Department. After that, I hope to meet with some high-level government officials from El Salvador. As I've said before, the goal of my visit is to talk to people here about the release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I told his wife and his family I would do everything possible to bring him home, and we're going to keep working at this until we're successful. I also hope to have the chance to meet with him, but we'll have a better idea if that works out a little later on. I just landed at the airport in San Salvador a little while ago. I'm now.
So that's Chris Van Hollen. He went down yesterday to El Salvador. And as you heard, he wanted to meet with high-level officials. He wound up meeting with the vice president of El Salvador. And here is the press conference he had after that. We are going to speed it up a little bit because but his answers are all translated in real time. So we aren't going to spend the full 30 minutes going over this.
What's that?
Can you repeat that? We just started the live stream.
Can we repeat what?
Just start from the top.
Okay. I'm going to start again with. So I just met with the vice president of El Salvador. I'm grateful for the meeting. The president is out of the country at this time. So I appreciated the chance to talk to the vice president about the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
Esta mañana estuve platicando con el vicepresidente de la República, el señor Ulloa. Estuvimos y aprecio muchísimo el hecho de que me haya recibido porque el presidente está fuera del país en este momento. Y estuvimos de acuerdo en que vamos a hablar sobre el caso de Kilmar Abrego García.
And we started the conversation on a point of agreement, which is that our two countries should work together to crack down on transnational gangs like MS-13.
Comenzamos en un punto de acuerdo en que ambos países debemos de trabajar juntos para poder romper con el crimen transnacional como lo que son MS.
And I told the vice president that for over 2 decades, I have worked in my state of Maryland to crack down on MS-13.
Y yo le comentaba al señor vicepresidente que durante los últimos 20 años yo he estado trabajando para poder acabar con la pandilla del MS.
And look forward to further efforts to make sure that we crack down on violent gangs.
Y estamos haciendo todo lo que es posible para terminar con las pandillas violentas.
I think that's important to underscore because the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia does not have to do with MS-13.
Y creo que es muy importante que nosotros establezcamos esto porque el caso de Kilmar Abrego García no tiene que ver con esto.
If you listen to President Trump and the Trump administration, you would think that the US courts have found that Mr. Abrego Garcia is part of MS-13, but in fact, they have not found that. In fact, recently a US federal court judge said that the Trump administration did not have evidence to support the claim that he had ever been part of MS-13.
Así que si ustedes escuchan al señor Trump, pareciera que están diciendo que el señor Abrego García sí es parte de la pandilla de MS, pero sin embargo, el juez federal de nuestro país ha confirmado que el señor Abrego García no formó parte de la pandilla.
In fact, Mr. Abrego Garcia is legally in the United States.
De hecho, el señor Abrego García está legalmente en los Estados Unidos.
In fact, an immigration judge found years ago that it would put his life in danger if he was returned to El Salvador.
De hecho, un juez de inmigración encontró hace varios años que su vida estaría en peligro si él retornara de nuevo a El Salvador.
And so he was given protective status and a work permit.
Entonces se le dio a él un estatus de refugiado también para poder trabajar en los Estados Unidos.
And by the way, that was done during the last Trump administration, the last time President Trump was in office, and they never appealed that decision.
Y todo esto sucedió cuando el presidente Trump era presidente anteriormente y nunca apelaron a esa decisión.
So I want to emphasize that President Trump and our Attorney General Pam Bondi and the Vice President of the United States are lying when they say that Abrego Garcia has been charged with a crime or is part of MS-13. That is a lie.
Así que quiero hacer constar que tanto el presidente como el vicepresidente están mintiendo cuando dicen que Abrego García ha sido acusado de ser miembro de la MS.
And this is a lie to cover up what they did. So what did they do?
Y esa es una mentira para poder cubrir lo que ellos hicieron.
So they illegally abducted Mr. Abrego Garcia from Maryland and sent him to CICOT, which is a notorious prison here in El Salvador.
Ellos lo que hicieron fue extraer al señor Abrego García de Maryland, de los Estados Unidos, y lo trasladaron a la prisión, que es una prisión.
In fact, it's a prison where they say they send the worst of the worst, right? That's where they send the terrorists. Now, the courts of the United States have said there's no evidence to support the charge that he's part of MS-13. So I asked the vice president whether or not El Salvador has any evidence that he's part of MS-13 or has committed a crime.
Así que en las cortes de los Estados Unidos no existe ninguna evidencia que diga que el señor Abrego García fue miembro de la MS-13. Así que la pregunta que le hice yo esta mañana al vicepresidente Ulloa es si El Salvador tiene pruebas de que el señor Abrego García sí es miembro de la MS-13.
So I asked the vice president if Abrego Garcia has not committed a crime, and the U.S. courts have found that he was illegally taken from the United States, and the government of El Salvador has no evidence that he was part of MS-13. Why is El Salvador continuing to hold him in CICOT?
Entonces, si no hay pruebas contra el señor Abrego García de que dentro de ilegalmente en los Estados Unidos o que él sea miembro de la MS-13, porque en las cortes de los Estados
And his answer was that the Trump administration is paying El Salvador, the government of El Salvador, to keep him at CCOT.
Now, I'm going to say right here, right now, that bit of information, along with keeping Kilmar Abrego Garcia alive, that bit of information is one of the most important things that could have been gained by this trip. Specifically because what that means is there is an agreement, and like we've known this because of leaks, but what this enters into the public record is a senator who now has some confirmation of that agreement. And what that means is we are paying, it is confirmation that we are paying, the United States is paying to maintain Kilmar Abrego Garcia's imprisonment. And if we are paying to maintain it, then we can pay to end it. We can stop his imprisonment, okay? That's very, very important, all right? Isn't maintaining kind of the opposite of facilitating? Yes, and that's going to have very big implications for later on. So, what happened after Chris Van Hollen met here with the vice president, did this press conference? He attempted to go and visit CCOT, okay? And El Salvador refused to allow him to meet Kilmar Abrego Garcia or even visit the prison. Okay, this is wild stuff. So, he was denied a meeting with Abrego Garcia. The Salvadoran officials would not let the senator or Abrego Garcia's family speak with him by phone. El Salvador has recently allowed Republican members of Congress inside CCOT, as well as Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who is filmed in front of a row of men crowded behind bars. And if you're wondering, wait a minute, they allowed other members of Congress to visit? Yeah, they did. Other Republicans are using this as like a disgusting PR display. Thanks to President Trump, the CCOT prison in El Salvador, which is home to some of the country's most vicious criminals, now includes illegal immigrants who broke into our country and committed violent acts against Americans. It's unconscionable that Democrats in Congress are urging the release of more foreign criminals back into our country. And I'm just going to respond that in a way that doesn't violate TOS. Every single one of these fuckers who goes and uses these people as a prop to show how tough they are is indistinguishable from Goebbels, indistinguishable from the PR arm of the Nazi party going around and vilifying people in the camps in order to justify their extermination. This is what is happening. These people are justifying the extermination of our constitutional rights in America. And if we allow that to happen, what that means is they are then allowed to exterminate not just our rights, but us. Okay? That is what this is. They want this to happen so that they can just disappear people into furnaces in El Salvador. And I am not being hyperbolic here. People die frequently in El Salvador's prisons. It is not a stretch that they would build facilities that would dispose of undesirables here. Okay? We also have Representative Riley M. Moore. I just toured the CCOT prison in El Salvador today. The maximum security facility houses the country's most brutal criminals, including murderers, rapists, pedophiles, and terrorists. Several inmates were extremely violent criminals recently deported from the U.S. I leave now even more determined to support President Trump's efforts to secure the homeland. And I just really have to emphasize, none of the people who were deported to El Salvador, well, 90% of them, at the very least, had not received their due process. There's at least one case, everyone's heard of the gay hairdresser who got deported, or the guy who had an autism awareness tattoo for his younger brother, or but like there are others too, like an unnamed teenager who, when ICE detained him, just said, "That's not the one," and then another ICE officer said, whatever, bring him in anyway. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know how you see this type of facility and think, yes, this is good. We need more of this. We need to subject not just undocumented people, not just people who are in the United States legally, but we also need to subject U.S. citizens to this. Because, hey, this all happened after Donald Trump said we need to send U.S. citizens to facilities like this. Let's build 5 more of them in El Salvador. Okay? Disgusting. Anti-American. And frankly, I'm just going to say it. Every single person who is supporting this policy is a traitor to the American Republic. A traitor to the very idea of America. As traitorous as someone donning a red coat during the revolution. People who are going down there posing for photos, people who are going down there to justify this detainment, this trampling of our rights, they are traitors. The people imposing this upon those folks who came here for a better life, they are traitors. Traitors to the ideal on the Statue of Liberty, traitors to the very existence of the Liberty Bell.
Camps were in Poland and not Germany.
Yep. If you look up the definition of a concentration camp on any of the Holocaust museum resources, it will tell you that it is what differentiates a concentration camp from a prison is that it is a prison outside of the law, for which due process is not a thing. People are just snatched and then they are sent there to rot, and conditions are not maintained by any kind of legal authority. Okay? So, let's continue here. Because all of this yesterday triggered a flood of folks in the Democratic Party. And you know what? My hat's off to them. They recognize the moment and they are trying to do something about it. Every single one of these people understands the existential stakes for this country if Kilmar Abrego Garcia is allowed to disappear into CCOT. Okay? So, what we're at here is where we're at here. It's not just about one deportee or even immigration policy, lawmakers say. This is about a president of the United States defying the Supreme Court and wanting to be a king, said Representative Robert Garcia, Democrat of California. Garcia and Representative Maxwell Frost are trying to secure GOP authorization to lead a congressional delegation to visit deportees at El Salvador's Centro de Confinamiento del Terrorismo, CCOT, Axios first reported Tuesday. Senator Chris Van Hollen went. Senator Cory Booker is planning a trip. People are stepping up. And I, for one, am very supportive of every single person who can make it down there. It needs to become like, hey, when are you going down there? Because we all expect it. It needs to become a normalized, expectant thing until this crisis is resolved. Okay? Now, we have one very, very, very important breaking update as of an hour and a half ago. Senator Chris Van Hollen diligently continued to try to contact Kilmar Abrego Garcia and was finally allowed to meet with him. He is, in fact, alive. And hopefully he will stay that way thanks to the interest and the protection of various Democratic representatives and senators who are going down there, okay? Let's take a look. I have not looked at this part yet. This just happened right before stream. Okay? I said my main goal of this trip was to meet with Kilmar. Tonight I had that chance. I have called his wife, Jennifer, to pass along his message of love. I look forward to providing a full update upon my return. And this is a picture of him with Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Fuck. I'm really, really glad. I'm really, really glad because I know a lot of people, not just me, were incredibly worried about his well-being, his safety, and his ability to persist. Note, this is staged propaganda. Note the creases on the shirt, the newness of the hat, etc. Oh, absolutely. They do not allow prisoners to wear hats or to wear clothing in the prison. Like, the actual conditions of the prison, I need to remind you, are this. Okay, they don't have heat or air conditioning in this prison. That's like they don't give anyone shirts. Okay? So, yes, is this staged? Absolutely. Absolutely. But I imagine what happened is that Chris Van Hollen persisted in his requests, and the government of El Salvador relented and took Kilmar Abrego Garcia out of prison and dusted him off, gave him new clothes, and sent him out to have this very, I presume, carefully staged intervention. Because I'm going to tell you this right now, there's no way CCOT, from anything I have seen, has like nice glassware or dining tables, okay? I do not believe that for a goddamn second. I mean, like, and you can even like look at his eyes. Dude looks haunted as hell. I hope they didn't beat him up after this. Unfortunately, Sassy Sasser, I'd love to say that they wouldn't do that, and maybe they won't, simply because people know that like he's being watched and cared for, like, by people outside of the prison. But like, from a lot of the accounts from inside the prison that have filtered into the outside world, it is grim in there. He looks like he lost weight. Almost certainly. They do not feed these people enough to like survive. Yeah, I'm not going to put too much stock in Google Maps until we get firsthand accounts. Given that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is alive and was allowed to meet with Chris Van Hollen, I think we will hear a lot more about the conditions in there from Chris Van Hollen, and also from when we bring him home.
Arrive.
Hey, Entramo, welcome. Thank you for 53 months being subscribed. You're a real trooper. Thanks for being with me the entire time, friendo. Hope you're doing all right. I don't know, it's a question. What? Yeah, exactly. When we get him home. We cannot by the way, again, and I need to emphasize this enough, it cannot be that we simply allow this to happen. This is not, this is, you know, the Trump administration has planted their flag and we are pushing against it, and we cannot simply say, oh, okay, well, this is fine. You know, there are a lot of things people can tolerate This is not one that we can tolerate. If we cannot, if we tolerate this, if this is allowed to stand, we don't have rights. There's no longer an expectation anytime you're brought into a courtroom that anything that happens in there matters. Okay? Oh, I think Chris Van Hollen will be very chatty about what he's seen. I disagree. I think the more information that is public, and keep in mind, it will become public given that he is likely to be called upon to testify in the ongoing legal proceedings. Okay? I was asking why the senator went along with the stage meeting with Kilmar, because the alternative was not being able to meet with Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
Dropping 5 bills to remind chat that none of this is fine.
Like that's the like if they offer to bring him out of a prison to meet with you, a prison that no one else has ever emerged from alive, you take that opportunity. And honestly, being able to verify that he's alive in of itself is very important information. The most important parts of this trip, like we got so much out of this. And honestly, in my book, I'm going to remember Chris Van Hollen as some kind of hero. Like whatever other flaws he may have as a senator, whatever flaws, whatever other horrible shit he might do, this alone means a lot. And I think it means a lot to others who are trapped in that prison, who do not want, their story to be told because they fear being murdered behind bars. I think it means a lot to every single American who values their constitutional rights. I think it matters to every single undocumented immigrant. The consequences and wide-reaching ramifications of this are not just for Kilmar Abrego Garcia. It is for every single one of us. Okay? Also, the fact that a senator is able to achieve this meeting makes the government look pathetic when it says we can't do anything to get him out. Exactly. Exactly, Paul Hammond in YouTube chat. Exactly. If this guy can get him out from behind bars at CCOT, even for a temporary meeting, the president of the United States sure as shit should be able to get him home.
Fascism never changes. If you tolerate this, then your children will be next.
Unironically, not hyperbolic. Okay? No other Democrat did anything, at least he took himself down there. Yeah, and he's the first. And other Democrats are going to follow to maintain wellness checks on Kilmar. And hopefully we'll bring him home soon. Because it is very likely that for at least another couple weeks, as discovery goes on in the Judge Zenas case, and the contempt process rolls on in Judge Boasberg's courtroom, this is going to take a bit. The courts are moving basically as fast as they can in the United States here. But that's still going to mean like weeks, if not months, of him in there. Can we bring them all home? Well, that's part of the reason why this is important, right? Because if we can bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia home, it means they have to bring all of the rest of them home. It means they all have to be given their due process. They have to come here. So if we get him out, we get them all out. That's why this is important. And not only do we get them out, we get all of us potentially out in the future. Like we prevent people from being sent there going forward. In this way, Kilmar Abrego Garcia is both a man, a victim, and also the key for the freedom of every single other person whose rights have been violated to throw them in that concentration camp. And when this is all said and done, we should continue to organize and continue to grow our protests to get every single person in CCOT out, to end CCOT. Frankly, the fact that CCOT exists at all and the conditions in there are allowed at all. El Salvador is a satellite state to the United States. And whatever influence we have over El Salvador, we should use to ensure that a site like CCOT cannot exist. That the leadership in El Salvador cannot be allowed to run a concentration camp for profit. No fucking concentration camps here. Sadly, the others weren't lucky enough to have the Trump administration admit to their fuck up, and they won't make that mistake again. No, that's not the issue. The issue is in this case that even though the Trump administration admitted to the fuck up, the judges have already ruled that they need due process. Every single one of those people had their due process rights ignored. That is not acceptable. What helped facilitate Kilmar's case, was the admission of the mistake. However, the other aspects of this case, the destruction of due process, that remains a constant in all of those cases. When we beat these fucks, we need the USA to join the ICC. That would be one of the most glorious days in American history. Now, let's turn our attention here to the court cases around this, okay? Because as important as the actual, verifying that he's alive, all of that, the most important, But what is happening legally around this is just as important, okay? So we turn now to Law Dork here with Chris Geidner. Judge finds probable cause. The Trump administration is in contempt over March 15th flights. In Chief Judge Boasberg's opinion in the Alien Enemies Act case, his next steps include possible prosecution of Trump officials by a court-appointed attorney. And this is one of the things, right? A lot of really interesting legal maneuvers are happening right now, okay? First, 2 days ago, we had Judge Sines, sorry, I've been pronouncing it wrong, trying to correct my pronunciation. Judge Sines ruled that essentially there was going to be an expedited period of discovery over the course of 2 weeks. Basically, everyone who signed a document alleging different facts about Kilmar Abrego Garcia would be deposed, with Kilmar Abrego Garcia's lawyers being able to call others higher up to be deposed as well, get them under oath on those depositions. If they lie, they're going to be in deep shit, okay? And anyone who tries to stonewall this is going to be subject to what is called civil contempt, okay? And that is basically where, under civil contempt, it is not pardonable because it is civil in nature, but judges have a bit of leeway when it comes to civil contempt. For example, what judges can do is they can impose escalating fines. Like, you will owe a fine of $100 that will double every single day you refuse to testify. That's the kind of coercion to force testimony a judge can do when it comes to civil contempt. Another way a judge can do this is by imposing prison or jail time. If, for example, the government's lawyer refuses to cooperate, the judge can say, okay, you're going to spend the night in lockup, and you're going to continue to spend nights in lockup until you decide to actually do your job. People start going to prison, okay? And that's really interesting. That is, of course, a very interesting development. And who knows? We'll know in about 2 weeks when, like, I think March 28th, I think, is the date of her next court hearing. That's when we're next going to get updates on that particular case. Can't they also freeze assets? They can do a lot of things. The judges have a lot of leeway. Was the 9-0 SCOTUS vote against or in favor of Trump's proposal? And what proposal was it? The 9-0 SCOTUS decision was basically reaffirming Judge Seeney's order, which is that the Trump administration has to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia home. That's why she is pursuing these civil discovery processes to get more information on the record, so that inevitably, when it goes to the Supreme Court, the government's lawyers have less wiggle room with the facts. That's essentially what's happening. Okay, in that case, anyway, with Judge Boasberg, what's happening here is on a couple of different fronts, right? Because Judge Boasberg is dealing with challenges to the Alien Enemies Act, the power that was used to deport these Venezuelans and MS-13, alleged MS-13 gang members to El Salvador. That was all done under the AEA, the Alien Enemies Act, right? Did I say March? I meant April 28th. Sorry. I think I saw something, Republicans on conservative subreddit saying it was 9-0 the other way. Yeah, that's because Republicans have been lying in the media. The actual decision reaffirmed Judge Seeney's and the order to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia home. Stephen Miller has been doing a lot of interviews lying about the Supreme Court's order, and that is probably not going to serve the Trump administration very well once this goes back in front of the Supreme Court, which, again, it is going to. And when we go to Judge Boasberg, remember that Judge Boasberg was the one who said, hey, you cannot deport people to Venezuela, to El Salvador. You have to turn those planes around. You have to bring them back. You have to give them due process. Even if those planes are in the air, you bring them back. And what has now been established to his satisfaction is that his orders, both verbal and written, were ignored, which is why he is now going for criminal contempt. So criminal contempt is a different kind of beast from civil contempt. And also very interesting here is that if he does go with criminal contempt, usually what would happen in this case would be that a federal judge going after criminal contempt would have the Department of Justice then prosecute that person for criminal contempt. However, for obvious reasons, Judge Boasberg cannot depend on the Department of Justice to actually prosecute anyone being held in criminal contempt by his particular court. So he has to appoint and will appoint, if he deems it necessary, an attorney to prosecute this. Yes, criminal contempt can be pardoned. However, again, it is good then that we have two different judges approaching this in two different directions at the same time. Because it gives the Trump administration one last out, one last opportunity to kind of back down here before they put themselves in a position to go to jail. And, we'll take a look at this real quick. Again, from Chris Geidner here. Chief Judge James Boasberg has found probable cause that the Trump administration should be held in contempt because it willfully disobeyed his Saturday, March 15th orders that the administration not deport people under President Donald Trump's Alien Enemies Act proclamation, while a case challenging the proclamation could proceed. From the opening hours of Saturday, the government's conduct betrayed a desire to outrun the equitable reach of the judiciary, Boasberg wrote in his 46-page opinion. With Wednesday's ruling, however, Boasberg asserted that the judicial branch must assert its place to hold the executive branch accountable when that outrunning crosses the line into disobeying a judicial order. So basically, kind of what we were talking about the other day, right? Which is that the Trump administration has been outrunning the courts, i.e., moving faster than what the courts can keep up with. However, Judge Boasberg is basically saying, y'all can't do that anymore. We caught up to you. Okay? Hold up, it was 46 pages. Yeah, the federal judges, man, they're comprehensive. Now, what we have here with this case is that Judge Boasberg has given the government one last out. Essentially, they have two choices. They can either purge contempt, which is essentially where they go, oh, our bad, we'll comply with the order now and bring all of those people home. And then that basically means that the criminal contempt charge goes away. However, that would also mean that the Trump administration would then have to basically say, yeah, actually, we do have custody of all those people in El Salvador, which, for obvious reasons, would have wide-ranging implications for other current cases that are ongoing. Okay? And that would also probably mean that a lot of people in the Trump administration committed perjury. Okay? So, and I'm just going to quote here from Chris Geidner, if the Trump administration does not do so, however, Boasberg's set forth next steps that would include identifying who in the administration should be held in contempt, requesting prosecution by the government, and, if needed, appointing an attorney to do so. And the administration has until April 23rd to decide which path it's going to take. And I'm going to read the final version of the order. Given the finding of probable cause for contempt set forth in the accompanying memorandum opinion, the court orders that if defendants opt to purge their contempt, they shall file by April 23rd, 2025, a declaration explaining the steps they have taken and will take to do so. And 2, if defendants opt to not purge their contempt, they shall instead file by April 23rd declarations identifying the individuals who, with knowledge of the court's class-wide temporary restraining order, made the decision not to halt the transfer of class members out of U.S. custody on March 15th and 16th, 2025, signed James E. Boasberg. So that's where we're at, okay? Basically, within the next 6 to 11 days, we're gonna find out what's gonna happen, because we're on a course here for the Trump administration to just say, no, we're not gonna listen to that. We're not gonna listen to that. And if that's the case, we get into completely unknown territory. You know? It is worth noting that both Boasberg and Sinise seem pretty aware of their position in history. I think Boasberg has tried repeatedly to avoid being in this position, but his conduct yesterday kind of shows that he's accepted that he's going to be the guy. You know, like basically he did not want to be the guy who is angling the United States judiciary on a collision course with the Trump administration, or rather, he did not want to be the point of contact at which the Trump administration collided with the judiciary. That's probably a better way of putting it. So it is, it's unfortunate. And like, the Supreme Court on the Alien Enemies Act, by the way, did find that, like, you know, these people are entitled to due process, and due process in this case for undocumented immigrants means habeas petitions to the court. However, that does not change the violation of his temporary restraining order. It does not change the fact that these people have to be brought back. It does not change those facts. Okay? His order was interesting since it was overturned for venue. That's also true, because when you're talking about contempt, it doesn't matter if, like, the initial judge's order is wrong. You still have to comply with the judge's order until you appeal. You know? Yeah, I never wanted to be that chick, but if you force my hand, I will be that chick. I get the feeling. Yeah. It's I mean, like, we also have the Justice Department has been trying to argue this case, and it's not going well for them, and I think they have succeeded in pissing off basically every single major judge in the US government. Like, I think that they are genuinely running out of any kind of ability to argue their cases. The last venue they may have is in front of the Supreme Court, but even the Supreme Court is tired of this shit. And in response to the appeal to, I believe, Judge Boasberg, well, it's other judges are not having it. If today the executive claims the right to deport without due process and to disregard of court orders, what assurance will there be that tomorrow it will not deport American citizens and then disclaim responsibility to bring them home? This is the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. This is Judge Wilkinson giving his ruling. We yet cling to the hope that it is not naive to believe our good brethren in the executive branch perceive the rule of law as vital to the American ethos. And basically the appeal happened yesterday. The Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals responded today, 8 hours ago. And I need you all to understand that is basically the fastest response I've ever seen a court do. Okay? So that is very, very interesting. Okay? They seem to understand the assignment. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, we've got a lot to talk about here because these cases are wild. They're also trying to appeal Judge Sini's, and that does not seem to be flying either. So it's a lot is happening here. And I don't really know where this goes from here. But I will say that it is worth noting that several other jurisdictions have now put out temporary restraining orders against deportations under the Alien Enemies Act. following in the footsteps of many of these other courtrooms and court battles that we've been talking about. Okay. Wilkinson is a Reagan judge. He's been on the bench for over 4 decades. Holy moly. His son was Trump's Solicitor General. He clerked under Lewis Powell. Yeah, okay. They've lost like the most conservative judges who aren't just like Trump sycophants. That's crazy. Now, of course, this continues, okay? And as I've seen you all ask, what happens if a president and the federal government fail to follow a judge's orders? Because that's worth thinking about now, unfortunately. So, let's take a look. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Criminal contempt, which is what Boasberg is considering, usually requires charges by the Justice Department, which the president oversees. A president can void criminal contempt by issuing a pardon. But Boasberg said that if the government refuses to prosecute, he would appoint an attorney himself who would carry out that function, as has happened in other cases. In one recent example, a judge in New York appointed lawyers to prosecute Stephen Donziger, an environmental lawyer who was convicted of contempt in 2021 for defying orders related to a lawsuit he spearheaded over oil pollution in Ecuador. One complication for Boasberg is that in Donziger's case, the private lawyers were still subject to supervision by the U.S. Attorney General. Another option is a process known as civil contempt that involves a judge issuing an order holding either the government writ large or an officer of the government in contempt. The judge could impose daily fines or even order someone jailed until the contempt is purged. Civil contempt is not pardonable. Judges are generally reluctant to hold the U.S. government litigants in contempt, but they have done so. Okay, and I'm just going to pause here by saying, if Boasberg is forcing the government's hand to do like a pardon scheme here, like with Donald Trump just pardoning people who are being held guilty of contempt or held in contempt, that comes at a political cost. Okay, understand that that is not something that is done in a vacuum. Okay, so Judge Boasberg is kind of doing a number of different things here. One, if they do comply, great. People are going to be, probably guilty of some perjury, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If they don't comply, then contempt proceeds. However, if they then pardon, well, we have a really big point of information, don't we? As people organizing against this administration, we have a great thing to point to say, this is why we all need to get out on the streets. This is why we are getting out as much as possible. This is why we're getting loud. This is why we need to do this. Okay? And meanwhile, we still have the civil contempt proceedings. Also, I'm not sure if pardoning the criminal contempt means he cannot then bring civil contempt proceedings to bear. So there are a lot of questions here. Andrew S., thank you for the $5 dono.
WTH, I just saw an opinion piece by David Brooks calling for a general strike, and Bill Kristol supports the abolition of ICE? Just less than 3 months.
Yeah, look, again, this is why we call it the cool zone, because a lot of wacky things start happening. Okay, we're seeing Republicans, like actual goddamn Republicans, like Bill Kristol, calling for abolishing ICE. And I also was going to bring up later, David Brooks wrote a piece. I'll just throw it up real quick if I have it handy. Yeah. David Brooks ended his piece by saying, I'm really not a movement guy. I don't naturally march in demonstrations or around rallies that I'm not covering as a journalist. But this is what America needs right now. Trump is shackling the greatest institutions in American life. We have nothing to lose but our chains. Do you have any idea what it takes for David fucking Brooks to quote the Communist Manifesto? We're talking like fucking fucking ding dongs doing this now, guys. Just anecdotally here, my mom and I were talking today, and she was talking about all of her friends who are like in their 70s have been going out to protests. Like every single one of them, you know? And like, something is happening here, and I know it feels like it's taking too long, but in the span of 3 months, people who have never protested in their lives are getting out on the streets. Okay? Like, something is happening, and if we keep amping up the pressure, if Donald Trump pardons someone in the name of keeping people in concentration camps in El Salvador, no. Something is going to break. The whatever conservative levies keep people in check are not going to work anymore. But King Ding Dong is in charge of the military. Ah, yes, the military that he is also fucking over. Like every single person down the chain of command, like who wasn't personally installed by Donald Trump's sycophants, they hate him. Like people in the military, they don't like that they're purging books from their children's schools about slavery or the Holocaust. There's something incredibly basic happening that they can recognize. Okay? And every single one of them hates Pete Hegseth. Okay? I do not think this president giving orders to fire upon a gigantic protest of like elderly people and children, I don't think that is going to fly, guys. I don't think that's going to fly. I don't think the military is going to do that. Okay? So, yeah, we're in some wacky times here. And it's also worth noting that we are right now in the best time to oppose this administration, largely because this piece in the Atlantic should be worrying. This is why we need to do something about all of this now, and we need to continue mobilizing through the fall. Okay? By this fall, we need to have even larger protests going. Specifically because Congress is going to be voting on a budget. Congress is going to be voting on a budget. Now, does anyone want to take a stab at what the budget of ICE is right now? Too damn high? Well, true, but I'm talking numbers. 100? 3 trillion? 4.5 billion? 6 billion? 1 million? A zillion dollars? Jess is correct. The current budget of ICE is $6 billion. The budget that Congress wants to give to ICE in this next budget bill is somewhere around $175 billion. And what we need to do is we need to continue mobilizing so that we stop that budget. We need to stop that budget. We need to make it clear that is unacceptable. How much are they saving? They're not saving anything. They're actually spending more. But if this is allowed to go through next year, the amount of money and the amount of force that ICE can bring to bear is going to be multiplied exponentially. And that should worry basically everyone, considering what ICE is trying to do right now. Okay? And I'm not just talking about like deportations to El Salvador concentration camps, like, which is already terrifying as hell. But I'm talking about like their current activities, which are escalating in intensity. Here is a story from the AP. A Venezuelan man was tackled in a New Hampshire courthouse and sent by ICE to Texas. And we actually have video here. Look at this. You have sound? No sound. You have all these people coming in. By the way, they're coming inside of a courthouse to someone who had a court date. They absolutely destroy this old man in the process while trying to violently detain this guy in the middle of a courthouse. Not a single one of them, by the way, moving to help that man that they knocked over. The man they arrested was Arnuel Marquez Colmenares. And he was charged with drunk driving and driving without a license and failing to provide information after an accident. He was heading to his arraignment on those charges when he was apprehended. So basically, they arrested him while he was trying to go to court to make things right about that. Honestly, and I do mean this, I think every single person who works as an agent for ICE should be included in whatever Nuremberg-esque trials happen after all this. Every single one of these motherfuckers. They, like... And you might think, oh, but Jack, that's too extreme. That's way too extreme. Can we get this? I have the footage here. Yes, here we go. Here we have the story of a Guatemalan man who is 29 years old. He was driving with his family. His car was stopped by ICE officials, and they called their lawyer. They refused to open their doors, which is what you should do. And they called their lawyer. His lawyer was on his way. He had to wait for 30 minutes. And so they just like, we're not going to open our doors. You can detain us for 30 minutes. We're going to stay in the car. You know, I have my kids in here. You guys can talk to my lawyer. And this is what ICE did during this.
Déjalo ahí.
I can't reach it, it's up by her. Here you go.
No esperaron a que la abogada se presentara, que llegara acá con nosotros y rompieron el vidrio.
You know, people who are operating within the law typically don't try and dodge lawyers by breaking windows. and abducting people in broad daylight. Again, I don't know how you sleep at night if you're one of these guys who breaks into a car with like an ice shovel in broad daylight to abduct a father. I don't know. I don't know how you live with yourself, honestly. And frankly, if anyone has friends who are in ICE, shame them relentlessly. You know, like if you know anyone in ICE, fucking mock them to their faces. Denigrate them and their service. They're fucking monsters. This isn't effing legal, is it? No. It's not legal to break into someone's car if you don't have a warrant. You know? If you have a warrant, you'd be justified in breaking into a car. If you don't have a warrant, you aren't allowed to break through the windows of someone's car. That's illegal as hell. They think they can get away with it because this person may or may not be undocumented. They think they can get away with it because they view him as inherently less valuable than someone who's white and a citizen. Okay? This is extrajudicial kidnapping. This is brown shirt Gestapo shit.
Y eso no, no, nosotros también tenemos derecho.
We have rights to be here too.
De estar acá y entonces lo que hicieron fue injustamente.
What they did was unfair.
Se llevaron a mi esposo sin que la abogada.
They took my husband without the lawyer being present. My lawyer is on her way. I just want to talk, just talk. But I will only speak once my lawyer arrives. They can't force the door, they can't break the glass. They can't do anything, we're recording them. Tell the lawyer to hurry. What a disgusting crew of miscreants. Again, we have their faces this time. This man, like, no joke, this man should personally be prosecuted for this. This man should go to jail for this. He broke the law to kidnap someone extrajudicially. Fascist trash. Ask if they have a warrant.
Orden de detención. Pero, disculpe, ¿tiene una orden? ¿Tienen una orden? ¿Me puede oír? Que si tienen una orden de detención. ¿Una orden?
Pues sí, una orden.
No.
Fuck no. We just want to talk. That's why I'm wearing a combat vest. To harass you and your children. Keep in mind, the children were in the car. Children were in this car.
Sí.
Do you want it hard or easy?
Pero cuando está
you know, the kind of thing someone says when they just want to talk to you. Do you want it hard or easy?
presente mi abogada. Lo van a quebrar, dice.
Ah, lo van a quebrar ya ahorita, dice.
They say they'll break it.
Okay. Okay, voy a grabar.
I'll record a video in case that happens.
Okay, gracias.
Ah, bueno, que lo hagan, que lo hagan.
Well, they're going to do it now.
Déjalo ahí.
Door handle. That's one up.
Déjalo.
Alright, can you work that box? I can't reach it, it's up by her. Here you go.
Horrifying
Nos sacaron
fascist
forzadamente.
goons.
A mí y a mi esposo.
They removed me and my
Me jalaron
husband.
duro.
They pulled me out of the car violently.
Nos jalaron. Y
Or maybe there
mi
wasn't
esposo
children
también
in
lo
the car. That's my bad.
trataron
They treated my
feo.
husband very
Lo
badly.
jalaron
They treated me
feo a él, a
badly
mí
too.
también.
Bueno, yo tengo que ver por mi cliente.
Now I have to figure out
tengo
how to
que ver
proceed with my
cómo
client.
Hago, más que seguro, lo
He'll
van a
most likely
poner
be
en un
placed before an
proceso
immigration court.
enfrente de la Corte de Inmigración, van a tener que pagar
He'll have to pay a
fianza
bond
para
in
que
order
le
to be
den de
released.
alta. El señor va a pasar
He'll
unos
probably have to
días
spend a few days in
la
jail
cárcel, por la manera brutal
because of the
en
brutal
cual
way they
ellos lo
treated him.
trataron. So, están actuando con impunidad. Y
They're
saben que
acting
ellos
with
pueden
complete
hacer
impunity. They
hasta
know they
romper
can
un
even break a
vidrio
car
mientras
window
personas
while
están
people
dentro
are
del
still
ca-
inside.
del carro. Imagínate
Can
si
you
hubiese
imagine if
habido
there were
niños
children in the
en el
car?
carro.
I can. That's what I thought was happening.
Es lo
It's
más
the most vulgar
vulgar,
and
lo
brutal
más
thing I've ever
brutal.
seen.
Me da vergüenza
I'm ashamed of what this country has become.
este país, lo que se ha convertido. Es una pena.
Truly a shame. And yeah, that is disgusting in the extreme. And it does not end there. Because again, remember what I said about ICE getting like 170 billion more dollars in funding potentially? Well, this is a story I was alerted to yesterday by a kind chatter. And this should, I think, be incredibly worrying for basically anyone who does work in California or Texas, especially if you are undocumented, especially if you take money under the table for your labor. Money services in some California and Texas areas required to do additional reporting under new order. So what does that mean? That's very like oddly nebulous, right? Let's take a look. All money service businesses in 30 zip codes across California and Texas, including 7 in San Diego County, are now required to report transactions of at least $200 under a recent federal order. Now, typically, what needs to be reported to the federal government are transactions over $10,000. This is to prevent things like money laundering, right? However, this, which is called a geographic targeting order, issued by the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, or FinCEN, under the U.S. Department of the Treasury, and it officially went into effect on Monday. So basically, in these 30 zip codes, and I'm going to take a wild guess, because when you know it, when asked why these 30 zip codes, no answer was forthcoming. I'm going to take a wild guess and say that they are going after undocumented immigrants who are being paid under the table. Okay? That's what's happening. Yes, that was Harry Puddles over in YouTube chat. Thank you very much for bringing this to my attention, because it's very scary. You know, one of the biggest ways undocumented immigrants make their income is under the table payments. This is specifically designed in order to target those under the table payments. And again, 30 different zip codes. Existing law already requires financial institutions to report transactions over $10,000 or multiple currency transactions that total at least that amount in a single day. The currency transaction reports are meant to combat threats such as money laundering or other financial crimes. The order applies to money services businesses in the following zip codes in San Diego County: 91910, 92101, 92113, 92117, 92126, 92154, and 92173. This includes neighborhoods along the southern border, such as San Ysidro and Otay Mesa, as well as Barrio Logan, Logan Heights, Chula Vista, Claremont, and Mira Mesa. Meanwhile, businesses in 4 zip codes in Imperial County, 92231, 92249, 92281, and 92283, are also subject to the new order, in addition to zip codes in 5 Texas counties. The 5 counties in Texas affected by the order are Cameron, El Paso, Hidalgo, Maverick, and Webb. To see a full list of the zip codes and subject to the GTO, click here. I'm just going to copy and link that in chat for you guys. So, yeah. They're tracking the 1099s. And 1099s are issued for every transaction over 600. They're going even after the smaller ones, though. You know? According to the federal agency, the order was issued to prevent people associated with foreign drug cartels from accessing the U.S. financial system. And we all know that when they say people with foreign drug cartel ties, we know that they're talking about undocumented immigrants. They're not talking about people with drug ties. That's just not what they're doing. All of this is coming after an executive order signed by Donald Trump to designate these different cartels as terrorist organizations. It's all being done to crack down on undocumented immigrants. But they can't be honest about it because that would be bad. They wouldn't be able to get away with it. You know? This is any check cashed over $200, any money order bought with cash, any prepaid card load, any money transfer initiated with cash. And I think what really, really makes it clear what they're doing here is that in reporting those large transactions, along with the new lower limit transactions, businesses are required to include a customer's social security number or other tax identification number. And they're planning to go through those social security numbers to find and locate people who are undocumented immigrants. That's what is happening here. That's so bad. I mean, it basically makes it impossible to make a living in those areas if you're undocumented. Okay? But social security numbers mean they're literally documented. Yeah, but sometimes undocumented folks use fake social security numbers. Like they use bogus ones. And that's good enough usually for like paying taxes, for example. Not good enough to like go and vote. Not good enough if you are deliberately looking for those accounts and care about where the money is going and who's making the payments. They'll just stop using banks. I mean, honestly, yeah, it just pushes undocumented immigrants further underground. But like, very bizarre and awful and terrible. Additionally, like, they might be using this to go after potentially documented folks who are here legally, but like they want to paint them as terrorists or people with ties to terrorists. I mean, frankly, this administration is deporting people who are already here legally. It would not be a stretch to say that they would maybe go after green card holders or people on visas who have these social security numbers. But yeah, it's very, very bad. I'm a new viewer, so I have to ask about the purple lightsaber behind you. Oh, they're just lights. I like them. I can make them change different colors. Or maybe I can't. There you go. See? Neat. I like it. And I do have to point out one additional thing, folks, before we finish up this story. And I know it's been 2 hours. I know that this has been a long journey, and maybe we'll have to break this up into multiple segments. But one last thing, and this is from just today. Okay? This is from just today. In Florida, a man from Georgia was arrested and detained by ICE. He's an American citizen. U.S.-born citizen held by ICE in Florida jail despite birth certificate presented in court. State law makes it a crime to enter the state as an unauthorized alien, but it's blocked by a judge, and Juan Carlos Lopez Gomez was born in the United States. A 20-year-old United States citizen was held in Florida at the request of federal immigration authorities, despite his mother showing his birth certificate and social security information to a judge in court. Juan Carlos Lopez Gomez was taken to Leon County Jail after a traffic stop and charged with illegally entering the state as an unauthorized alien under a state law that has been temporarily blocked from enforcement by a federal judge. So just to clarify here, ICE arrested a man and detained and arrested a man for being an unauthorized alien under a law that cannot be enforced.
In the cool zone? Or where are we now other than scared?
The cool zone was never just for good things. It is an increased opportunity window of both good and bad things. So we're getting a lot of wild and weird shit. It's just more fun to call it the cool zone than like the chaos pit. Like it's just, you know, it feels more approachable to call it the cool zone than, you know, the window of increased opportunity for good and evil. You know, like it doesn't really flow off the tongue. Okay. But thank you for the $10 super chat, Chris Huggins. So basically, this is a law. Oh, thank you very
Stay
much.
Strong and protest smart. BWA.
Ashley J. Curtis, thank you for that BWA energy injected into chat. And thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate the dickens out of it. Thank you so much for supporting the show. But we have this young man being arrested under a law that is not applicable. It is illegal to enforce that law. And when I talk about how these people need to be charged with crimes, these ICE agents need to be charged with crimes, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Okay? This is exactly what I'm talking about. That guy, like, you hear this phrase in courtrooms a lot, ignorance of the law is not an excuse. In the same way, ignorance of like the law being suspended here should not be an excuse for this ICE agent. They should be arrested. They were trying to deport a 20-year-old US resident. And we have to ask ourselves, why was he arrested? What made this man look like an undocumented immigrant, an illegal alien, despite the fact that he had a birth certificate and social security number presented? And I think we all know the reason. Juan Carlos Lopez Gomez, I think we know the reason. Because this is not a campaign against undocumented people. We've already had stories of folks who were detained by ICE talking about how, like, they're just following around Hispanic people. That's what they're doing. They're finding any Hispanic person that looks out of place, and they're detaining them and trying to deport them, even if they're citizens. It's disgusting. It is an affront to the very nature of what America is and who we are as people. This shall not be allowed to stand. Okay? People need to fight this. And like genuinely, that might be up to and including like fighting an ICE agent for trying to arrest someone. Because there is no guarantee that an ICE agent is trying to arrest anyone for the actual legal things that within their legal powers. You know, like, we do not know that. We do not know that. We can no longer trust that. There are news stories of communities forming human chains to protect different undocumented folks, or people even suspected of being undocumented, because they see ICE coming. And we need to do the same. We need to start doing the same. We need to organize and be willing to put ourselves on the line like that. Provide that legal protection. And I keep coming back to this one story we talked about maybe like 2 or 3 weeks ago of reports that ICE were disappearing indigenous people in communities near the southern border. I keep coming back to that because I haven't gotten any updates on those stories. I think it was something like 43 people were missing in New Mexico. All here legally. All citizens. Where were they where were they disappeared to? Why were they taken? And we all know why they were taken. It's because they were not white. Okay? It's really scary out there. If you are Hispanic, I would encourage you always have your documents on you. Be vigilant and be safe. And we are going to all fight this. But like, you need to make sure you have what you need to protect yourself when these goons come knocking. Okay, folks? Getting a lawyer is a good idea too. Yeah, if you can afford it. And we have one last update here. Here we have Juan Carlos Lopez Gomez. He was released earlier tonight. Here he is reuniting with his mom. But understand, Donald Trump and this Trump administration would see him disappeared, would see him inside of a concentration camp, would paint him as a terrorist. Whether or not he is, in fact, affiliated with any gang, they would ignore his due process. They would have him tortured and killed in a foreign land for just existing. This administration is a den of monsters, and we need to continue to organize to the best of our abilities to oppose them. The next big protest day is 2 days from now, as of the recording of this video, April 19th. You can find more info on 5051's website, as well as I'm sure you'll find a lot of events over on Indivisible's mobilization page, mobilize.us/indivisible, to find or make your own local event for that. We need to turn out as many of us as possible. Okay? This Saturday, protests in state capitals all across the United States. Yep. We have to keep turning out over and over again. And I know it might get exhausting, folks. I know it might feel real hard, but we got to get out there. Okay? We got to get out there. Can you link that? The video or 5051? Here's 5051. I'll link that here. I'm getting out there. I got my Sic Semper Tyrannis sign. Nice. It's really scary out there, folks, but there is one way out, and that way out is us standing together in solidarity, shouting with one voice, no. Enough is enough. And I've been shouting from the rooftops. I hope you all will join me. So with that being said, let's move on. End of segment. Whew, boy. That is a 2-hour-long stream right there so far. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, folks. Like the YouTube stream. Okay, I can't help but notice that we have how many people here? We have 379 people here, and we have 162 likes. That is unacceptable. 250 likes or bust. Let's go. Let's go. I am done. Good night is what I meant. That's all right. Good night, King Kerplunk. And folks, if you've gotten anything out of the stream tonight, please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because folks, this show's only made possible thanks to donations from viewers like you. You guys given me that sweet bread that allows me to continue to live. Whew. Fight until you're a skeleton, then keep reanimating yourself. I saw an anime like that once. PBS, Jack. The B stands for boat. Do you get any substantial AdSense money? Pfft, no. The live streams on YouTube are not monetized. And that's mostly what people view. I don't get enough views on my YouTube videos to have much to brag about when it comes to AdSense, but hopefully that will be turning around. Today was the first day the new editor has been working on stuff, and I am very appreciative because instead of spending the entirety of my day editing videos, I got to go visit my mom, and that helped a lot for my brain. Is that ICE budget part of reconciliation? I mean, the ICE budget is part of the budget that's going to be that the budget got kicked down the road until September. So like we're got an editor. Yeah, they're doing me a solid for sure. I'm gonna head up to the roof to smoke pot. Is the stream over? Or are you gonna keep streaming? I'm gonna keep streaming. It was just one really long segment. You did your like? Hell yeah, Freedom Evie. Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep. Thanks for supporting the show, and thank you for helping to invent the internet. I very much appreciate it.
Don't forget to plug the red cards.
I only vaguely know what that means. Have I covered the Bay Area crosswalk story yet? No, and I probably won't. It's a fun story, but like I got too much to talk about. we got way too much to talk about. Do. Oh, closing about 100 bajillion tabs. I think after this, we are going to do the Indivisible weekly call-in, because I know a lot of people are getting really squirrely and antsy and are really fucking scared about whatever's happening in politics land, which totally fair. And I think having a clearer direction might help. Why don't you do a simultaneous vertical stream? Genuinely, because I haven't looked into how to do one. And I did not know you could do a simultaneous vertical stream until yesterday.
State passed a bill to make your coverage reimburse 12-month hormone prescriptions here, for some good news.
Yo, hell yeah, Washington State. I want reimbursements for my titty skittles. Thoughts on electric vehicles? I'm generally pro. Do you want like just a brief sojourn from what we've been talking about? Charlie, thank you for being a member.
Apologies to the editor for chat being ****** and ridiculous far too often. Also hello editor. Keep this in the video. UWU editor is very cute.
Trains in bullshit. Thank you. Speaking of electric vehicles, I saw this from Hyundai, and this is maybe one of the coolest cars I've seen in a long time, and I fucking wish this would go into production. I love this. I've always had a soft spot for the weird blocky cars. Like, it's so cool. Look at this thing. It's got so much style. It's got pizzazz. And like, just the quality of the production. The interior looks immaculate. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can see better. But like, damn, it looks nice. The detailing inside is great. I really like a lot of the aspects of this car. Like, I don't know what's going on here with like it looks like a touchscreen menu, but that's cool. Has like a throttle for like shifting gears. That's cool as fuck. Look at the interior lighting of the car. Like, it's a goddamn, like, I don't know, like a wonderful little like 80s mood lighting. I like it. It's got a lot of computer in it. Anyway, I just think it's neat. They will never mass produce this, sadly, but if they did, I would love to buy one. It's an all-electric redesign of one of their most popular cars, and I would love this. I just want a cheap economy car. I just want an electric car that's basically my Subaru. And there's Norup. And there's Andy Norup. Thank you very much for the membership. I appreciate the gifted membership. And you got it, the Harry Puddles. Let's go. It's an 80s car in spirit. Absolutely. 0 out of 10 doesn't even cut my finger off. Yeah, Subaru is coming out with a new electric car that looks really great, but it's also very expensive, and I don't have that kind of money. I'll probably be driving the car I have until it just completely falls apart. I got a gay little Nissan Leaf, and I love it. Oh, man. See, the thing is, in Minnesota, I want an electric car that I can actually have the heat on in the winter and also has enough mileage that I'm not afraid I'm just going to be in the middle of nowhere and it stops functioning. Oh, Van Briggs. That reminds me. Ugh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not gonna lie, your arm curls have made me sore. I appreciate your efforts to keep me fit.
Officially just turned $34, have $1 for each year.
Yo!
Sorry I've not been around much lately. Sadly, my work schedule means I have to go to bed by like 10 p.m. Eastern time, so I miss out on the lives.
That's okay, Lily Love Stuff, but I will sing you happy birthday after the notifications from Harry Puddles. Harry Puddles, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. You guys are helping me to be able to afford eggs. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Check out the Aptera, runs on Sunshine, Fash economy killer. Aptera aims to begin low volume production in 2025. How much does it cost?
Good morning, Aptera fans. Steve here.
Oh, this thing genuinely looks like a Jetsons car, and I'm here for it. I don't know if it'd be able to like meet my needs personally, but like look at this funky little guy.
Like you to come join us on our first Aptera road trip with myself and some of the crew that's off camera. We're starting off in Flagstaff, Arizona here today, this snowy morning. We're already charging at 300 watts just from the sun, and we're about to start driving on the old Route 66, go see some sights along the way and take you with us, so come join us.
See you later.
I think this is the first video footage we have of Aptera driving on the highways. This is a PI build, so this is, this is basically what we're going to be building, so it's pretty cool. All right, guys, just a heads up, the first stop on our route is going to be Arizona. I'm not sure if we're going to have time to go into the park, but let's at least go check it out.
Like this thing, I'm sorry, Arizona. Okay, I'm not gonna touch that. That sounds like a kink gathering. Anyway, I love the design. I wonder what its like carrying capacity is, and like does it have storage? Like this definitely would not meet my needs, but like if this design continued to be iterated on and got better and better, like I could definitely see myself being very interested in one of these. The design makes me think of a vibrator. Hot. 32 cubic feet of storage? That seems really high. Huh. I want to see like
our mission.
I want to see like the inside of the car. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Here.
Something truly unique. A company by the people, for the people. Your belief in a future of solo...
Yes, crowd-funded car. Tell me less.
We're doing everything different. From our ultra-efficient design, to our light assembly methods, to providing transportation solutions that reduce our reliance on oil and the grid. We believe it's truly world-changing. To our shareholders and our community, let's go over how we've used our funds raised so far. We've spent approximately $120 million to date, with around 70% of that total going towards engineering our vehicle for mass production and building a robust supply chain to source critical components. As we're talking now, the team is assembling the first fully complete production intent vehicle, routing wires for each and every component on the vehicle. We intend to take this vehicle around the U.S. on an...
Okay, that's kind of what I was wondering. I was wondering if the interior was going to be kind of as bare bones with like full body clip belts, or if it was going to have like a more finished looking interior.
Epic road trip soon, driving thousands of miles across all different climates to meet Aptera supporters.
Okay, like this interior looks a lot better. I am wondering, can I just say, as a design feature, I don't like pure touchscreen. I don't like that. I like knobs, buttons, etc. I just think they're more dependable. Like if you have a software glitch that can like fuck up your entire car, as opposed to like, yeah.
Ahead, the next phase of funding is critical for us, and our finance team has been working hard on a plan that could get us into production.
That being said, I am impressed by the speed this thing is able to put out.
Using a fraction of the funds compared to what is needed for traditional automotive companies. Our updated plan anticipates a total spend of $60 million in 2025. We expect to spend approximately 70% of this on production tooling, capital equipment, and the engineering as we complete the final phase of our validation and testing. To fund this plan, we endeavor to raise $30 million in equity, with the remaining balance covered through a combination of debt, equipment financing, existing cash reserves, and available grant funding. There's no guarantee we will be able to raise the funds necessary. But what we can say is the team is here, dedicated to the mission, and doing all we can to get over the finish line. We're working hard on this world-shaping idea, and we're getting so close to changing the world together. Looking ahead, our focus remains on securing the capital required to support our path towards production readiness
portrait of our
and
fallen
operation.
King Oliver with his ashes. Rip Lil Guy SADGEI, still miss your sweet Lil face.
Aww.
Wide peepo happy.
Just take a little look at the guy. Oh, it's not opening the King Oliver. It did open a spooky face image GIF at me though. Maybe try that link again. But thank you for the $5 donos, Melanie, and also that's a really sweet present from your mom.
Scale. While we continue our current online fundraising activities, we're also evaluating long-term strategic options to support Aptera's future. We've always believed that Aptera is more than just a vehicle. It's a movement. And now we have an opportunity to prove to the world that the demand for solar mobility is real. To do that, we're launching a new investment promotion that gives our community a powerful way to show their support.
Man, just tell me
All
more
the way
about
up
the
to
car.
$10,000, you'll receive a matching discount on your future Aptera. It's the highest value vehicle coupon we've ever made available, and it's open to everyone. Second, we're giving you the opportunity for priority delivery by investing 5
Okay.
priority delivery slots quickly.
I wanted to know more. I am cautiously optimistic. That is going to be my stance on this one. What about this one? There we go. There's our little man. Oh. What a lovely little guy. Little man. Rest in peace, sweet prince. The price they hope for is $40K, which really isn't bad these days. No, that's not bad at all. Especially like if they have the kind of range and like effect that they're looking for. It's a nice little two-seater, but it would get squashed by the fucking tank trucks on the road now. True, but you know what? There are a lot of cars on the road that would get squashed by the tanks that are on the road now. When was our last Achronoplan / fusion stunlock? It was a while ago, but we don't need to get into Achronoplans right now. You guys can't distract me. We have too much to talk about. I say, having been very much distracted. I walked somewhere and someone screamed at me to get a car, loser. That's dumb. But Jack, stop it. You can't. You guys keep saying, you Australians in chat, you keep saying, oh, you want me to cover the Australian debate. We want you to cover the Australian debate, Jack. And then you're like, oh, but Achronoplans. I will not be dissuaded. I will pay attention to your politics. Let's see here. Okay. Let's go in. I am excited. We are, however, going to speed it up. Hello, everyone. It's me, your resident American, here to lord over the politics of other nations that I don't know that much about. Now, my understanding is today we are looking at the Australia political debates. I know that there is a man named Anthony Albanese and another man named Peter Dutton, and they're going to clash in this ABC News leaders debate. And I know that because that's in the title of the debate. And the only thing I need to know is which of these clowns supports closing the island prisons, the mini Australia that Australia constructed for itself. Albanese? That's silly. Peter Dutton is pronounced Mr. Potato Head. Gotcha. Albino Easy is okay. So Albino Easy is the one that supports closing the mini Australia. No. Wait, which one support? Neither of them want to close the. That's unfortunate. Okay, let them fight.
Let them fight. I've got a question for Albanese. A question for Peter Dutton.
I've got a question for both leaders. Prime Minister, what are you going to do to help my children own a home in the future?
How will his government support new businesses?
And we need to turn this up a little bit, it seems. Boop, boop, boop.
My question is, when are you going to lower the cost of living for young people?
Wanting to know how people can believe you about your energy policies.
How will the federal government trial the solutions regarding health and education in Central Australia?
Are you seriously going to hang on to your nuclear plan?
How we can help the world to be a better place so that we can have less war or even no war in this world.
How are we going to move forward?
You know, I do like whenever just random passersby are interviewed about these questions, because it really does go to show that down at heart, most people on this planet are good eggs, you know? I'm sorry, but just like random guys, like,
and help the world to be a better place so that we can have less war or even no war in this world.
How are we going?
How could we help the world to be a better place and, maybe have no war at all? Like, 10 out of 10 question for someone who wants to lead a country.
To move forward, maintaining the democracy and the type of life that we have living in Australia.
What are you going to do with the situation with Donald Trump and his tariffs?
How
It's
is
the
he
halfway
going to
mark
help
of the
my
election
dog?
campaign, and tonight, two men who want to run the country after May 3 face off live at a critical moment in this contest. Anthony Albanese and Peter Dutton are running out of time to make their case. We've been listening to your questions, and in a moment, we'll get some answers. Welcome to the ABC News.
Can I say something controversial yet brave? Number one, I like this guy's suit. Number two, I think he's kind of handsome. That's right. Laud me.
Leaders debate. Good evening from the ABC's new Parramatta studios in Sydney's West. It's terrific to have your company. I'm your moderator, David Spears, and you've just heard from some of the Australians whose voices have helped inform me as I prepared for tonight's debate. My goal is to help you understand the plan these two leaders have for Australia's future, because we meet tonight at a time of great global uncertainty.
Wait, they gave both of them 2 glasses of water? How thirsty are these boys going to be?
Who has the vision to help chart a course through these tumultuous times?
I see. It's a clever ruse to test their logic ability. You see, one glass of water is poison, the other is clean, and they must decide whether to weigh the risk of dying on camera against the risk of sating their own thirst. I see. It's a test, a battle of wits.
Well, we're about to find out. So let's get started. I want to welcome to the studio Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Opposition Leader Peter Dutton.
Is it? No, it's not.
Gentlemen, good evening. Thank you both very much for joining us tonight. Let's just start with some rules of engagement. You'll both have 60 seconds for your opening statements and then at the end, 60 seconds for your closing statements. Beyond that, I don't really want to be running a stopwatch on every word that's spoken tonight. We do want to have a genuine, free-flowing debate.
Okay. Now, I do have to ask, which one is which? Because they both look like the kind of guy who would be called Dutton. Or Albanese. I'm gonna guess this one's Albanese? Maybe? Dutton has... The bald one is the bigger cunt. Oh no, that's Dutton. Okay.
Let's just start with some rules of engagement. You'll both have 60 seconds for your opening statements and then at the end, 60 seconds for your closing statements. Beyond that, I don't really want to be running a stopwatch on every word that's spoken tonight. We do want to have a genuine, free-flowing debate. My goal is to try and make sure you both have equal time. We also want this to be a productive conversation that does help Australians better understand your competing visions, not just an opportunity to attack one another. Mr. Dutton, you won the coin toss and we'll speak first. Over to you.
Well, David, thank you very much. Firstly, thank you to the ABC for hosting tonight. Thank you, Anthony, for being here. And thank you to every Australian who's taking an interest in what I think is an incredibly important election. As we approach the 3rd of May, many Australians will be asking themselves, are you better off today than you were 3 years ago? And as I've moved around the country and spoken...
Wait a minute, where have I seen this guy before? What do I know him from? Where do I know this guy from? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's this one on the far right. See? It's definitely him. Yep. Absolutely.
To literally thousands of Australians, young families, pensioners, people in small businesses, it's been obvious to me that people don't feel better off. People have faced an existential cost of living crisis. People have seen food prices go up by 30%. Their mortgages have gone up on 12 occasions. And our plan is to get our country back on track, to make sure that we can help young Australians realise the dream of home ownership again, to make sure that we can help manage the economy so that we can get inflation down.
Every time you look at my hand, he haunts me.
And if we do that, that will lower interest rates. We want to help people with the cost of living crisis. We want to make sure that we can give $1,200 back to Australians, money that they've worked hard for, and reduce their petrol price by 25 cents.
And look at it closely, you will understand why he looks so familiar.
You know, I think I understand. He's appeared in a few different movies. Like, it's just... A lot of people just don't really understand how prolific he's been in Hollywood. And, I can't forget, for example, that time he put on a one-man show based on Star Wars. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, here we go. A lot of people just don't remember it. It's a bit obscure.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
Princess Bunhead, are you all right? Well, Ooby-Doo, we meet again.
What's your middle name? Scooby-Dooby. Ooby-Doob, Scooby-Dooby, Banooby?
Remember, Nidua houses the sludge of the universe.
You may file ready.
I'll never tell you a thing.
That is a bad attitude.
Come on! Yes! We fight to the death.
Feels like there's a battle there.
Let's give them hell!
Shoot him up! Shoot him up! Join me on the male side of the fountain.
Yeah, I forgot that he was a very prolific actor in that.
Centre leader. Mr. Albanese, your opening statement.
Well, thanks very much, David, and thanks to the ABC, and thanks, Peter, for agreeing to a second debate. I'm really optimistic about Australia's future if we seize the opportunities that are right in front of us. Because of the hard work that Australians have done over the last 3 years, we're turning the corner. We have inflation that's down, we have real wages that are up, we have unemployment that's very low at just 4.1%, and interest rates have started to fall. They started to rise before the last election. But we know that there's much more work to do. And that's why we have a plan to cut taxes, not raise them, a plan to make sure that we make things here in Australia through our Future Made in Australia plan, strengthening Medicare through more urgent care clinics, lifting the bulk billing rates and having cheaper medicines, making sure we cut 20% off everyone's HECS debts and give free TAFE to provide opportunities. And a 5% deposit is what you'll need for first home buyers. Right, we know we live in difficult times, but I am very confident that with the right leadership, we can see it through. I want to trust the Australian people. I want to back our values, and I want to build Australia's future.
Thank you both for those opening statements. Now, housing is where I'd like to begin. It's one of the biggest issues that voters have been raising. And look, you both have put forward ideas in the past few days that will see more homes built, boost supply, but you've also put forward ideas that a lot of experts and economists are warning will only push up prices even more. So my question to you both is, can you honestly say that your plans will make housing any more affordable in 5 or 10 years, or will they simply keep pushing prices higher? Mr. Albanese?
Yes, we can.
I love the framing of this question of like, so are you sure that your policies will make things better and not worse? And like that feels like the softest possible softball question. So which one of these old white dudes slabs Trump's dick? I'm gonna guess it's Dutton. Dutton.
Because we have a plan not just for demand, but for supply as well. A plan through the Building Australia Future Fund to build more public housing. A plan as well for private rentals to get increased supply there through our Build to Rent scheme. A plan as well to get first home owners to give them a fair crack, particularly young people. Now, a 5% deposit rather than 20 will mean that instead of paying off someone else's mortgage, they can pay off their own mortgage. And that is important going forward.
But that will boost demand, won't it? Can't you just do the supply things? Why do you need to push up demand?
Well, we need to do both. We need to give people a fair crack, particularly young people. But we have a comprehensive $43 billion Homes for Australia plan, making sure whether it's about increased social housing, increased private rentals or increased home ownership as well through our Help to Buy scheme, that will all assist. The key, of course, is supply. And that's why...
I think this guy seems like he's doing pretty all right on housing here. Like, it is true. Like, a 5% down payment is a lot easier to manage than a 20% one. And like, if you keep building a lot of houses, like that's going to bring down the cost. Like it's going to make it a lot more accessible. We'll see. Like the fundamentals here check out.
Only Labor is offering a plan at this election to increase supply of housing.
Right. Well, Mr. Dutton, you have plans to let first home buyers take up to $50,000 out of their superannuation to buy a home. That will push up house prices, won't it?
Well, David, firstly, I think it's important to understand why do we find ourselves in this position as a country. Over the last 2 years, the government's brought in 1 million people, all of whom...
I don't know what a superannuation is, but that sounds like money that people put aside for another purpose, and you're just saying you should let them take out that money to buy a house, and I don't think that's going to help out very many people who are struggling. Yeah, okay, that's your retirement fund? Okay, yeah, so you want to allow people to rob their retirements to try and get housing. Gotcha.
want homes, and all of whom are competing against young Australians for that rental property or to purchase
like
a home.
401k.
That's 1 million people,
yeah.
which is 70% higher than any 2-year period in our country's history. So the demand that the Prime Minister's generated has really created a housing crisis. At the same time, you've had the CFMEU and others who have choked supply, so stopped houses from being built.
I do love that he was basically asked, will your plan actually help? And he couldn't even say yes. Like, he had to say, well, actually, we're in a bad situation because of this guy. You were literally asked if your plan will work.
And it's been this perfect storm, which every Australian understands.
We've got young Australians. Come back to the question about your plans that will boost demand even more.
We have 5 elements to our plan. The first element is a $5 billion fund where we work with councils and we identify where they've got land releases that are being stalled at the moment, simply because they just can't afford the sewerage or the water or the road upgrade. So that will bring on 500,000 new home lots. That is, on the supply side, a very significant benefit. The second part is that we reduce migration by 25% so that we can allow the housing stock to be built up again. And by doing that, as well as stopping foreigners for 2 years from purchasing Australian homes, we give young Australians a go. The next part of our plan, which I think is incredibly important, is to make sure that we can say to young Australians who are locked out of the housing market under the government at the moment, that for the first 600...
Wait, I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that young Australians are locked out of the housing market because they don't have money. I'm going to go out on a limb and just say, like, they're locked out of the market because they don't have money. Like, they aren't able, like, even if you give them the option to, like, liquidate their retirement savings, like, they're not going to be able to buy housing. Like, that's not going to do it. It's not going to get them over the hump.
$650,000 of your mortgage, that will be interest that you can claim against your income. So for an average couple, that will be about $11,000 or $12,000 a year over 5 years.
It'll be a lot more for high-income earners, won't it, than low-income earners. This is regressive. It helps wealthier investors.
It provides, for an average taxpayer, about $11,000 or $12,000 a year.
I do like that the moderator does not seem to be particularly friendly to this man.
Yeah, which is $1,000 a month, which it serves two purposes.
On high incomes.
Well, it serves two purposes. One is, when you go to the bank, you've got a higher level of disposable income.
Good night,
so you're more likely to get a loan.
did.
Secondly, it helps you service a loan. David, in our country at the moment, there are young Australians who are putting off having kids, and there are parents and grandparents who are staying in the workforce longer because even though they've worked hard and saved for their own retirement, they can't afford to retire because they're having to chip in for...
Well, it's really weird for him to, in one sentence, talk about what a great boon it would be to allow youths to, take money out of their retirement, and then the next sentence talk about how, people can't retire anymore. Like, I feel like your policies are kind of not helping in either of these regards.
Their kids or grandkids to help pay the mortgage.
Look, neither of you seem willing to touch the negative gearing or capital gains tax breaks at this election. You've both been property investors over the years. Can you understand younger Australians locked out of the market, feeling that it is people like you who are to blame for the fact the system's rigged against them? Mr Albanese.
Well, can I make this point, David? Peter's suggestion that this has been a problem that's developed in the last 2 years is a nonsense. And everyone watching this program knows that this has been developing for a long period of time. We have not had enough homes being built, and indeed, the former government didn't bother to have a housing minister for half the time they were in office. What we've done since we came to office is look towards the big issue, which is supply.
But can I ask you to come to the question, which is about the tax breaks for investors, negative gearing and the capital gains tax discount? Why aren't you willing to touch those?
Because the experts say that what that potentially would do is diminish supply, not increase it. And that's why the key to...
Wait, how would removing tax breaks on capital gains diminish supply? I mean, honestly, this just sounds like neoliberal bullshit. Like, frankly, it just sounds like you want your rich donors to keep making a lot of money. Yeah, like, this does not sound like what experts say. This sounds like what lobbyists say.
Fixing the housing issues is supply. That's why Peter speaks about his infrastructure plan. We've already announced and are rolling out 2 rounds of our housing infrastructure fund, doing exactly that, making sure that sewerage and energy and all of that is fixed up. And we as well are working with states and territories to increase density where it's appropriate to make sure more homes can be built.
But coming back to the tax treatment.
Wait, there are literally laws here in Australia that make it easier for existing homeowners to buy houses than people who haven't. Why would you have laws like that? Wait, why would you have laws that make it easier to buy second, third, and fourth homes? That sounds like such a bad idea.
Of housing investment. Mr. Dutton, do you have any problem with investors using tax breaks to buy multiple properties, 4, 5, 6 properties?
Well, let me come to that. But Anthony, your government has modelled negative gearing changes and CGT changes.
Well,
the Treasurer has done that.
That's not right.
Well, it is
the public service.
right.
Well, under our public service, we actually value the public service, and we value them coming up with ideas and doing assessments. That's what's happening.
Y'all need to kick the neoliberal habit before you become the next America.
I have been very clear. I have been very clear about what our position is and why that is the case.
Was it modelled?
It certainly wasn't commissioned by us to do so.
It was modelled by the government. It was that's publicly available. This Prime Minister has a problem with the truth, and it's not just in relation to this debate. There are many aspects that you can pick up during the course of this campaign.
Well, we might come to some of those. Can I ask you to come back to the question, Mr. Dutton? Investors, multiple properties, all these tax breaks, no problem with that?
I have stated very clearly that we want a sustainable housing market, which includes rental stock. Now, if you want to cut out negative gearing, as the Labor Party and the Greens would love to do, you will stop investment taking place for properties which ultimately are rented by young Australians. Now, all of us started out renting somewhere, and the dream was to buy a home. And for young Australians today, they've lost that dream.
But no need for any limits on this.
If we stop negative gearing, we will drive up the cost of rents. Rents are already up by 18% under this government. So I want.
A question for the Australians in chat: is it possible to vote for the moderator of this debate as opposed to either of these two people?
To make sure that we've got an investment class, which is an asset class, which is able to be invested in. The Greens, who likely could form a minority government with the Prime Minister if he's successful at this election, they have as a stated policy that they want to abolish negative gearing.
Let's leave the Greens to one side. You talked about
renters.
Now, rent in capital cities has gone up a lot more than incomes over the last few years since COVID. About 5 times more than incomes have gone up. Many renters have been contacting us, raising concerns about what's in this election for them. They can't afford a crippling mortgage in Sydney or Melbourne. Are either of you willing to give renters...
Are the Green... Okay, so in the Australian context, are the Greens like an actual political party capable of doing things? Not super familiar with like the political landscape of Australia. But like, why, for example, don't the Greens have someone on this debate stage? Is it because they like coalitioned with like the lefty parties? Yes? Okay, yes. I see. Greens have a lot of power, but never hold government. What holds them back? The Greens are in House of the Dragon. I haven't watched that anime. They have a decent voting bloc in the Senate. Gotcha.
More rights. One of their concerns is the instability they face. They can only get a 12-month tenancy. In other countries, you get a lot more than that. Mr. Dutton, would you be willing to put some pressure on the states to give renters more certainty, longer-term rentals?
Well, David, as you point out, it's an issue for the states, so there's different regimes that operate.
There's a leadership role here.
The states, but in terms of trying to find that balance and protect the rights of renters and the rights of landlords, yes, I mean, you want a sensible position adopted. So
you'd support longer rentals?
I'm happy to support sensible reforms, but...
Well, why won't anyone think of the rights of the poor, trodden-on landlords? Have they not given enough?
You point out, it's a matter for the states. The focus, I think, in this election is on who is best able to fix the housing crisis that the government's created. Our policy is to provide support to young people. Yes, to allow them access to super, put that money back into super when they sell the house, but it gets them into the property market to start with. If we do that, we can increase their overall net position. And as people age and they pay off their mortgage and they go into retirement, they're in a much stronger position if they're going into retirement and their mortgage is paid down or paid off completely. And they've lost hope of that under this government.
Same question to you, Mr. Albanese. Would you put pressure on the states to give renters more certainty?
Well, we've delivered it. We've delivered a renters' rights program in agreement with states and territories that have improved the rights of people who are renting. In addition to that, we've increased maximum rental assistance by 45% in this term. So, and in addition to that, Peter has just raised the issue of super. If you give...
Okay, genuine question. Upping the assistance to renters by 45% sounds really impressive and good. Does that actually translate to the Australians in chat? Does that actually meaningfully impact your lives? Like, generally speaking, here in America, when they implement a policy like that, it's means tested to hell, and like most people never see an actual cent of like actual help. My rent went up $200 in 1 year. Yeah, no, that is the case. Part of what's interesting about this as an American is that Dutton is clearly evil, but like he's not like a raving lunatic or a moron like Donald Trump is. Like, I'm sure his policies are wildly bad and not based in any kind of like coherent argument, but like he can still present like a case and sound like a human being, you know? It's means tested and over $300 a fortnight, but fairly obtainable. I can't get it though. Gotcha. He tried? Oh boy. He's not a moron. He's a lunatic. Gotcha. That does sound about right.
Everyone's super, access to up to $50,000, and everyone at the auction will just have $50,000 more. It will just bid up prices as it did in New Zealand. It again does nothing for supply. What we have is a reservation of 100,000 homes just for first home buyers that will give them an opportunity because they won't be competing with investors. Okay. And we see that working effectively in South Australia right now. And we went to a place on Monday, 110 townhouses being built. 40 of them will be just for first homeowners.
I want to move on because you've talked about your plans in housing. This is just part of the spending plans that you're taking to the people at this election. But we do have all this spending, despite the fact that we're in deficit. I want to show you this. This is spending versus revenue over the last 15 years. So it covers both sides of politics. And spending has continued to remain above revenue, which is the bottom line there in orange, for most of that last 15 years. We had a couple of years of surplus. The big spike there is the big spending spike during COVID. And then after that, you can see that we've gone back to a situation where spending is going to remain higher than revenue for years to come over the forward estimates. It's younger Australians who'll ultimately have to pay for the debt here, Mr Albanese. What do you say to them? Where's the money going to come from?
I say to them that we are the only government in the last 20 years that have produced consecutive budget surpluses, and we've halved the deficit this year as a direct result of the responsible economic management that we have. Debt is $177 billion less. We have improved the bottom line by $207 billion since we came to office. That means paying off $60 billion less in interest payments as a direct result of the difficult decisions that we've made, getting inflation down to 2.4%, had a 6 in front of it when we were elected. So we have been very careful finding...
Whoa, with Otro. Maybe Australia could tax the rich and corporations more. Let's not go too crazy. I mean, you're basically saying Australia should become Maoist China and just kill all the landlords. Whoa, that's a bridge too far. You know, it starts with taxing the rich more, and suddenly you've got bloody pitchforks and a flaming mob. It's a slippery slope.
Savings, $95 billion.
So you shouldn't even consider making things
be
better.
Higher than your revenues, right, for the foreseeable future, for the next 4 or even 10 years. And at this election, you are offering spending that goes to high-income earners. Things like the energy rebate, the battery rebate, the tax cut, the wiping HECS debt, the first home buyer incentive. None of it's means tested. Why not?
Measures like the HECS debt, take for example, that's opposed by the coalition. The HECS debt is about intergenerational equity. We spoke before about young people. I think young people deserve a fair crack. And issues like taking 20% off everyone's HECS debt, free TAFE.
But 600,000 means testing these things. Why do high-income earners, when we're in deficit, why do high-income earners get this stuff?
Well, David, if you get sick or I get sick, we can get access to Medicare and access to a public hospital. Every child, Peter's or mine, will get access to a public education, a public school as well.
But do they need all the rebates and so on that you're offering at this election, the high-income earners?
Energy rebates, if you had two choices because of the way that it's being delivered through the energy companies, you either give it to everyone or you just give it to concession card holders. We understand that a whole lot of working people need that assistance in cost of living, and that's why this is our third increase in energy rebates that we've put forward, and that's why we've done it.
Mr Dutton, you've made a lot of big spending promises in this campaign too, and you're talking up even more to come on defence. Are your cuts to the public service going to be enough to cover it all?
Well, David, a couple of things. I mean, what the Prime Minister hasn't mentioned there is that most of the outcomes that he's talking about are because of variations in commodity prices, not because of decisions the government's made or the growth that they've put into the economy. That's just not the reality. And I think the Prime Minister constantly telling people that they're much better off now just defies the reality in their own lives. There are 30,000 small businesses which have gone bankrupt over the course of the last 3 years, a record number in our country's history over the last 12 months. Households have been in a recession for 7 consecutive quarters, almost 2 years.
Let's come back to the question, if we can. Are your cuts to the public service going to cover all of your spending in this election?
Well, the short answer is no. We're not going to achieve all of the savings that we need to achieve through our changes to the public service. But
because
what we have...
You want to save, is it $7 billion a year through savings in the public service?
I'll just finish this point, David. I mean, what we've done in relation to our 25 cent a litre cut for fuel excise, that happens from day one. It helps pensioners, it helps delivery truck drivers, it helps families. It's an economy-wide benefit, and it brings down the cost of doing business and the costs across the community, which are ballooning under this government. So that...
So you're saying it will benefit everyone by benefiting the businesses, and then it will just trickle down. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. It sounds very familiar.
Is a one-off hit to the budget of about $6 billion. It's not a recurrent or a structural spend in the budget. This is the important point. It's exactly what we did over the course of COVID, where job seeker and job keeper were changed to provide a response to COVID at the time. We didn't legislate and put that into every budget going forward. So
these are one-offs that just happen to coincide with an election. My question, though...
Well, they happen to coincide with the fact that families are doing it tough. And there are many families at the moment, right across the country that we've spoken to, that can't afford to pay their bills.
On your public service cuts, it's $7 billion a year. You haven't yet said where those cuts will occur. Can you tell us tonight at least one area of the public service you would cut?
Well, David, there's been a threefold increase in the expansion of the public service compared to the regular years.
So where do you cut?
I love this because it's so clear. Anytime people say we're going to cut the public service, they always want to be cagey about it because they're just kind of saying, well, it got big, so we must be able to cut somewhere. But they never actually look into it. They don't know what's unnecessary. They just assume somewhere, somehow, they're going to be able to make those cuts and it won't affect service somehow because they have magical thinking when it comes to money. They literally just think it doesn't matter. It's all just spreadsheets.
We have the highest per capita rate of public servants in the world. And our argument is that if you've got families at the moment who are working their guts out, working second, third jobs, paying tax, I want to make sure that that taxpayer dollar is being spent efficiently. And my argument is that where you...
Yeah, 30,000 jobs. I'm sure none of them do anything super important. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. You can automate it with AI. I'm sure it will be fine.
In the public service in Canberra, that is not an efficient use of taxpayers' money.
You do seem to be having trouble saying...
I'm being sarcastic, just as an FYI.
Yeah, you would cut. You've said a lot of areas where you won't. What about foreign aid? Would you cut foreign aid?
We've said in relation to the public service that we will protect frontline positions, which I think is important, incredibly important. And we've announced more funding for GPs into general practice, and there are many other areas
So
that you can cite.
This is the question. Where
we find inefficiency, David, and it's not something you can do.
Oh my God! People actually want to vote for this clown? Wait, like people in Australia are like, actually, this guy's got some good ideas? He can't even answer that simple question of like what he wants to cut in the government. He's running to be in charge of the country. Like, damn.
Do from opposition to redesign the public service and the way in which that structure works.
Is foreign aid going to be done?
Well, we haven't made any announcements in relation to foreign aid, and there's a lot of good that we're doing in foreign aid. And the principle that we've had, like any good Liberal government, like John Howard when he came in 96 after Keating had done so much damage, we will make sure that we're spending taxpayers' money efficiently. Okay. And whatever we can give back, we will, which is why we've said that to deal with the crisis that Anthony's created, in everybody's budget at the moment, we'll give back $1,200 of people's tax that they've paid by way of rebate, which will help them.
We've heard about
David,
the spending. Just quickly.
That's before they get to the $600 billion they need for their nuclear reactors. I mean,
there you go again, Anthony. That just rolls off your lips like it's true.
There are agreements that they have. Well, he won't say where the cuts will be. It's vote for me. And just trust us, we'll tell you after the election. Well, we know what happened last time. The cuts came to health, they came to education, $50 billion out of hospitals, $30 billion out of schools. That's why, a decade later, we're still trying to fix and repair the damage that was done by that 2014 budget.
Let me ask you both a question here. A lot of people say, where's the serious reform? You know, Keating floating the dollar, Howard's GST. Mr Albanese, what's the one big change you'd like to be remembered for?
Affordable childcare is one of the things that we're doing. We've already put measures in place, including in this term, we'll get rid of the activity test, a 3-day guarantee for childcare, boosting...
So basically, you guys down in Australia are facing the Joe Biden or Donald Trump question, but like with a slightly different sheen, a slightly different artistic flair.
Infrastructure for childcare. We want the universal provision of affordable childcare so that it is as natural to have your child have access to childcare as it is to have access to a public school.
What's your one big reform?
Well, energy is the economy, David. Everything we use, everything around us is either running or has been created because of the use of energy. Farming, fertiliser, cold storage, everything that we rely on in our society, a modern society like ours, relies on energy. And what we've said is that we want to create an East Coast gas reserve. So that will bring gas that we're exporting at the moment beyond the foundation contracts back into the domestic market. If we do that, that increases supply, it addresses Labor's disastrous energy policy, and it will help bring the cost pressures down across society. It, by the independent analysis, reduces the cost of wholesale gas by 23%. That is a structural change in the economy. We go beyond that, of course, as you know, to deal with what firms up the renewables as we go forward, which is a vision that Bob Hawke had for our country, that John Howard shared, and that I certainly strongly believe in, and that is a zero-emissions nuclear technology embraced by the Labor Party in the United Kingdom. It's embraced by the French, by many other countries around the world. In fact, Australia is the only one of the top 20 economies that hasn't signed up to or isn't already using
is that
nuclear.
Just to check the reality on that, there are some other G20 economies that don't have nuclear.
Well, Indonesia is one, I think, that the ABC cited before, and you've seen the comments from the Indonesian president that they are fully on board with nuclear. If you have a look at what's happening in the UK, Keir Starmer says the Labor...
Okay. Controversial take. I actually think nuclear energy adoption would be good. That's my hot take. Although I think maybe billing it less as that and more like, let's manufacture components to create like modular reactors so we can do like mass adoption of nuclear energy would probably be a lot better. Nuclear doesn't make sense here. Well, I'm not familiar with like the logistical problems related to doing nuclear energy in Australia, but like on its own, the idea of nuclear energy adoption wouldn't be like the worst idea. Just something tells me this guy shouldn't be in charge of nuclear reactors. You know, like I don't think this guy is like to be trusted.
Prime Minister there says that they can't achieve their net zero by 2050 targets without the use of nuclear. I just want to come to this point, David, because it's a substantial one in relation to this $600 billion figure.
Like he might get the urge to like, I don't know, press some buttons. You know how thumbs are.
Prime Minister keeps rattling out, which is completely and utterly untrue.
Okay, you have a different figure. I get it. I think Mr.
Well, it's only out by about 300 billion.
Also, yeah, I feel like in Australia, a much better option would be solar. You guys got tons of sun down there.
Economies are all using nuclear.
I'm a friend of Keir Starmer, and what Keir Starmer's having to deal with is the blowout in the cost of...
Can we as a planet just agree to not vote to F ourselves?
You know, one would hope that we could vote to not fuck ourselves, but yet, here we are.
The Hinkley nuclear plant. It's now up to $90 billion for one plant. It is coming in 14 years late, and it's being built in a country that does have a nuclear industry. It's being built by the world's largest nuclear energy company from France. That shows exactly the problem. And Keir Starmer wishes, as do so many people, that they had the access with the solar resources, with the wind resources, with the space that we have here in Australia to have renewables backed by gas, backed by hydro, and backed by batteries. So that's the future.
So nuclear clearly is one of the big differences.
I mean, also, we've had some pretty huge solar breakthroughs that make solar way more viable. And seems like we could just do that instead in Australia, by and large.
On the table at this election, a lot of people want more detail about your plans, Mr. Dutton. One of the concerns is water. Nuclear power needs a lot more water than coal-fired power. Where will the water come from?
Well, David, there are already water allocations to each of the 7 sites that we've located. So coal-fired generation uses a lot of water now.
You need more for nuclear.
No, we've looked at the water allocation for each of those sites.
You don't think you need any more than...
We're comfortable with the analysis that we've done. But just to put this into perspective, so Frontier Economics is the most preeminent economist on energy in this country, used by the Labor Party, says, and this hasn't been questioned or hasn't been disputed by Chris Bowen or Anthony Albanese or Jim Chalmers. The independent analysis says that our model, our energy model, which includes nuclear out to 2050, costs $331 billion. It is $263 billion less. Well, just let me finish this point. $263 billion less than the government's own model. So that makes the government's model roughly $600 billion. Where's that coming from? The Prime Minister has signed up to a nuclear industry because we have 30 kilometres from here, Lucas Heights, which is a reactor and it deals with nuclear medicine. And we also obviously have the AUKUS deal.
You have competing costs. But just to be clear, you're saying no additional water is required. All those experts who say you'd need more for nuclear.
Well, David, a couple of points. I mean, we could spend all night on what I think is really important. Yes, but there are different, depending on the small module.
I mean, I do think that like maybe you could do like a nuclear desalination plant. I think that would probably be a pretty cool design, but that'd be a colossal engineering undertaking, you know?
Reactor as well, and obviously the size of the reactor as to the amount of water that's required.
But the large reactors you're talking about in Queensland, you've got one plan for Callide, one for Tarong. They'd be large nuclear reactors.
We have looked at each of the sites and we've done the analysis on the water allocations that are there now.
Sorry, are you saying they'd be small modular reactors?
I'm saying that there is a mix, as we've said, which starts in 2035 to 37. Now the Prime Minister, whispers out the side of his mouth that nuclear is not safe. He signed up to nuclear power for our submariners, and the Prime Minister, again, it's another example of just complete dishonesty in a debate which I think is worth having between adults.
I'm just trying to get some clarity on your plans here, Mr. Dutton. Just a moment. If local communities,
it does seem like people get automatically unfollowed from my channel on Twitch, and I have no idea why.
Local farmers or local communities where you've earmarked these nuclear plants to go, if they say no, and if the state government say no, which in Queensland the LNP government isn't on board, what happens? Do you override them?
Well, David, the Commonwealth obviously has powers, and we can exercise those powers if need be, but we can work with the state governments. In South Australia, the South Australian Premier has been very clear of his support for nuclear, as many figures within the union movement and in the Labor Party have as well.
So you don't override those
we'll work to find consensus. If we can't find consensus, then we'll do what's in our country's best interest. The Prime Minister conveniently in his talk he dropped out the word green hydrogen. Right, this used to be the underpinning, the base load requirement, which now, of course, is not a commercial reality. So in terms of timing, I think the PM's plan has unravelled somewhat.
Let me ask you, Mr. Albanese, about your plan. There are local concerns too about some elements of the renewables rollout, particularly offshore wind in places like the Hunter in New South Wales. What do you say to those locals and those local community concerns? Are you overriding them as well?
Well, that's why you need proper community consultation and environmental approvals. Some of the concern is not real. Whales being unable to steer their way around in the vast Pacific Ocean around a wind tower is not right. They've been extended further out.
Wait. Isn't there a hole in the ozone above Australia and New Zealand? No, we healed it up. We fixed it. Because humans are cool and, full of ingenuity and shit.
As a result of that community consultation process. But can I make this point, David, that Peter won't say the fact that every single state and territory government, none of them will support it, not just the LNP, the Liberal Party here in New South Wales, the Liberal Party in Victoria, don't support it. But that's not what's important. The most important thing is the private sector won't back it. That's why it has to be.
Can I stick to your plans now, Mr Albanese? You and Chris Bowen keep saying that renewables are the cheapest form of power. When will we see our power bills come down?
They are. Well, what we know is that renewables are the cheapest form of power, not because of what we say, but because of what the Australian Energy Market Operator says.
So when do the bills come down?
And what the market is delivering. See, Peter has to have government, state, taxpayer-funded proposal.
When will the bills come down, sir? Sir, when do the bills come down?
What we're dealing with here, during the former government, 24 out of 28 coal-fired power stations announced their closure. We need to get supply and certainty and energy security. We can't wait to the 2040s for a nuclear plant.
Just stick with your plan, Mr Albanese. When will the bills come down?
Under our plan, we know that renewables are the cheapest form of power, and that is why we are doing that, rolling it out, including through gas. Peter raised gas. Gas is now $13. It was $30.
And when we came cheaper?
When we came off, 13 is cheaper than 30.
When do we see the bills come down?
Well, what we need to do is to roll out renewables, make sure there's energy security, make sure it's backed up by batteries, by hydro and by gas. That is what all of the private sector is back.
The biggest problem with nuclear is you have to maintain a pro-nuclear government for the entire duration of its construction, 10 to 20 years.
True. You also have to be able to, at the very least, count on a sane government that will see the project through. I do support, I think maybe a better way forward with nuclear reactors would be like adopting some kind of like modular nuclear reactor factory, like kind of like an assembly line approach to creating nuclear reactors. I think that could maybe work a little bit better, but with certain designs anyway, not with every design. That would probably be a more efficient way of going about things, but that has its downsides too.
Backing and investing in, not using taxpayers' money to fund something that they never put forward the entire time they were in office. Meanwhile, coal-fired power stations, including the one in Callide at the moment, which is one of these nuclear sites that's broken down and isn't in operation at the moment.
Some states are extending the life of these coal-fired power stations.
But that is what is causing the increase in prices, is because of the uncertainty created by...
You're saying they shouldn't be doing it?
No. They need to ensure energy security. But what shouldn't have happened was 24 out of 28 coal-fired power stations announced their closure and no support for energy security during that time. And we can't afford to wait for the 2040s.
OK, let me ask you both a question about climate change. We get a lot of questions about the concerns that people have over more intense weather events, be it storms, fires, floods, particularly in your home state, Queensland, Mr Dutton. Do you accept that we are already seeing the impact of climate change?
Well, David, there's an impact. The question is what we can do about it as a population of 27 million people. So we should be good corporate citizens, good international neighbours, etc. But at the moment, China is building 2 coal-fired power stations a week. India obviously is burning a lot of fossil fuel. And what the government's doing, and Chris Bowen gave us...
Sorry, can we stick with your plans again here, Mr Dutton? I understand the propensity to get stuck into each other. You're agreeing we are seeing the impact of climate change?
I think you can see that there's an impact, David, but I don't... In my home state, you made reference to floods and natural disasters events. We were out in Thuggaminda the other day. That has been a part of the history of our state, of this country, and we need to...
Is it getting worse?
Well, I'll leave others to...
What do you think? You're a Queenslander?
I'll let scientists and others pass that judgment, but...
Really? You're not willing to say this is climate change happening right now?
Well, as the...
Does this man not believe in climate change? Does this man not believe in climate change? Is he a climate change denialist? How can you do that in Australia?
The just needed dumb indiscriminately nixing government overspending. Dingo will cut the Australian budget in half.
Oh my god, he does... How? Like, there are literally, like, island nations near Australia that would be, like, swallowed up by the sea.
The Prime Minister refused to do the other day to make comment in this regard as well. I don't know, David, because I'm not a scientist and I can't tell you whether the temperature has risen in Thuggaminda as a result of climate change or that the water levels are up in Thuggaminda's latest flood as a result of climate change. And I think the honest answer for most people is that they don't know. And there are scientists who can provide advice. What I need to do as the alternate Prime Minister in this country is to put forward our plan about how we're going to help families. We need to transition, and we've spoken about that with our zero emissions technology. But in relation to power costs, which I think is a really important issue before we move on, the Prime Minister promised $275 reduction per year at the last election. It has never eventuated. He never mentions the figure. And at least Chris Bowen was able to give you a straighter answer than what you just heard before, because power prices have gone up by $1,300, and they are making no commitments in this election other than if you vote Labor, your electricity and your gas prices
We've
will
moved
go
away
higher.
from the impact of climate change a little there, but Mr. Albanese.
Did you see the clip I sent you of him laughing about island nations sinking? I did, and I totally forgot that was him. God damn it.
We do know that people in a lot of these areas where we're seeing more severe impacts are really worried about the impact on their insurance premiums. One of our audience members, Ross, lives in Ballina. 3 years ago, his premium was less than $3,000. Now it's more than $6,000. I mean, that's unaffordable for many. What's the role of government here to help people in that situation?
Can I talk about the science and be a Prime Minister who backs it up? The science is very clear. It doesn't mean that every single weather event is because of climate change. It does mean that the science told us that the events would be more extreme and they'd be more frequent. And that is what we are seeing playing out, whether it be increased bushfires, increased flooding, these extreme weather events that are having an impact. So when we talk about the costs, this is one of the costs. The cost to our economy as well as the cost to our environment of not acting on climate change, of not being a part of the global solution are severe.
Okay, I want to move on. Let's turn to the global outlook and an issue that's certainly...
Yeah, Trump raised tariffs on China to 245 yesterday.
Flared in the last couple of days. Mr. Dutton, yesterday you jumped on reports that Russia had asked to base some of its military aircraft in Indonesia. You suggested this would represent a catastrophic failure of the Albanese government for not seeing this, not knowing that it was coming. You said the Indonesian president had publicly announced this Russian request when he had not. Indonesia says there won't be Russian planes based there. Do you admit you got that wrong?
Well, David, the reference I was making should have been to the President. It was in relation to sources from the Prabowo government.
So was that a mistake?
It was a mistake, and I'm happy to admit that what we got from the Indonesian authorities in the reports, and the Prime Minister commented on these reports yesterday as well, was that the sources inside the Prabowo government confirmed that was the case. Now, what we've seen in the last 12 hours or so is that the Russian envoy to Indonesia has confirmed that there have been discussions, and obviously there is a concerning closeness in that relationship. And I think the main point here is that the Prime Minister knew nothing of it, nothing of the concerns, nothing of the prospect. The Prime Minister found out about it through a news report, similarly to when the Chinese naval ship circumnavigates our country.
Also, can I just read you this quote from Donald Trump about the tariffs? Because, like, he's balking at the fact that he raised the tariffs to 245%. Just real quick, since someone brought it up. I just want this quote is ridiculous. I don't want them to go higher, because at a certain point you make it where people don't buy. So I may not want to go higher, or I may not want to even go up to that level. I may want to go less, because, you want people to buy. And at a certain point, people aren't going to buy. Like, I even hesitate to say that this is Donald Trump being dumb. I think that this is Donald Trump's brain just leaking out of his ears. I think he's gone. This is soup brain, soup brain. Hopefully what that indicates is that they're going to drop these tariffs down soon, because someone probably told him that, like, hey, you have a 245% tariff on anything is basically going to stop global trade, and we're going to get fucked. And not in a fun way. He has dementia. It would not surprise me if he was sundowning hard. Anyway, let's hope that Australia doesn't elect their very own sundowning president. And by president, I mean PM.
Country, and he doesn't know about all the detail until a Virgin pilot provides the detail.
Clearly, Mr. Albanese, there are expanding defence cooperations going on between Russia and Indonesia. They held some exercises in November, and just yesterday, Russia's Deputy Prime Minister met the Indonesian President in Jakarta. Does this concern you?
Well, that's an extraordinary double down from the alternative Prime Minister of Australia, who verbaled the Indonesian President yesterday. Indonesia will be the fourth largest economy in the world. They are an important partner of Australia. We have an important defence relationship with Indonesia as well. President Prabowo I regard as a personal friend, and we have good relations there. And the idea that you just throw out these comments is just extraordinary. And the fact that we just saw a double down on it as if there's nothing to see here just shows that there's no understanding of the need for diplomacy. Diplomacy means engaging seriously in a calibrated, serious way, treating Indonesia with respect, as we do other nations that we deal with.
Well, just quickly on that, you pointed out Indonesia is an important partner. You said President Subianto's a personal friend. Why haven't you been to Indonesia since he became president?
Because I've been here domestically, but the President I have spoken with, and the President was here just before his inauguration.
When did you last speak?
He's a regular visitor. We speak regularly.
Okay.
And
have you spoken about this, about their cooperation with Russia?
Well, I don't broadcast the private discussions, but we had discussions at the senior levels of government to government, confirmed that Peter says, why didn't we know something that didn't exist. And what didn't exist, and Indonesia has confirmed the idea of a base being used by the Russian Air Force in West Papua.
Do you accept that, Mr. Dutton?
No, I don't. I don't accept that. I think the Prime Minister's full of bluster here because he knows that he's got it wrong again in relation to national security. This is a government that's ripped $80 billion out of defence. And we've seen the relationship in relation to Indonesia and Russia grow closer. Now, Indonesia is an incredibly important partner. I met with the President-elect when he was out here, and I had a very good relationship with him as Defence Minister when we were both in that portfolio. I had a lot to do with the previous president in Indonesia as well. So we have a stable, solid relationship. But that means that if there is to be some change in the security settings in our region, that if there is respect for the Albanese government, of course there is not at the moment because they see this Prime Minister as weak, then why wouldn't there be a response, or why wouldn't there be, even to the Foreign Minister, to the Defence Minister, to say, this is well, I think it's an important point.
Peter's suggesting that there should be a response to something that isn't happening. And this is the second of the failures that we've seen of diplomacy and of mature responses to international issues just during this campaign. When President Trump made the announcement that every single country in the world will be hit with tariffs, the alternative Prime Minister suggested that we should put defence and our defence relationship with the United States on the bargaining table, and it took John Howard to intervene to point out how unwise that would be.
We've made it 40 minutes in, and finally Donald Trump's name gets mentioned. He's not in this room, but he of course has a big influence on the future of Australia and the world. He has hit Australia with the 10% tariff. He started a trade war with China. He's treating friends and allies with disdain. Mr. Dutton, to you first. Do you trust this president?
Well, David, I said in relation to President Trump that I thought the scenes that we saw coming out of the White House, the treatment of President Zelensky was a disgrace, that it was appalling. And I stand by those comments. And we need to have a very strong working relationship with the United States. Of course we do.
Do you trust him, was the question?
Well, we trust the United States, and I don't know the President. I've not met him. The Prime Minister obviously has been able to.
So you're not willing to say you trust Donald Trump?
I don't know Donald Trump is my point. My point is that who I trust is the Australian people. My job is to stand up for our country's interests, which is what I did when we negotiated the AUKUS deal with President Biden.
Okay. Mr. Albanese, do you trust Donald Trump?
Yeah, I have no reason not to. I've had a couple of...
I mean, I think you have plenty of reasons not to, like all of his recent actions and words.
Discussions with him. In the last discussion, we agreed on a series of words that he would give consideration, great consideration.
We agreed on a series of words? What does that mean, dog?
The words that he used, and he did that. In the end, he made a decision as part of the US administration to put these tariffs on every country. We got the lowest amount, but we made it very clear that that was an act of self-harm by the United States. The United States enjoys a trade surplus with Australia. So all this will do is put up costs for American consumers.
Just while we're at it, do you trust China's president, Xi Jinping?
I have no reason not to either. In terms of the discussions that we have had, as one-on-one discussions have been important. China's our major trading partner. 1 in 4 Australian jobs depends upon trade. It is in Australia's national interest to have a good economic relationship with China. We have different political systems, and that means different values, and we have very different values with China. But what I've said is we'll cooperate where we can, we'll disagree where we must, but we'll engage in our national interest.
Mr. Dutton, do you trust Xi
Well,
Jinping?
David, I don't know the president of China, but I believe very strongly in the relationship that we have because of the reasons the Prime Minister outlines. It's important for our economic stability and our sovereignty. In government, we negotiated 11 free trade agreements. This government's only been able to negotiate 1. Of the 11, 1 was with China. I want to see the relationship grow, and I want to see trust in the relationship, but we have to stand up for our sovereignty. We have to have a respectful relationship. I had a very good meeting with the Premier from China when he was out only a couple of months ago, and we can build the relationship.
Do you trust him?
Well, I spoke to him across the table, so I haven't done business with him and shaken hands and seen whether somebody's honoured that deal, but I don't have any reason to distrust him.
Can I make the point that in the agreements that I've reached with Premier Lee, they have all resulted in precisely what was agreed on both sides, and now, as a result of that, $20 billion of trade with China has been restored.
Okay, a lot of people are
because of the free trade agreement that we signed.
Okay, a lot of people
it didn't operate for the entire time in which your last term. There were no discussions.
Well, again,
there was no contact, no phone calls, no meetings, no trade.
Well, there was a diplomatic freeze.
Well, in terms of the trade relationship, it was something that we established through the free trade agreement.
It did stop.
Well, there were difficulties in relation to 5G, David. So talk about that period.
God, he's getting shinier. The lights must be hot. His poor thumb skin is perspirating.
Decision as a government to exclude high-risk vendors from 5G because we wanted to protect our telecommunications system. China was upset in relation to that. If the Prime Minister is suggesting, because it was a bipartisan position at the time, that wasn't an appropriate step for us to take in our national interests, then he probably should say
Let's come back to Donald Trump. It's a while since you've had a conversation. We've had this tariff put on us of 10% plus the tariffs on steel and aluminium. You've suggested some sort of deal around critical minerals is on the table, the critical minerals reserve, strategic reserve. What is that, Mr. Albanese, and what exactly are you offering Donald Trump?
Well, we'll engage diplomatically, not through a TV interview, but we have put forward a proposition to the United States. The United States have put forward publicly their complaints about Australia. We won't budge on the pharmaceutical benefit scheme. We won't budge on biosecurity issues. We won't budge on the media bargaining code. We will stand up for Australia's national interests because that is important. So we'll continue to engage with the United States.
You said this yourself about critical minerals reserve being put on the table.
That's right.
So what is it?
Well, a critical minerals reserve is just that. It's a reserve of the critical minerals and rare earths, which Australia has an abundance of. We have the entire periodic table here.
You can have it. You can have it at a discount.
Well, we will negotiate. The United States is very keen to get access.
We have the entire periodic table here. Like, sounds like a flex, but the kind of flex that, like, the nerdiest kid in your high school would make. You know? Like, the kind of kid who comes to school is like, look at my rare element collection. I've got all the periodic table here, guys. And like, yeah, that's objectively cool. Like, how the fuck did you get some Americanium in there? But like, at the same time, no one in your school is going to be impressed. It's not having people talk about how cool and they're not going to be singing your praises, you know? That's kind of Albo all over. He's not wrong, though. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Like, I'm very unimpressed by his presentation, but like a lot of the things he brings up are genuinely like good points, you know, or like they would marginally improve things, but like, and like the reason he kowtows to Trump is because he's genuinely, that's what you have to do as a world leader if you want to not get hit with exorbitant tariffs that will disrupt global trade. You know, like it's necessary. It's just unimpressive. And I imagine that's how a lot of people in Australia feel.
To critical minerals and rare earths, the trade dispute with China is particularly concerning to many in the US economy.
So we reserve this for the United States?
Well, we'll negotiate with the United States rather than with you, David, with respect.
I'm going to try. Respect. Mr. Dutton, you've said you'd get a deal very...
Also, speaking of like tariffs in China, apparently Donald Trump and China are in talks for a tariff deal. So that'd be great if that actually comes through. It would save a lot of people a lot of suffering here in the US and globally.
Very quickly with Donald Trump, that he dropped these tariffs. No other leaders managed this. How do you plan to pull this one off?
Well, we did actually. In the 45th presidency, when President Trump was first elected, we were able to negotiate as a government then an outcome where Australia was exempt.
So how would you do it now?
Well, again, as we did...
Malcolm Turnbull at the time,
well, as we did last time,
it's a lot harder now.
As we did last time, we were able to leverage relationships. Unfortunately, sadly for our country, Ambassador Rudd can't get into the West Wing and can't get a conversation.
What does leverage the relationships mean in practice?
Well, it means, as we did last time, David, we look at people with whom we have a relationship, contacts both within the West Wing, within the administration, and those external to the administration. The trouble is that Anthony didn't think that Donald Trump was going to be elected and put nothing into the relationship. And unfortunately, Australia, our beef producers and others are now facing this 10% tariff. And
so you've got closer ties with the Trump administration?
I think we have the ability, as we demonstrated before, to talk to the administration. And the mistruth that was spoken before by the Prime Minister about John Howard, the point I make, which is, I think, accepted by most sensible people, is that, as John Howard agrees with, we should be doing everything we can to enhance the relationship, to make our two countries stronger together. We've been with the United States for the last 100 years.
It sounds like your answer to this is because you've got closer relationships with the Trump team, you'd be able to get a deal.
We have, I think, a capacity demonstrated. We've already done that, David, and we demonstrated it in the first presidency that we were able to get an exemption when other countries weren't. Right. So all I'm saying is that...
So everyone else in the world can't get it, you would?
Well, as you know, when other countries were slapped with the tariff last time, we were exempt from it under a coalition government.
Oh my God. This all feels like... This all feels like, yes, but under me, he'd hit us less. And it's just very bizarre. I'm so sorry to like the entire world as an American. Like, I'm real sorry. Please don't follow in our footsteps. He's so slippery. And he's like Frank Reynolds from that one episode of Always Sunny. And you know exactly which episode I mean. Okay?
So plenty of...
Also, can I just say about this this article about the US and China apparently in talks for a trade deal? It's so painfully obvious from what he's saying that like Donald Trump called China. Asked by Scott if Xi had reached out to Trump to initiate a conversation, Trump replied, "Well, you'd think it's pretty obvious that he has, but we will talk about that soon. It's not that important because honestly, we're going to have a deal. I believe we're going to have a deal with China. And if we don't, we're going to have a deal anyways because we're going to set a certain target. That's going to be it." Asked whether the Chinese have reached out since Trump raised the retaliatory tariff against China to 145%, Trump said, a lot. I mean, a lot. All the time we're talking. When asked whether he'd spoken to his Chinese counterpart, Trump said, I don't want to say, I don't want to say that. It's just not appropriate. But when pressed, he obfuscated when asked whether he had actually spoken to his counterpart. I mean, I've never said whether or not they've happened, but I have a very good relationship with President Xi, and I think it's going to continue. And I would say they've reached out a number of times. And I just feel like someone who doubles down on the amount of times that they've been reached out to like that, it's very clear that he reached out to them. A girl's got to have a few secrets.
Others. This time, no one's got an exemption.
Well,
Do you reckon you could?
we've got an ambassador now who can't get a phone call to the president. We had an ambassador who used to play golf.
No one could get a phone call to the president. What the fuck are you talking about? His brain's soup. Nothing gets in there.
With him. We have people in Washington who have worked for coalition governments, people who have worked for the Australian government. I think there is the ability to do a deal. The point I was making in relation to defence is that the Americans came to our aid in the Battle of the Coral Sea. We've stood with America through every battle. It is an incredible relationship. I think in relation to critical minerals, you can look at offtake agreements, you can look at supply chain assurity for the United States so that their weapon systems and their guided weapons can be constructed. And that is a critical part of what I think we can bring to the table. It's not a threat, it's about how you can enhance the relationship, which seems to have escaped this government.
Just a quick one. You're both on a unity ticket when it comes to AUKUS by the sounds of it. You want to stick with it, despite the volatility created by Donald Trump. Is there a need for any contingency planning at defence, though, if Elon Musk, for example, advises Trump that the shipbuilding industry can't cope with sharing submarines with Australia? Mr. Albanese, do we need some contingency planning?
Man, Elon Musk doesn't know shit about any of that. Like, why? Everyone go out to more Tesla takedown protests, okay? I know we've talked about Elon Musk a bit less recently than usual, but like, that's probably because his Tesla sales are continuing to tank, and he's scared of being public now. But like, seriously, it is bizarre and ridiculous that a debate over leadership in another country should revolve around whether Elon Musk may offhandedly say something about nuclear submarines, a thing he knows nothing about.
Planning?
No, because this is in the interests of both Australia and the United States and the United Kingdom as well.
So no contingency plans. All the chips are on AUKUS.
This is in the interests of the US. We have. I've been on a US sub there in WA that's been docked, a nuclear-powered submarine.
Hey, carpet pack.
There are Australian mariners working on that submarine.
Are they keeping him out of the spotlight? My guess is that he's keeping himself out of the spotlight because he saw that his the Tesla sales in California dropped by like 50%.
We have people in the United States, in the United Kingdom, working on the AUKUS project, and it has bipartisan support. And what is extraordinary is a questioning of that does nothing to advance Australia's national interests. The important thing about international relations is that you shouldn't try to score domestic political points through it.
Look, I want to turn to
just on that point.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, Erica, that's a really good point. Like, I imagine the administration is keen on keeping him out of the spotlight because of Wisconsin and like the special elections. But I imagine he's also keen on staying out of the spotlight because, merciless mockery 24/7, and also like his company is cratering. And if that stock price falls too low, he's fucked.
So when the Prime Minister sneakily says to an audience when he thinks he's not being watched that nuclear is unsafe, what does that say to our American partners when we've got our sailors, our submariners on submarines, on the Virginia class?
Are you suggesting I signed? I went to San Diego. I signed with President Biden the agreements on
You're seeking cheap political
nuclear-powered
what
submarines.
What the government hasn't done, which has been noticed by the United States, they have invested into AUKUS and they have invested into Pillar 2 of AUKUS. They've cannibalised Army, Navy and Air Force to pay for some of the first payments. There's no line item for it.
It's complete nonsense. We have increased defence spending by $57 billion. We had a Defence Strategic Review that found, put simply, that we need more things that go bang. And that's why we have guided missiles that we're not just buying, we're actually going to make them here in Australia, and that manufacturing begins this year. Okay. We have had serious discussions with the United States going back to the Biden administration about critical minerals, about the role that it plays in industry, and we have engaged constructively, and it doesn't assist to try to score a political point on what is something that we backed. We backed when the Morrison government came up with this proposal. We backed it and we put meat on the bones.
Let me come back to your campaigning. Neither of you have visited an Indigenous community so far in this election campaign. Mr. Dutton, what are Indigenous Australians to make of that?
Well, I can point to many trips that we've made to East Arnhem.
Like, just real quick, I just want to share this one headline with you guys, because this is not things going well in the U.S. stock market. Hey, Australia, don't elect this man, because otherwise you'll get this. You'll get this fucking economic travesty unfolding.
Arnhem Land to Alice Springs, to many communities across the country, David. The campaign isn't just made up of the last 15 days or whatever it's been. It's made up of our term over the last 3 years. We went to Alice Springs and we spoke to a lot of people after The Voice in particular, where people were devastated because the practical assistance promised by the Prime Minister hasn't been delivered, and the country was divided, or the attempt was made to divide our country on The Voice. So I think the Prime Minister, I think the government's done a lot of damage in relation to this area of public policy.
Let's look at where it's left us. I want to show you this. This is from the latest Closing the Gap data. The suicide rate amongst Indigenous Australians, the line on top, and non-Indigenous Australians, the line at the bottom. The gap is getting wider. And this is kids in out-of-home care. Once again, Indigenous kids, the top line, non-Indigenous kids, the bottom line. That gap is just not budging. It's getting a little worse as well. Mr. Albanese.
Jesus Christ. The suicide rate is double?
Neither side of politics has been able to close these gaps. What's your plan now to fix this?
Sure. Neither side of politics has done well enough for First Nations people. That's just a fact. And that's something that breaks my heart. But what we did post-referendum was I went to Gama. I spoke about economic empowerment of Indigenous people. So we have a series of programs. Firstly, taking what was essentially a work for the dole scheme, creating real jobs with real training and real outcomes. There's something like 40,000 Indigenous people, for example, have benefited from free TAFE. We're putting additional funds into health, particularly areas like dialysis. We have a 10-year program on remote housing, on education. We are pumping record funding into schools, and that particularly will benefit areas like Cape York and the Northern Territory, Indigenous schools as well.
And in terms of the Uluru Statement, which called for a voice and treaty and truth-telling, have you now moved on from that completely?
Well, I went to Gama and I spoke about what our priorities were, and I spoke to you on the day that I gave that speech. We accept the decision of the Australian people in that referendum.
You've now moved on from all of that?
Well, we accept the decision that was made, David. We put forward a proposition that was asked for. We took up the gracious request of First Nations people made at Uluru in 2017.
And now, Mr Dutton, you, during that Voice campaign, agreed that the current system isn't working for Indigenous Australians. If it's not working, how would you fix it?
Well, I think it's heartbreaking to see those figures, and I share the sentiment of the Prime Minister that despite both sides of government over a long period of time, we've both been in Parliament over 20 years, there's been, in every discussion I've had, in every expenditure review committee in government, in opposition, a desire to invest as much money as is required to see those terrible outcomes improve, and it hasn't.
There's a desire to invest as much money as necessary to see those outcomes improve, and yet we keep using that money in not those ways. It's weird. It's weird.
Happened. And as Jacinta Price has pointed out, there is a lot of concern about the way in which programs are delivered within communities. And yet there are some amazing stories where you see 90% attendance rates at school, you see a functioning society where people are going to work, where housing is available, where there are much better health outcomes. And there is a leadership aspect within some of those communities, which is exemplary and to be held up as a great opportunity in other communities. So I think we need to accept that whilst those figures are devastating, as we point out, there are some examples where we have seen dramatic improvements. How can we replicate and scale that up?
Look, a final one before we hear your closing statements. We do hear a lot from both of you in this campaign about how dire things would be for Australia if the underbloke wins. And maybe that's just the nature of campaigning, but you two have known each other a very long time. I've witnessed you both over the dispatch box in Parliament. You're able to have a chat. You seem to get on. I just want to ask...
I don't want you to overstate it. It's a bit of kiss of death for both of us.
What I wanted to ask is, would it really be a disaster for the country, or is this just a bit of political hype if the other guy won? Mr Albanese?
I think there are very different values that we have. I can have a private discussion with Peter. I can call him round to the office, and he does so regularly. And my office is open to every member of Parliament. But I don't take this personally. But I have a very different view of Australia. And I think that Peter has taken his party to a more conservative bent than it has ever been. And I want very much to be able to continue the work that our government's been able to achieve.
All right, Mr Dunn.
Well,
and yeah, it's also quite bad here in the United States. It's not quite double, but like, damn, it's not good.
David, on matters of national security or issues that are important for our country, the Prime Minister and I can have a conversation and have on a number of occasions to find a bipartisan position to advance that cause. But as Anthony points out, we've got different visions and different pathways, and it really hurts me to see young Australians completely locked out of the housing market. It hurts me to see young families putting off having kids under this government. And the reason the Prime Minister is running a scare campaign at the moment is that he doesn't want to talk about the reality of the last 3 years, which has been a failure for our country. And the 30,000 small businesses behind every one of those stories is somebody who's lost their home, somebody who's lost their life savings or their job. And I have a vision where we can run our economy successfully so we can help people up and provide support to them.
And so far, the main takeaway I seem to get from him is we're going to do amazing trade deals, and also we're going to take money out of, we're going to allow you to take money out of your retirement, so that won't backfire.
I am disappointed that this doesn't meet my stereotypes of Australia. Where's the giant spider party? Why is none of the parties running a talking kangaroo for Prime Minister?
Yeah, I googled a giant spider party to see like what they were up to, and you know, I didn't find anything, sadly. I did, however, find this really rad image of a gigantic light up spider, and that's pretty cool. I don't think this is in Australia though. I think it's just on Amazon. And in case you're wondering, but Jack, I don't see any bananas in that picture for scale. It's a 78-inch jumbo, scary, giant Halloween light-up spider. That is how it is sold on Amazon. So there you go. I'm horrified. I think it's pretty neat. I'd vote for it over these two.
And to keep our country safe.
All right, time for your closing statements, Mr.
That's our Governor
David,
General.
as we go to the 3rd of May, people need to reflect on what's happened in our country, in your lives over the course of the last 3 years. And as I said in my opening remarks, can you answer the question, are you better off today than you were 3 years ago? And for the vast majority of Australians, the answer is no. We have a positive plan for our country. We have a desire to manage our economy. And if people vote for the Liberal and National parties at the next election, we'll successfully manage the economy to clean up Labor's mess. We'll bring inflation down, which brings interest rates down. We'll restore the dream of home ownership. If Australians vote for the Liberal and National Party candidates at the next election, they'll get a 25-cent reduction in the price of petrol and diesel and $1,200 back the tax that you've paid to help you cope with the pressures that you're under at the moment. I want to make sure that we can invest into defence and make sure...
Vote for Shelob? Yeah, unironically... Shelob is based as hell. Okay? Vote for Shelob? Are you telling me you wouldn't vote for that sexy spider woman? And now you all might be saying, but Jack, what the hell are you talking about? Shelob was a gigantic, nasty spider. Why would you call her sexy? And look, all I'm saying here is that Shelob is kind of a hottie. I'm trying to find a good image to really display it, but all of the images are not great. Here we go. Look, all I'm saying is she don't look like a thumb, and I think that's an improvement.
That we can take crime seriously and reduce the problem of crime as it exists in our communities, in our suburbs, across the country. My vision for our country is to make us a safer, more prosperous nation. And on the 3rd...
Am I into spider ladies? No. I'm not into sexy spider women. I no. Don't you dare put that on me, chat. I'm not into sexy spider women. Stop it. I would never.
of May, I ask for the support of the Australian people.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Mr. Albanese, your closing statement.
This election is a real choice, a choice between Labor's plans to build Australia's future and the Coalition's plans for cuts when it comes to education. We have schools funding, childcare, making it more affordable, our universities accord, or a plan to get rid of free TAFE, to cut schools like happened last time with $30 billion of cuts on Medicare will strengthen it. You know, people know that we believe in Medicare, and they know that the last time they were in government, and Peter was the health minister, they tried to introduce an abolition of bulk billing. That is a choice that they have. On climate change...
All I'm saying is that itsy bitsy spider can climb up my web. Bam chicka wow wow.
Tonight. No acceptance of the science of climate change. We accept it and we're acting on it with renewables backed by gas, batteries, and making sure that we deliver on climate change and on renewable energy. When it comes to agenda issues that we didn't confront today, we've had a women's health program, the most significant that we have had. We have had paid parental leave. We have had a gender program that puts women at the centre of our economic and social agenda, and the coalition have not done anything on any of those issues. On our place in the world, we need to have a considered approach, a diplomatic approach, not the shoot from the hip approach that we've seen during this campaign.
Thank you both very much for joining us this evening. We do wish you well for the remainder of the campaign. Do stay with us. Thank you for joining us at home. And after this debate, some post-match analysis with the special insiders hosted by Patricia Carvelis. Good night.
That was, honestly, that was kind of fascinating. Thank you for encouraging me to cover that. Like, I know I didn't have that many insights and I mostly shit posted a lot, but like, I thought that was fun and insightful, and I like knowing a bit more about the Australian political space. And please, for the love of God, either vote for the giant spider or I guess the not so great neolib guy, Albanese. Okay, vote for him. Good luck, Oss. Indeed. Thanks for covering it. It was really interesting to hear your takes as someone outside of our politics. I'm glad. I don't know like the terminology necessarily as well as somebody who lives in Australia, obviously, but like it is interesting to see like the whole political spectrum still apply. Like it's interesting to see Australia's embrace of neoliberalism and how that compares like here in the United States. But yeah, my understanding is that vote for Greens, okay? Wait, did you tell us which Canadian to vote for? Yeah, Jagmeet Singh. Post-match analysis. Come on, this ain't soccer here. Yeah, you're right. It's football. Just noticed that the light bar for the back of Jack's setup is in blue for once. I turned it pink. It's been a pinkish purple for like the last several streams. Yeah, play some footy. Play some cutesy footies. In Australia, that's what they call it. They call the sport of football cutesy footies. That's real Australian slang right there. Yeah, don't let Poliver benefit from the ticket split. If you have to vote
Thanks for covering Australian politics.
You're welcome, Matthew H. Thank you for the $10 Australian. Yeah, be pragmatic with your approach in the Canadian elections. Jagmeet Singh everywhere, but if you gotta suck it up and vote for what's his butt, the guy who isn't the crazy Quebecois guy or the Poliver. Patrick Lucas, thank you for the membership over on YouTube. And I have been noticing the increased gifted memberships over on YouTube have yielded a much greener YouTube chatting space with people able to post peepos every which way. So I appreciate you guys doing the hard work of spreading memberships around. Okay, but like, you have to understand, I do not care about how to pronounce that conservative's name. Yes, Carney. If you have to, vote for Carney, the liberal. Also, Paladin, thank you for the earlier $10 dono.
I'm running for PM of Australia under the Bogan Party. Boxed wine for everybody, and a tax cut for every ibis killed.
Jesus Christ. Honestly, that would probably win you the election, right? Call Pierre Pipi, we all do. That's much easier and funnier. I'm here for it. Anyway, that's my coverage of the Australian elections, despite All evidence of the last minute or so to the contrary. There, we did it. We did it. We finished coverage. Any Australian knows it's called goon. Calling it boxed. Wait, you guys, why are you calling boxed wine goon? Here, if you're gooning, it means you're like edging yourself for hours sexually. You call it a goon sack? That's so much worse. Don't call it a goon sack. Is that the only debate? I mean, I'm sure there have been others, but it's the one we're covering right now. Because we built different. They not like us. Folks, we've been going for 3 hours and 47 minutes. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. And also, please again, like the stream. Let's see how we doing on the likes. Do I have to get on your asses? Guys, we need 19 more likes to hit 250. I think you guys can do it. I believe of you and in you. Let's go. There are 351 of you in YouTube chat. I think you guys can get 19 likes. I believe in your abilities. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chat is toning me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oi, mate. I just had the best goon sesh. It seemed to last for hours. Hits way differently in Australia.
God. God. Gooning in the mouth has a wildly different meaning in Australia. Oh no. Oh no. Phrasing. You did. Okay, I'll do 5 more arm curls to redeem myself. Oh my god. You guys are killing me. My arms are going to be so toned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Its derivative of flagon or flagoon. 4. Oof. I have Gypsy Vegan. It's a really good TED Talk. I unfortunately can't play any clips from it because that will get DMCA'd almost instantly. I do have to say that there was something I wanted to talk about. But you know what? Let's talk about it. So, folks, there is a post going around of this white lady who talks about how her first experience at a protest, and like she gave it like an 8 out of 10 as an experience, and she kind of was like, oh, here are the 3 things that would make this protest better. And I've seen this post getting flamed all over the place, and I have a hot take. I think that I think that her take is all right, you know. And there are just 3 main points here, okay? And I've seen a lot of criticism of this, and I don't want to call anyone out in particular, but like, there's some bad takes on this, and I am just going to like advocate a little bit, okay? So, number 1, she brought her kid to the protest, and like the protest for her kid was kind of boring, and so she was like, it'd be nice if there was like some kind of bouncy castle or something, like entertain the kiddos. And just on that first point, right? Like, for various logistical reasons, you're not going to get a bouncy castle, but like, in any protest movement, you're going to have like if you can have protests that are large enough and safe enough for white women to bring their children, that's good. That's actually the sign of a really strong protest. Like, if a bunch of white ladies bring their kids and police see that, they are far less likely to act up. In a way, they're almost like a shield, like a magic talisman that repels police violence. Okay, I think that is actually pretty. That's a pretty good thing, right? Additionally, I think that there are, in, how do I put this? Protests have anatomy, right? Like, you have people at the front who are angry, who are, pushing, who might be like a bit more antagonistic towards cops, etc. But then you have, people leading chants and responding to them, singing songs sometimes, etc. But I think that there is room for like people, to do like childcare activities, like singing children's songs for kids, or getting them to sing protest songs that are more accessible for children, entertaining them and like being able to engage them in protests, So like, I think that's fine and good. And if people are like, oh, well, I would never bring my kid to a protest, I understand that. But like, let me put it this way. If a white lady and her kid get pepper sprayed, that's going to make national news. Okay. And that's good. That optically helps us a lot, actually, if we want to like build a stronger protest movement. And so like, I understand like kind of like the idea that protest is a place to be like serious, and like the stakes here are existential. Lives are on the line, right? Yeah, there are lots of easy camp games to bring for kiddos. Yes, exactly, Void Critter. But also that isn't really like, things can be existential and you can still involve like children. For example, like there are a lot of people who would not be able to go to a protest without bringing their kids. If you can make it an environment where they can bring their kids, more people are going to go to the protest. And that's only a good thing. Part of protesting is getting as many bodies as possible out on the streets. There are lots of kids out here holding signs. Yeah. It makes for good pictures when even kids are like, and videos, when even kids are coming out there, and it makes it so much harder for the people who are so eager to paint us as terrorists. And keep in mind, these folks do want to paint every protester as a terrorist. They already tried that with Tesla Takedown, and it didn't really stick because, in part, a bunch of white ladies with kids at these protests. Okay? So that's my first statement. Like, I agree, like, bouncy castle's kind of out there, but like, if you're just someone who's never been to a protest before, like, you might not know or might not have thought through that that's not logistically possible. But there are other things that protests can do, to facilitate this. Also, you get a kid on the news saying, I want a future or some such thing, media gold. Exactly. Her second point was that, she brought a sign and people laughed and she made friends. And I've been seeing people talk about how like, protesting is serious business. It's not your social circle. And it's like, wait a minute. Part of protesting is networking. is building community, building solidarity. When you do that, you build bonds between people, you build friendships, you like learn about each other, you care about each other, you want to help each other. Like that's what protesting is. And by all of us going to these protests together, we build those bonds, and it means we can keep each other safe. Like I understand, like, this isn't necessarily like your white wine mom social club, but like you want the white wine moms to show up. You know, like that's good. Getting more people out is good. Having it have like a more laid back and relaxed atmosphere is good, because not everyone can be angry all the time, you know? Not everyone can do that. And also, again, optically, it helps if people are having fun. It helps a lot. It does not mean the movement is weak. It does not mean it is faltering in its purpose or its goal if it is also bringing people together and forming friendships. Okay? And I understand, right? Like, what we're up against is really scary, and it's really intimidating, and a lot of people are really scared and intimidated. But like, one of the best ways to make people not scared or intimidated and to welcome them into the protest, you know, one of those ways is anger. Anger can overcome fear and get people out, you know? But on the flip side, you get a lot more people out if they view it as a lower risk and more of a fun activity, you know? That's gonna get more people out. And if people get used to going to protests, they're more likely to show up to, you know, protests when things get harder, when the state cracks down a little bit, you know? Also, the more different people you can rub up together, united in a cause, the more you erode things like racism and bigotry. It's good for society. Exactly. Exactly. Like, a joyful protest is much harder to paint as like a scary opposition to people like conservatives, especially if like you got like the wine moms going and it's like, oh man, but well, you know, Donald Trump is trying to say these are all terrorists, but Stacey went to one of those protests last week, and I love drinking wine with Stacey on Sundays. And it's just like, you understand how like that works, right? Like, part of protesting is ratcheting up that pressure in a wide variety of ways, not just through masses of people turning up into the streets angrily. It's the masses of people just turning out into the streets because they care in some capacity. Because if they're turning out because they care, even if it's relatively easier, they can be made to care a lot more. And then finally, the third point that I saw people dunking on her for was, she was like, you know, I think it could have used more singing. And like, again, some of the feedback I saw was like, well, people sing at protests because, you know, they're dealing with like the oppression that they have been facing. You know, they're channeling all of their misery and the oppression of the state, and they're coping with it through song and dance. And it's just like, but a thing can serve multiple purposes. You know, like, some of the most popular protest songs of all time in like the workers' rights movement are upbeat. You know? They are about hope. They are about moving forward. And this woman wasn't saying like, oh, we need to sing like Katy Perry tunes or something. Like, she's talking about like, just, you know, more songs would have been nice. And like, song is such a great means of protest. It's a way of keeping people engaged. It's a way of, keeping people focused. It's a way of keeping people working together. And like, so much of the complaints I saw about this, or criticisms I saw towards this woman, were like painting as like it as like white person nonsense. And like, to a degree, it was like definitely like kind of coming from a place of like white privilege for sure. But at the same time, like, that white privilege can be used for good to help the protest movement.
Looking go the Baltic countries doing the singing revolution, or the Black Panthers using songs as a means of communication.
Yeah, and I just was like, this lady is getting so much flack, and all I can think of is just like, any revolution worth having is one with dancing. And similarly, any revolution worth having is one with singing. It's a way of organizing everyone together in a fun way. Like, you don't have to be doing like, I don't know, cultural appropriation when you sing songs, but like you sing workers' rights songs. Sing Solidarity Forever. Sing like so many different songs about like working together and standing in as one. All you fascists bound to lose. Like it does no good to treat it as a solemn, almost death march. I don't understand some people on the left who want things to be serious at the detriment of its success, of the movement's success. Does that make sense? I don't get it. That was one of the things about church that is actually bonding.
In the book,
it's the music.
Rules for
Yeah.
Radicals, the author said that if people aren't having fun, they won't do stuff. Protesting should be fun to get people out.
Exactly. And also, different people are good at different things. Like, I think, for example, it's great if people bring different skill sets to a protest. Some people might have skills with like managing children or entertaining children. Other people might have skills that lend themselves to yelling at cops on the front line. Other people might have skills that are not related to being in kind of that vanguard of a protest, but they might have like good grilling skills and a lot of Costco meat, and they just show up and make like burgers for people. Like, that helps. Protests need food to fuel them. Protests need, people to sing. They need people dancing. They need people like celebrating all of the forces that brought them together. And I think that that's lovely. That's one of the best parts about protests, the way it brings people together in solidarity. And I understand that, like, in certain circumstances, that might take away from, like, the focus of the protest, but, like, everyone's coming out there for one specific reason. And I think, I think it's easy to get distracted from stuff like how we are perceived when things are so dire, because we just want the results. But part of getting the results is, being perceived by the wider public in a certain way. And if you have a protest where the elderly can come, where children can come, where you got like a bunch of folks using their privilege, weaponizing their privilege to like help the message reach more people, I think that is only a good thing. I don't like the performative activist being a real thing. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. But like, generally speaking, all I'm saying is that I think making it more party-like is good, as long as there is a maintenance of the protest ethos. You know, I think it's a lot harder, for example, to shut down Pride when you have families going and when you have like it being more of a welcoming family atmosphere. I think it's a lot harder to shut down Pride under those circumstances. You know? And Pride is one long ongoing protest movement for the last like 60 years. And like, I think that's one of its strengths, you know? And I think that that's good. I actually don't know how to describe it. Are you thinking of like Britta from Community? Someone who virtue signals about protesting but doesn't actually do much? Or like who virtue it polices how other people should engage in protest without like, you know, thinking about the wider ramifications of how protest works? How will Pride go this time with Trump in charge? It's going to keep going. People are going to show up. The only way they stop Pride is if, you know, the police crack down. And then they're going to be, again, there are going to be videos and images of like police pepper spraying children. And that is not going to end well for their goal of stopping or suppressing Pride. If you're complaining about the kind of people showing up to your protest not being as radically liberated as you, instead of the need to get more people out, then you just want the appearance of activism, not to actually achieve a difference. I think that's kind of where I'm at. You know, like I want to achieve goals with these protests. And I think the best method in this kind of broad-based protest movement that is being built is to include as many people as possible. And like, if we start seeing more violent crackdowns, then obviously less children will show up because people want to protect their kids. But like right now, if we can like have these peaceful protests and get out there and make like noise, and we can protect one another by like having the biggest possible movement we can get, like that's good. That is good. I do like that idea, Duck Authority. I just think that for whatever reason, this post went viral, and I just don't see anything really that objectionable about it. I think underlying the entire thing is a desire to weaponize privilege for good, and that's I think only a good thing. More people should be doing that. And like, yeah, you're not gonna get a bouncy castle, okay? But like, maybe we could get some drag queens reading stories to children. I mean, if you got big protests going on, like if you've got big enough protests going on, like there are going to be calmer areas of the protest where that can happen, you know? I'm just, that's just one idea, you know? Anyway, I'm petering out. That's just all the thoughts I had on that. Cut those ladies some slack. They're trying, especially if that's their first protest and they're planning to do more. There's no need to like try and squash their enthusiasm. Oh, to be clear, Lady Raincloud, I wasn't responding to someone who was doing that on Blue Sky. It was some larger criticism, but I do not want to go into that. There were also people on like Blue Sky, but like, whatever. Oh, I know it wasn't directed at me. Yeah, not every protest has to get tear gassed, and in fact, it'd be better if like we were able to achieve our goals and not get tear gassed. You know? But like, if you have the story of a bunch of like elderly people being tear gassed and children, like that's gonna go pretty far in America. That story's gonna have legs. Donald Trump, the authoritarian, tear gassed children and elderly. More at 11. Whoo! All right. God, there is so much to do and talk about. I feel... Okay, so let's do some real talk about the state of the channel. One thing I need to start doing more is I need to start including more Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, Megyn Kelly, Anna Kasparian. Like, I need to start including more of like this kind of rotation of conservative influencers, because I've noticed that that's really what brings in a lot of the views on my YouTube VODs, my YouTube channel. And like, I know that that is not going to be super fun. TYT is finally out of the rotation. I mean, you know, until they have another conservative take. I'm not going to be talking about like their internal drama anymore, but like TYT is absolutely like, I consider it a conservative outlet. I actually still get some of their like fundraising like emails. And they sent out one that was like, trust us, we're not going conservative. It was very funny. God. Can we vote? I will consider it. I don't think I'm going to do it today. I think we might end stream by going over Indivisible's latest discussion about like action we can take, just because I know that story about Kilmar Abrego Garcia got a lot of people fired up, and there's a lot of concern about, you know, where things are headed with like the Supreme Court, etc. So I think we'll probably do Indivisible today, but I think tomorrow we might do some conservative response, some conservative call and response, folks. Can we see that email? I'll do it. I'll include the email when we do the Anna Kasparian segment that I have planned. Folks, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. When I return, we will go into this Indivisible update. Okay? Here we go. I don't know why I did the Mario voice. BRB.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem,
and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
This is a brand new song. This is the first time. You are the first audience to hear this song. It's a world premiere. This is the first time we've ever played it together. I'm writing it right now.
I mean, basically.
Recently, I was reminded of this lyric that floats around in several gospel songs, including "Oh Mary, Don't You Weep," which is, God gave Noah the rainbow sign, no more water, fire next time. And I was thinking about this summer and our yellow skies, and I thought, fire next time. So this song's called No More Water. I need a little bit more water.
Yeah.
That's like psychological. I'm feeling the smoke. Here we go.
No more water, no more water, no more water,
Fire next time. Come gather, my children, come gather to me.
The sky in the west is as dark as the sea. The air tastes of embers, it claws at your eyes.
And I hear the horsemen are following behind. No more water, no more water,
no more water.
Fire next time. Old Noah cried, hear me, the water will come and wreak mighty judgment on everyone. I warn you, my people, the time is not long for changing our ways, for righting our wrong. No more water, no more water,
No more water.
Fire next time. The people dismissed and denied and delayed, long after the rivers were swollen forest swallowed their cries. Did the sign of the rainbow appear in the sky? No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. The Lord said your family alone has been spared, and all of creation I leave in your care. But do not mistake me, remember my sign. I'll send no more water, but fire next time. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. Thank you.
Would you have freedom from wage slavery and join in the grand industrial band? Would you from misery and hunger be free and come do your share like a man?
There is power in a band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union grand.
Would you have sharing the gold in the sky and live in a shack away in the back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve here with rags on your back?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union land.
If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band.
Well, if you like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and look wise.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band.
Oh, come, oh, ye workers from every land, join in the grand industrial band. Then we our share of this earth shall demand. Come do your part like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union land.
Would you take contently what's put in your hand, less than you earn with one leg to stand? Would you believe what they tell you to be, or with brothers go out and see?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land. One industrial union band. There is power in those band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band. One industrial
Hello, 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 everyone. How we doing? Teach me to dance like that? Just flail your arms. Fire next time? Fire next time isn't new. It's been in the rotation for a bit. Beep borp. Anna's out for a while. She's donating cells to her mother who has liver cancer. Oh, well, I hope that goes well. Best of luck and best of health to her mother. Whew. That being said, she probably shouldn't have gone on Megyn Kelly's show. All right. Let's dive into this, shall we? Actually, before I get it too deep here, okay, just real quick, all right? So as many of you may know, my partner is launching a lingerie brand for, you know, trans femmes. It is a sexy lingerie business to help trans people feel good and comfortable in their skin. It is designed to fit like trans femmes in particular, whether you've had bottom surgery or not. It is not designed to be a tucking undergarment. We're going to have 3 fits, though initially only launching with 2. A comfort fit, which is just kind of comfortable on your bits. A smoothing fit, which kind of smooths your bits down, and also without being too restrictive. It's not. God, what's the term? My brain is scattered today. It's not a gaff. And then we are in the future going to release an enhancing bottom for our sets that allows trans femmes to just, because there are some trans girls out there and trans feminine folks who just want to flaunt what they got, and so that is also going to be out there. And there are also cis people out there who just want to feel feminine if they're men, or there are cis women out there who just want a wider gusset on their panties, and we got that. And all of that is to say, Imogene Olivia, we're still going forward. We're going to be launching in June. It's really, really exciting. I'm not going to show any of the pictures of me where I'm modeling it, because that is all over the Instagram. However, I'm going to share this post with you guys. This is our first initial design. It's a really cute and comfortable bralette, and it's a really beautiful lace bottom. It's very comfortable. It's designed to both be very cute, little cheeky, and very comfy. I think it's lovely. How does the gender euphoric lingerie work on cis women? It fits on cis women. My partner can wear it, and it's also very comfortable for her. And also, like, gender euphoria is not just limited to trans femmes, And in the future, we'll go out, and we'll not go out. We've got a bunch of ideas of other designs we want to do, but this is the first one that's going to come out. And I'm asking for all of your help, specifically because we're trying to figure out what other colors folks would want to see. Right now, we are just launching in black, and I'm going to link you guys this Instagram post and ask you if you have ideas of what kind of color you would like to see. Please go post it on that Instagram post, because we're trying to like get all that information down. Yes, don't. But like, you guys are gonna say it all to me, and I'm gonna forget. Whereas my partner watches the Instagram comments like a hawk. So if you want there to be a shot of those colors, go post over in there. Go post and maybe like it too. You know, the algorithm likes it when you comment and like it. I'm seeing so many great ideas, but I will forget. I will fucking forget. So please go post it over there. Red would be cool. Plaid would be interesting. I've never seen plaid lingerie. Maybe that'd be cool. Is Clarice also asking on Blue Sky? I believe so. Let me take a look. Yes. There we are. Boop. There's also the Blue Sky. You want to just do it over there, but go to the Instagram. That would help us out the most. If you have one. If you don't have an Instagram, go for the Blue Sky. I'm a sucker for blue and purple. Left a comment. Hell yeah, Charlie. Thank you so much. Again, I see you guys throwing out purple and lavender towards me in chat. My mind is not keeping basic words I need in order to function. I will forget. Turquoise is cool. Leave that as a comment for sure. Did she cross-post Instagram to PixelFed? I don't know what PixelFed is. Good night, Charlie. Just gave a comment and a follow. Hell yeah, Kalishna, let's go! I need to set up an account on both. Blue Sky is such a nice site compared to Twitter. Twitter is so mean. Also, like, I don't know. Like, I think this looks great. I think this looks fucking phenomenal on whoever this hot model is. Here's an idea: use magnets instead of bra hooks. I don't think that would work. Please no olive drab. Leave that comment as well. Honestly, like, saying you don't want to see that, it would also be worthwhile. A non-meta Instagram clown? Well, then I will check that out, because man, I fucking hate Instagram these days. It's so hard to post things. It constantly, like, ever since they moved away from actually posting pictures, it's a chore to even try and get anything posted. Rare earth magnets are very strong. I don't think that would suffice for a lot of bras. Like, magnets can work in some cases, but like, there's a lot of stress put on a bra, guys. Also, you really want to increase the price of a bra with rare earth magnets? Like, on the one hand, you could use up a very vital and valuable resource, and on the other hand, you could just Hook. Don't you mean raw earth? On the color topic, verdigris? Ooh, I love that idea. Coder Joe, leave that as a comment. I just hate bra hooks. That's fair. We all have our personal battles. My personal battle is against invisible zippers. I think they are the worst possible kind of zipper, and I despise them and will fight them with every breath of my body. Every garment designer thinks they're hot shit putting one of those in, and it's just pain. My fingers hurt. Strapless bras and or cross straps? Maybe. We don't have any of those yet. We just have the one bralette design. I think our next bra design is going to be like an underwire. Since this first one is like a bralette. But it has like boning in it, so it has a lot of support. A lot more support than you'd expect from a typical bralette. Is corset lacing a viable alternative to hooks in bras, or do they not work the same? They do not work the same. As someone who makes ballet bodices on the regular and has worked with rare earth magnets and costumes, stick with hooks. Yeah. Same, Coder Joe, same. Anyway, thank you very much for posting, folks. Like it genuinely, it helps a lot, and I really appreciate it. I'm seeing a bunch of you posting colors, and I really, really appreciate it, guys. It's gonna really make my partner happy, and also provide some much needed feedback. Y'all are great. Thank you so much. I love underwire. My breasts are unusually dense, so underwire works best. I'm a cis female, just throwing out ideas. Well, also, the great part about this underwear is that it can be worn by cis women. You know, like, it's not... There's no magical force field that prevents other people from wearing it. And also, I have it on good authority that some cis women want a wider gusset in their undergarments, in their you know, like you don't want to get like a wedgie down there, I'm told. Or you know, a wedgie, but not... You guys understand what I mean. I'm not going to be more specific. What's a gusset? Here, let me just pull up the underwear. The gusset is like this area in the middle between the legs. That's the gusset. So like a wider gusset just helps give more stability, and like a lot of underwear will go with just a very narrow gusset. To save on fabric costs, to be cheaper, and also to like... Because designers feel like women don't need larger gussets. And like, that's just not... It's just not how it works. So like, while these are designed to have enough room for, you know, a trans woman who hasn't had bottom surgery, there are a lot of cis women who also want more room, just so that like it's not riding up you know, into the crevice. If I like, I feel I'm trying to be delicate, and I feel like I'm just making it worse. But I feel like you understand what I mean. Would Velcro work instead of hooks, or would that just be kind of flawed? Never mind, I answered my own question. Yeah, Velcro, not great. Just say camel toe? No. I also think camel toe is just kind of a gross thing to say. That would actually feel much better, right? So, like, it's... Yeah. What's the account name on Blue Sky? Oh, here you go. I'll just link the post again. Here you go. Excited for you and your partner? I'm really excited for my partner too. Like, she's been working towards this for literally like a decade. And it's so cool seeing it come together and like having it physically here, and like, yeah, it's really, really cool. And it paid off, you know, like it's so comfortable. Like, I feel hot. Between the lips. Thank you, Van Briggs. That's a much better way of saying it. Imagine taking off a girl's bra and a hot moment being interrupted by the of Velcro. Gusset seems to have a nicer, almost kind of old-timey appeal. Yeah, but also, like, we're gonna get into, like, more bold styles, I think, like straps, buckles, etc. Like, there's gonna be, like, more designs coming in the future, but, like, this, starting out kind of simple and classic. What is the account name? Imogene Olivia. I remember your first streams from her house and seeing the fabrics. Yeah. Yeah, you guys got to unlock the saucier designs. Exactly. A vintage emerald color. Ooh, that'd be fun. Comment that. Comment that too. Spider Pickle, I'm glad you understand. I'm glad. Liked and commented on Instagram and bees. Hell yeah. I love garter belts with my sets. I definitely think we'll get some garter belts involved, because yeah, they're very fun. I love a good garter belt. Ooh, coral is a good recommendation, Konami-kun the Alpha. Comment that as well. That would be a great recommendation. Doesn't lace just itch? Ah, a common misconception, Lizabeth, because poor quality lace does itch. High quality lace does not. And I can tell you, having field tested this myself, it does not itch. It is very soft. Will there be an ability for tucking? Yes. Yeah. I mean, if you want to tuck, you will be able to tuck. It's just not going to be like a gaff. Like, if you get lace in like a for like something like in a like a lot of the lace used for cross-dressing outfits or Halloween costumes is going to be cheaper lace. It's going to be itchy. We did not get itchy lace for these. You have to see if Salmon Moose wants salmon color. Or, well, Salmon Moose might want salmon color or moose color. A gusset sounds like an Australian insult or compliment. True. Ah, costume lace. That would be a better way of saying it. Yes. What the heck is moose color? Brown. I don't know. What's the color of majesty? Purple? Who knows? Okay, a lot of you. That's so interesting to me. A lot of you still associate royalty with purple. That's such a fascinating historical construct. Moose color is moose color. Have you considered corsets? Maybe. I think it would be a while until we got to corsets, if we ever did. Largely because if we did get into corsets, we'd want to make corsets right, and that makes them very expensive. You know, like the metal boning and such. My partner has in the past handmade corsets. It is an intensive process. Yeah. Larger plus sizes. Zia Spots, the goal of this first season is to get more sizing info. We're going up to initially double XL, I think XXL. And our sizing for, XXL is going to be maybe triple XL. I think we want to go up higher, though. The issue is we need fit models for people in those sizing. So if you want, on the page for Imogene Olivia, you can scroll down to the bottom here and hello@imogeneolivia.com is the email. And if you are one of those people who is in kind of like the sizes larger than that, send us your sizing info. It goes directly to Clarice because we need to. My understanding, and I'm not an expert, but my understanding is that when you grade for sizing, if you just scale up someone who is like my size to someone who is like 5x, that just doesn't work. It needs to be more custom. Like there's a certain range around which like your initial fit model can like work to scale up or down, but after a bit, like bodies are just more complicated than just a linear equation, which is how most mainstream lingerie companies do grade. Like they just choose one fit model and then grade up from there. But if you want to do it right, you need multiple fit models. What are your thoughts on Victorian era outfits? They could be all right. Hey, who is the model on that page? No idea. Large land, small cup, hopes. Well, yeah, that also, like, we are doing like larger band sizes, smaller cup sizes. We're doing all kinds of different sizing options. But the entire goal of this is to be able to size for trans femmes in particular, because we have a lot of sizing issues, and that will also size well with certain types of like cis people who have trouble finding stuff that fits, and like that's great too. This is honestly some impressive stuff that you're undertaking. It's 99% Clarice. I just help. I'm just the help. You're making me want to get back into my custom leatherworking. That's so badass. Custom leatherworking is cool as hell. Pastel pink top, pastel blue bottom. That'd be fun. I feel like we'd also, honestly, Forlorn 79, like to build on that idea, pastel pink top, white garter belt, pastel blue bottom. Hell yeah. Let's go. Oh yeah, sizing is not universal across all brands at all. Nope. But part of that is because each brand uses different fit models and different like size grading schemes, but also like a lot of them just again use that one fit model instead of multiple to help their grading be more accurate. Yeah, white garter belt, white stockings, blue bottom. I love it. Okay. Y'all ready to move on? Just one last plug. If you guys want to leave a comment about what kind of color you would like to see from this particular line, now's the time to share. Just gonna link it one last time, and we're gonna move on. Okay. That's a cat. There we go. Metallic hues. Ooh, I like that. Leave a comment. I bet you could too, Kalishna. Maybe we'll give it a shot. Should give everyone a free cat with their order. No, because I'm not joining Insta. Well, I also linked the Blue Sky where you could leave a comment. All right. Let's go into the indivisible plan sesh. Here we go, folks. So I know a lot of people here are wondering, what can we do? What do we do? Things are a mess. How do we stop this? How do we stop Donald Trump? How do we stop Elon Musk? How do we stop these folks? Protest is technically tomorrow. That is correct. April 19th. But let's take a look at the Indivisible weekly discussion. I do like diving into these every so often because I think they have a really good insight into what's going on in Washington, D.C. Ezra Levin and Leah, all of them, they both have a lot of insight and a lot of connections. They've been doing this for a lot longer than I have. Let's jump in. I'm gonna maybe skip ahead a little bit because they always do a little bit of an introduction.
there. And it's also, it continues to be a little cold in our room here, but thank you for being here. You are joining.
And is this too fast?
At a time of mass movement growth. That is important. As we've heard from Timothy Snyder, the authoritarians, they want you to feel alone. That's what they want. That's not how we're going to fix this. We're not going to fix this alone. We're going to fix this by coming together in big old groups, in local rural areas, in suburban areas, in urban areas, all over the country, organizing the power we have. At Indivisible, our unit of activism is...
This is too fast. Okay.
Not the individual. Obviously, our groups are made up of individuals, but that's not the unit of activism. Our theory of change here is we still live in a constitutional republic. It's a democratic republic. For the time...
Is this okay? This speed?
I mean, we still have that. Donald Trump is one elected official among literally hundreds of thousands of elected officials all throughout this country. Donald Trump wants you to think he's all powerful. That's what he wants. We're not going to give that to him. We are not going to pre-accept that. We are going to recognize that actually power is distributed across this constitutional republic of ours, from dog catcher to senator to yes, US president, but it's everywhere. And the reason we gather in groups is because we understand unless you're very rich or very famous, you as an individual do not have a ton of power in this republic of ours. But together as groups, we do build power. We do build power. That is why we form in groups, because we're able to build power and influence our electeds. That is the theory. This is how we saved the Affordable Care Act in 2017. This is how we built the largest midterm margins in the history of the Republic in 2018. It's how we pushed Democrats to impeach the bastard in 2019. It's how we defeated him the first time in 2020. It's how we built a blue trifecta in 2021. We stopped the Republican red wave in 2022. In 2023, we won in Kentucky and Virginia. Everywhere MAGA was on the ballot, we lost in 2024. Sometimes that happens. That is terrible. That is where we are right now. We have not lost the democracy, though. We still have a democratic republic, and our response to this loss is not giving up. Is not giving up, is building a broad-based, cross-ideological, pro-democracy, nonviolent movement to retake power and prevent the harm that we can prevent that this administration and their lackeys in Congress want to commit. That's why we join in groups, and you are joining at a time when a lot of groups are joining. We have, on average, somewhere between 10 and 15 new locally led indivisible groups every single day, joining from across the country. So I want to get some love for some of the new...
That's pretty great. Like 10 to 15 new groups per day. That's 10 to 15 different communities in America every day. That's wonderful. That's some real people power right there.
New ones in the last week. We got Woodstock Indivisible in New York. I've actually never been to Woodstock, although I've read a lot about it. It looks beautiful. I would like to make it out there sometime. So welcome Woodstock Indivisible Woodstock to the movement. We've got Cedarburg, Indivisible Cedarburg in Wisconsin. This is, I think you said an exurb of Milwaukee. Wisconsin obviously still celebrating that big Supreme Court race there. Danville, Virginia Indivisible. Leah, you spent a ton of time in Danville.
I spent a couple months in Danville in 2010 on the 2010 election cycle for working for my boss's reelect. Great area.
Great area, great guy. Indivisible West Houston, and I wanted to call this out, not just because I'm a Texan, and I love Texas, but to point out Indivisible West Houston. There are many cities that have multiple indivisible groups. That's cool. That's great. Sometimes cities are very large. Sometimes neighborhoods are large. My recommendation here would be you should just be coordinating with each other. You should be coordinating with folks across these neighborhoods, across the city. But it is okay to have multiple indivisible groups in the city. Different people are going to organize different people. That's great. We should just be talking with each other. So welcome, Indivisible West Houston. Indivisible Austin, Minnesota. I want to call out, Lee and I both went to school in Northfield, Minnesota, Carlton. And I used to drive from Texas all the way north, 1,100 miles. And I would know I was getting near Northfield, Minnesota, because you would drive through Austin, from Austin, Texas to Austin, Minnesota on the way over. So welcome, Indivisible Austin, Minnesota to the movement. There were dozens of others that I can't mention because we would spend the entire call on this and we want to get to your questions. But I just want to say, look, we're organizing blue states, red states, purple states. We're organizing exurbs in suburbs, in rural areas, in city centers. That's what makes this movement so powerful. And it's driven by you. Leah and I are talking to you now, but we're not.
I also just really appreciate his upbeat attitude because, like, it's so easy to doomer. And, like, seeing this guy, like, just bouncing like a golden retriever, energized by this movement, really makes me feel... It makes me feel like maybe things are going to be okay. You know, that's the kind of energy I get.
The leaders of this movement. The leaders of this movement are local indivisible groups who are building power where they are, and identifying the leverage they have to take action. We're going to consume a lot of political news right now in this call, but we're not about consumption here. We're about action. We have a bias towards action. So hopefully we leave these calls thinking about what is the next step we take? What can we practically do to actually fight back in this moment? So that's what we're doing. Leah's going to open up with a little bit of a few comments on the state of the world, so I'm going to cover just the normal logistics of how this go. Most of this is going to be Q&A. If you're brand new here, we answer the questions that you ask, and the way that you ask those questions, there's a little Q&A button that you can click on in the Zoom, and in addition to asking a question, you can vote on questions. And the way we'll do this, we'll go through the top-rated questions. That's it. We try to respond to what's on your mind. We think that's the best way to actually have a conversation in this movement about what we're doing together. We used to, up until this time, we used to take questions in ahead of time, and because this voting system has just been so successful and we haven't had to exercise our own judgment or act like one of those fake town halls, those virtual town halls where people just, the elected officials don't answer real questions. We didn't like that. We wanted to be more real, more.
Do we find another breeding kink couple? No, these people have been hard at work. For those of you who don't know, like, their pedigree, like, they were part of, like, the grassroots movement to get Donald Trump impeached last time around. Like, they've been working at this for a while now, and, like, I think it's coming together for what they had initially envisioned when they started all of this.
Organic, so we're just going to be looking at the questions that come in live that you vote on. You can see what's out there. You can see what's voted. We'll answer what comes up. No filters over here. This is going to be recorded, so everybody knows. Everybody should receive an email right after this with a recording, the resources that we're going to mention, and a survey question that I would really like if you could fill out. It helps us. It helps guide us. It helps drive the organization in certain directions to help us make some improvements to these calls. So it would be great if you did that. We'll be posting links in the chat to all of these resources as we go. The chat's really fast, and so if you don't catch it, no sweat. You're going to get an email with everything there. Last thing I'll say that Leah always says, and I think it's really important, this is a really hard time to be organizing for democracy. In addition to normal life stuff, we have a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. Life is hectic. Sleep is not plentiful. And in addition to just normal life stuff, we're all here to fight for our democracy. And emotions can run really high when you're fighting for your democracy. People who genuinely are coming from a good place can disagree on tactics, on strategies, on intermediate goals. That's normal. That is normal and okay for a diverse coalition like we've got here. My request, and our request always for these calls, is just have respect in your mind. Respect in your mind. These kind of democratic spaces are by their nature messy. That's cool. That means it's real. We don't always have to agree. We should always treat each other with respect. That's my only request. And just a note, a special welcome note, as we've been doing for the last few weeks, to our friendly and sometimes not so friendly MAGA infiltrator friends who are joining us. We regularly now see clips of these calls on, MAGA right-wing sites. Good news. This is a movement for everybody. If you voted for Donald Trump because you wanted lower prices of eggs or bread and you're getting fascism instead and you're upset, welcome to the movement. We are all fighting against the harm that this administration is doing. And if you're here to peek in on what a real pro-democracy movement looks like, it's open. This is how we organize a nonviolent mass opposition to a creeping authoritarian.
Man, I wish I could respond to trolls with this level of panache, because I usually just tell them that I fucked their moms, or would fuck their moms.
In the White House. We do it in the open. That's how we build a pro-democracy movement. So welcome, even if you're just here to gawk and then repost what we do on your own right-wing site. With that said, Leah, do you want to talk about the state of the world before we get to Q&A?
I'm gonna open it, and I'm gonna try to keep this pretty short.
God, I love the Peepo eggs emote so much. I'm so glad you guys are using it.
In part because I think I'm scanning the top voted questions, and most of them are different versions of, holy shit, we're in a constitutional crisis. What do we do? And so I want to talk about those. I want to kind of take it from up front. I think anybody who has been paying attention to the news over the last few weeks has seen a very, very frightening escalation in the Trump administration's onslaught. Every week has been bad since they came in. Every week has featured things that are dangerous and damaging and illegal. And also, I think a lot of us understand the combination of the abductions of innocent men from across their communities into a prison torture gulag in El Salvador to be an extraordinary departure from anything that our country, any of the laws, any of the values, any of the norms of this country, to be the fact that there is very open defiance, sorry, there we go, I can use words, defiance of the Supreme Court's unanimous decision to facilitate the return of one of those men. Incredibly damaging, incredibly frightening, and the scale and speed and ferocity of the Trump administration's attacks across civil society, on higher education, on law firms that we have seen. All of this is incredibly frightening. All of these things are the hallmarks of an escalating authoritarianism sweeping society. I want to bring into the conversation something that I have heard from scholars of nonviolent movements, that this is a classic tactic of authoritarians to propagate with all of their tools, with all of the force that they can possibly try to muster, the lie that they are already in control, that they already dominate society, that they have the right and the freedom and the ability to do these things without redress and without consequences. And the reason that they lean into that with the extraordinary ferocity and determination that they do is because it is a lie. It is a lie. It is possible to oppose them. Power does not rest solely with the administration. Power rests in towns and cities and states and elected officials and businesses and your own community and your own group. We have to harness it. We have to organize. We have to push back. But if we collectively do, our courage will inspire other people, and the results will stop them. Now,
and can I just say, like, this is part of the reason why I get so frustrated with people who have defeatist attitudes. Like, this is part of the reason why. It's because, like, that defeatism is exactly what this regime wants. It's what Donald Trump wants. It's what they all want, because that defeatism is, in essence, an acquiescence. It is an acceptance of this as the new status quo. It is saying, well, they already have all the power, even though they don't. It is a permission structure for them to get what they want. And the more of us that deny them that, both individually, as groups, as communities, as cities, as counties, as states, the better off we will be in this fight against fascism. Okay? Yeah, exactly. If what they were doing was working, they would not need the propaganda. And also, like, if they were not afraid of possible court interference or how the courts could galvanize us into action, they would not be playing so cagey about what they're doing.
I want to bring into this conversation something a really specific example of that. I have been talking to a number.
You know, like that sweet blasphemy. I love that. Remain hopeful, even if only out of pure spite. You know, spiteful hopefulness might be like one of the best ways to reframe how folks especially who are, you know, currently maybe in doomering, maybe a hope out of spite is a pathway towards genuine hope. You know, not just because you want to spit in your opponent's eye.
Number of folks about what has happened at Harvard over the last week. The fact that the Harvard University administration has decided to decline to refuse the incredibly dangerous, incredibly anti-democratic, open threat to free speech demands of the Trump administration, and is now bracing for potential consequences of that. I've talked to people who were organizing to try to make sure that Harvard did not give in to the administration. And what I have heard from multiple people is that the hands-off demonstrations were absolutely crucial to giving the folks who were organizing within Harvard the power, the confidence, the standing to say, there's opposition everywhere. You have to do it here too.
Yeah, because again, what she's talking about is like a permission structure. When people saw that gigantic protest on April 5th and saw it in every corner of the United States, even in unlikely corners of it, that gave permission, that empowered the people at Harvard who wanted to say no. Because I guarantee you there were people at Harvard who wanted to bow down and acquiesce to Donald Trump. I guarantee you. And when we stand up and when we make noise and when we protest, it isn't just for ourselves, it is for every single corner of this country that still believes in freedom, democracy, and the rule of law.
You have to help. You have to step forward. If you, an institution with billions and billions of dollars in your endowment, with all of the power and all of the alumni, et cetera, won't step forward, then who will? So if you were part of a hands-off demonstration and you thought, what happens after this? The answer is we're going to keep organizing. We're going to keep building, but also people see what we're doing and they step forward. They did it. It's happened this week. It'll happen again next week. Other people will be inspired by what is happening this week. We will show up again in force in the coming days. We're going to talk about how we do that. And we're going to keep pulling people forward with us.
Courage is contagious. I think
courage is contagious.
Everybody is saying it now, and it's because it's true. It really is true. Everybody in this moment is looking to their left and looking to their right to understand, well, should I step forward or not? When we step forward,
people follow.
People follow.
Yep.
Oh,
And we get phone calls.
And we get phone calls from random folks. So now we're going to go to Q&A. And just as a reminder for everybody, please put your questions into the chat through Zoom. If you put them there, then other people can see them, and then people can vote on them. And that's how we're going to decide what we answer. And so I appreciate people putting questions.
Yeah, and Harvard does have that $5 billion trust, but like they're gonna be dipping into it. They got like $2.2 billion in funding cut.
In the chat. The chat moves so fast. It's very difficult for us to track questions there. So just a reminder, we've got about 45-ish minutes though. Should we get into the questions?
That's right. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So the
All right,
top rated
let's go
question
votes.
from Kim with going on 770 votes says, how can we fight to hold the Trump administration accountable for defying the Supreme Court in relation to the Abrega Garcia case? Should we be pushing on the courts to fight back, pressure on Congress? Could putting pressure on attorney generals to arrest Trump be effective? There has been at least one with a conscience right. Or could Pam Bondi block them?
Yeah.
Great question, Kim, and it's one we've been wrestling internally too. And one of the things I appreciate about your question is how practical it is. The question is, what can we actually do? What is our leverage? And Leah, I'm not trying to filibuster, but I'm going to set you up to actually have some specifics. But one of the things we struggle with at Indivisible when something new bad happens, and this is a particularly heinous example of this, is we're on the same page. This is bad. The question is, okay, so what is our ask? Who has power to do something about this? And how do we organize to push those people? That kind of strategic thinking is what we all should be engaging in regularly throughout this administration, because some of us are going to have different power because we're in a blue state. Some of us are going to have different power because we have a member of Congress who occupies an important place. Some of us are going to have different power because there's a vulnerable Republican who maybe we can push. Some of us are going to have different power because of a state legislative opportunity. So this question of, okay, this is terrible. He is ignoring a court order. What do we do where we are? What a reasonable ask is something we've been wrestling with. Leah, do you want to talk about how we're coming at this and how we're working with partners on this?
Sure. So I'll say a few things. The first.
Oh, Caesar V. Harvard has already said to the Trump administration in so much legalese to kick rocks. So, I believe other big schools are doing the same. I know MIT is. The eggheads are standing up.
First piece of this is there is an ongoing legal process to try to force the Trump administration into compliance. I'm not going to be the best authority on every in and out of it, but as I understand it, they have a limited amount of time to either comply or to turn over a bunch of documentation and have a series of conversations with the courts about why they are wildly not in compliance. That is a period of time in which what we can focus on is creating the conditions for overwhelming public opposition and demands from across the political system for them to release Kilmer. And for them to facilitate the return of all of the other men who have been wrongfully imprisoned in a concentration camp. And I do not use those words lightly. The reality of the situation is, I think we've had a real challenge for the last couple of months with Democrats being hesitant to step forward on issues they perceive as related to immigration.
Yeah.
And we can have all the discussions we want to have about 2024 and what was, what went into that election and whatever. But let's be really clear. The American public does not like the idea that Donald Trump can snatch people off the streets and decide to send them into a concentration camp without any due process,
literally
without
the
any
least
chance
American
to ever make it home
thing.
to their families. This is not a situation in which Democrats should be afraid to be full-throatedly fighting to stop what is happening. Nobody likes this. The very visible threat that there is on the horizon that once they get away with this for men like Kilmer, they're going to use it for American citizens too. They're not being shy about this stuff. We have to understand this again as one of those situations in which our solidarity is both moral and strategic, because if they can do this to men who they are deeming to immigrants, then they can do this to anyone. And so we've just got to be really clear about that, and we've got to expect our leadership to do that, and we've got to expect Republicans to do that. This should not be a remotely partisan issue. Can the government snatch you and imprison you for life with no due process? Not a partisan issue. Now, I don't, that doesn't make me hope that Republicans are going to be profiling courage on this, but it does make me think that if we pressure enough of them, then they call the White House quietly and they say, hey, this is really freaking my constituents out. Can you please stop this whole thing right now? And that actually can make a little bit of room. So what I would say is we got to focus on the public conditions of outrage that are actually going to help drive the Supreme Court and the courts to get the outcome that they are ordering.
How do we do that?
How do we do that?
Yeah.
So always going to say contact your members of Congress. I'm going to say, I know that folks who are planning the 19th demonstrations and the May Day demonstrations, we're going to have this as a really core part of what we are talking about and what we are elevating. We're coming up with a suite of different tactics for folks to elevate this in your own communities. I am not sure if we have officially launched those yet. We're working really closely with the immigrant rights groups that are going to be at the core of the legal challenge here. So we want to make sure that we're doing it in partnership and in alignment. So stay tuned. We're going to have a whole set of asks for you on how we make sure that people understand the sheer horror of what is happening and understand how they can bring Kilmer home.
Great. So Nancy asked a related question, but I do just want to I think we should address this because I mean I think there's a lot of concern. We are in a legitimate constitutional crisis, and that feels
yeah.
bleak. Now, what do you do if
yeah.
the administration is just openly defying court orders and when things look that bad? I think Nancy is raising this question of other than civil war, what is the path that there is to stop total destruction of the government? I want to be very clear. The best way to push back against an authoritarian government is by widespread nonviolent organizing and protest. There is nothing that the administration would like to see more than some sort of violence in the street that they can then use as an excuse to crack down on normal everyday Americans organizing and protesting. So we embrace nonviolence as a hard-headed strategic matter. It is really important that we all embrace that, because if we don't, it endangers everybody else. I want to say that just very clearly. This isn't us just saying, well, we're uncomfortable with certain tactics or strategies. This is a hard-headed strategic choice to embrace nonviolence, peaceful protest, because that's how you build majority opposition to an authoritarian government. That is how you do it. I was talking with Timothy Snyder right before this about
Timothy Snyder, by the way, the author of On Tyranny, the book everyone's been talking about, with the first lesson being do not comply in advance. Like it's a really good read. Well, we have to finish going through the lessons of the book. I think we have like 4 more left, but highly recommend it. And as we saw going through Erica Chenoweth's presentation, nonviolence is the most effective way of resisting authoritarianism. It helps galvanize support on your side, and violence has a very sketchy history of actually working to overthrow authoritarianism. And so what we need to do is we need to go out there, we need to be bold, and we need to be committed to nonviolence. And I know that that is very frustrating, because there are some people who just, they want to have some feeling of agency, and violence is one of the ways people feel agency, you know? And like a child throwing a tantrum, like that is the only agency they feel they can have. And so, like, the French Revolution was nonviolent. Hey, what happened after the French Revolution? Just real quick. Just real quick. Just refresh our memories. What happened after the French Revolution in France? Just real quick. Anyone want to take a stab? Historically? They all went and saw the Minecraft movie together. I mean, eventually, I guess a lot of people in France probably saw the Minecraft movie. The Terror. And what happened after the Terror? What happened after that? What happened after the Reign of Terror? Napoleon Bonaparte. The original World War monger, who was a dictator.
The hands-off protest, and he said basically couldn't have gone better. 3 million people spread across every single state.
And as I've learned from the video game Banner of the Maid, he also had a very cute anime girl sister that history weirdly just never talks about.
Multiple countries, not a single incident reported. It was boisterous, it was fun, it was defiant, it was oppositional. It demonstrated to millions more Americans who did not participate that they can be part of this. That's how you stop an authoritarian in their tracks. That is the method. April 5th is not enough, but multiple April 5ths building and escalating over time, that's how you do it, y'all. That is building the muscle that prevents harm and ultimately takes power away from the authoritarians. The option is not civil war, it's widespread peaceful protest. That's how we're going to win, because the people are on our side. It's not just Kamala Harris voters who are on our side. It's not even just non-voters who are on our side right now. There are Trump voters and conservatives who see Americans being disappeared and say, whoa, 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 whoa. I don't like Democrats, but what is going on here?
People
That's
are
good.
aroused. I
We
haven't
want
seen
them on our
people
side.
so aroused in
and
a
we can
very,
bring them
very
over to our
long
side
time.
as this administration overreaches. Yeah, anything else on that? Okay.
That's great. I can take I think that next one we've
We've kind of answered Robert's
yep,
question. Okay.
Okay.
Going on to Michelle's question. There are a lot of old white people in Indivisible. Yay, old white people, says Michelle. Indeed. But what can we do to create a younger, more diverse organization and movement?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. Well, so first, I do want to name, like, because I do get this question from folks quite a bit, and I think it's actually like a segue from the last point. I think it's really important in a moment like this when, you know, we've had a series of elections that have gone down along racially fragmented lines. I think it's important for folks who have more privilege, for, you know, because of our skin color, because we are older and we are more economically stable, for whatever
Weaponize
set of
that
reasons,
shit.
it's important for us to be out there, physically apparent, and physically showing up and showing that we are in the fight and that we are committed to standing in solidarity. Now, like, I don't want to say it in terms of like, you know, other people are under attack and we're not. Let's be really clear. This administration is attacking all of us. It's attacking different people in different ways. There are some people who are at more immediate physical safety risk, but like, this is not, you know, the allies are showing up for everybody else. This is like every single person here's future well-being, our economic well-being, our safety, our freedom, our liberties, our idea of America as what it should be. All of it is bound up in organizing together. So I just want to say that. In terms of kind of like, what does it mean to build a more diverse movement? You know, this is such a question that I know a lot of local indivisible groups wrestle with. And what I have seen the work the best is really a deep commitment to partnership, to solidarity, to building the kinds of ties that it's not just about one protest. It's not just about one moment. It's actually about kind of an ongoing line of communication across your community with people who are organizing across communities under threat, you know, that where they know they can count on you and you show up for them and they show up with you. And so I would encourage you to think about it not just in terms of kind of who's coming to the meeting, but who are we in relation with? Because fundamentally, what is most important is that we are creating a big multiracial, pluralistic, progressive movement, a big tent across our wherever we are. That is fighting for the same set of things and that has each other's backs. So I think it's an important question, and I also think that the core is really about whether people feel like we're showing up for them.
Can I just add also, if this came out of a meeting that I was at yesterday, and I got some good feedback on it. I want to remind folks, 92% of Black women voted for Kamala Harris. 78% of Black men voted for Kamala Harris. The vast majority of people of color did not vote for Donald Trump. And many people of color are indeed organizing right now and doing a lot of good work. So if you don't see them at your events, if you don't see them at your protests, it is not because they are not doing the work, and you shouldn't assume that they are just sitting it out. They are doing a whole bunch of work, and they have been doing a lot of work for a lot of time. And it is okay to not organize everybody in the community. Your organizing home doesn't have to be the organizing home for everybody. But as Leah said, what we have a responsibility to do is ask ourselves, how do we show up in partnership with other folks that are doing important work on the ground? That is something we can do.
Yeah, and just to ping on to that one, what I have seen not work with partnerships is if you kind of approach it as a purely transactional, you know, you show up to the local NAACP and you say, hey, let's come to the next Indivisible meeting. No, you got to build that partnership. You got to actually be in community with people in order to have the trust that actually fosters a meaningful multiracial progressive ecosystem.
Indeed. Cindy's asking a question. So Cindy's saying, I don't know.
Elizabeth, you missed the second screen. What do you mean? Do you mean like the little video game screen? Nani? I had a dog named Napoleon once. We thought he was a part retriever, but he ended up at like 130 pounds. Oh, on the DS. Man, the 3DS was like the perfect handheld.
If people have heard about this, but this is the next top voted question. If Trump goes ahead with this very expensive military parade that he wants for his birthday, I don't know if people have heard this, planning to spend something like $100 million on a bullshit.
Wait, what? Donald Trump is spending $100 million on his birthday party? I'm sorry, what? This is the first I've heard of this. He's planning to have a military parade for his 79th birthday. Oh my God. It's gonna cost it's gonna cost $92 million. Wait, no, it's not. The last one he held cost $92 million in 2018. You cannot run on waste, fraud, and abuse and then spend $100 million on your goddamn birthday. God damn it. I hate this man so much. The absolute fucking loathing I have for him is impossible to articulate. Hello. Welcome, Raiders. Echoplex Media, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, folks. Come on in. We're learning how to be more productive in our activism.
Military parade through the streets of DC on his birthday in June. Asking is, can Indivisible plan another day of action nationwide? We could stay away from DC and have events in all 50 states like we did for Hands Off. We would have more attendees for Trump and show that we are stronger than him and his cronies. I would point out that this happens to be happening not just on his birthday, but on Flag Day, June 14th. So, Cindy, I'm not ready to announce.
Oh, I'm sure he's spinning it as, oh, it's just a celebration for the flag, because I love the flag. Isn't that right, folks? I love the American flag. I love it. The flag is just a little birthday boy. It's not a party for me. It's a party for the flag. The flag is the birthday boy, but give me presents, please.
Anything on this call. I can say we are actively in talks with other coalition partners who we helped plan Hands Off with about when is the next big national day of protest, and I'm hoping by next week on this call we'll be able to talk about what that date is. So I don't want to put the cart before the horse, and it's not just indivisible. Like this has to be a big coalition movement action. That's what made Hands Off so incredibly impactful. But
okay, so next week we will have an update about when the next big protest day is. Again, I will remind people, April 19th is a day of protest in every single capital of every state in the United States. Check out more at 5051, their website. But I'm really looking forward to knowing what these two are up to, because I think Indivisible might be our best tool. Like, just, I'm really, really looking forward to it. Well, I'll keep you guys all updated. Don't you worry.
But I think you're onto something. I think it's a very interesting idea, and we should investigate all options and figure out what's going to work for all partners. But I like the idea, Cindy.
Yeah, and I will just offer like one kind of related reflection, which is folks may have noticed April 5th was very, very big. That was super cool. We did a ton of work with a bunch of other people across the ecosystem to make sure that when we came out with a date, we were able to all push together. And we really want to try to keep that up when Indivisible kind of goes all in on a date. Yeah. There are going to be additional moments that are coming up that other groups are helming and that a lot of Indivisible groups will throw in on. That is awesome. We love that. This is like a more the merrier situation. And also when we're going to kind of go big on a mass mobilization, we really want to make sure that we're going big with a lot of partners so that we can really make a big show of force.
Yep, that's right. Okay, next question from Stevie. With Trump likely to be held in contempt of court, is there any chance or action we can take to see impeachment and removal?
So here, this comes up a lot, and I will just say, I think that there's two different questions that we have to pull apart here. And one is, has the actions that Trump taken so far merited impeachment? And the answer to that is like, yes, on day 1 and day 2 and day 3. He has done so many things that are wildly unconstitutional and illegal and corrupt. I could spend the rest of this call just describing them, right? So there's kind of the question on the merits, and then there's the question of how do we recover political power to get back to the basic functional conditions of democracy? And the answer to that depends on building a majority coalition that involves pulling back people who we lost either to the couch or to Trump in 2024 and building them into a big, durable, popular opposition for democracy. And when we think about that, we're going to think about kind of two places where we really put our focus. And the first is on issues that are going to fracture their coalition and build ours, places where we can make inroads because someone feels personally threatened because something Trump did was not what they signed up for. But it's usually going to be an issue where we can talk about this tangible harm that is coming to you or your community or someone you love. And this is why they're doing it. These villains who are, doing it to enrich and empower themselves. That's the main issue. And then we're going to do stuff that's about harm mitigation. Where can we stop something bad from happening? Where can we limit the harm that's happening? Where can we show up for people who are under threat? Those are kind of the two big buckets of how we're thinking about it. Our assessment is that impeachment gets you into a process story pretty fast, as opposed to a story that is about harm and is a story that builds the bigger coalition. That's not to say that it's not merited. It is to say that right now what we want to focus on is really making sure people are hearing every day about the stuff that will touch them personally and that will pull them with us. Because when we have to push together as an opposition, we need them with us.
And that's like that's a really good observation and insight. I do think that it might come down to impeachment, but I don't really think it's necessarily worth me talking about it over and over and over again on my show. I just think I think it's something that a lot of people think is not in the cards, and we are incapable of achieving that. I think we could, but not for a while. Like we still gotta cook. We gotta cook, and we gotta be able to, get to a point where like Congress is willing to like strip tariff power away from Donald Trump before they start thinking about like stripping him of the presidency.
Which isn't to say that you shouldn't call your member of Congress and say, hey, like,
great,
he should be impeached. Why aren't you calling for impeachment? Like, that is something you can do. And should do. He obviously should be impeached. It's very clear. And realistically, though, part of the question here was, realistically, will we see it? Look, y'all, we don't have the votes for impeachment. We don't have and we don't have anywhere near the votes for conviction yet. I think a half a dozen House members who are the most vulnerable on the Republican side should switch parties tomorrow. If they had 1 ounce of integrity, they would do that. And they're not doing it. And me yelling at them to switch parties isn't going to get them to do it. So the question is, it is correct that he should be impeached, and we have a practical question, which is, how do we win? And that is a different question. How do we win?
Oh yeah, it's not in the cards right now, but I suspect the material conditions are going to worsen significantly in the near future. I don't know exactly when, and I imagine when that happens, considering Republicans got spooked enough to like start bailing on his tariff reforms before he immediately dropped it all down to like 10% minus China. My guess is that his support among elected Republicans is a bit weaker than we might think it is. That's my only point. And I think to really see those cracks come to their full realization, it's going to take a lot more economic suffering, but that kind of economic suffering is kind of already baked in with what he's done so far. It's just kind of a matter of time.
Build the coalition necessary to stop the harm. Carol asked a question: are you, Ezra and Leah, being directly, personally threatened by the Trump administration? So here's what I say. As I mentioned at the top of the call, there are a lot of MAGA infiltrators on these calls, and we should assume that anything that we say on these calls will spread far and wide. I would say at a high level, the kinds of incoming that Leah and I are getting personally are more or less what we would have expected when we wrote the new Indivisible Guide the weekend after the election, which is to say we knew what we were getting into. We knew this was an authoritarian regime. We knew that they would be coming after those who actively organized and opposed them. That I've said this on calls before. First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. We're one step from winning, y'all. We're just one step from winning. They're not.
I like this guy. I like his upbeat attitude. He's a guy who knows how to like speak about this, and I appreciate it, and I should take lessons from this.
Not ignoring us, and they're not laughing at us. They're fighting us. And that's a sign that we're effective. They are scared of widespread nonviolent protest. And sure, they come after us. They think we're the leaders of this? Look, we could be gone tomorrow. It doesn't matter. There are thousands and thousands of people all across the country who are leading this movement. They are up against much more than just little old me and Leah. So, we made the assessment that we need to be out there helping to organize the opposition movement. We're not going to be bullied back by them. That's not going to make us feel good. It's not going to keep anybody safe, and it's not going to lead to the outcome that we want to see. So I'm not more alarmed today than I was 4 months ago. What we are seeing is they see Indivisible broadly as being impactful, and they're responding to that. I take that as a compliment. Keep on keeping on, y'all. Anything else on that?
That's good.
Exactly, Liz Galahad.
Kim asked, RFK Jr.'s utter incompetence and insulting view on autism were on full display, indeed, in his press conference.
And we will talk about RFK and autism. We're just going to talk about that tomorrow because, frankly, I've been overwhelmed even trying to talk about a fraction of what's happened over the last couple days.
Conference this week. And thank you for all the emojis, y'all. That's very sweet. I guess I should comment on it. That's very nice. We feel the love in this movement. I think this is a very supportive movement to be organizing in. And I hope everybody is getting that for their own community. Really appreciate it. Okay, so what's back on RFK Jr. What's the best way to fight back when cabinet members do harmful things like this? Since they're not publicly elected, I don't imagine this cabinet cares a whole lot about public opinion. Is there any precedent for public pressure getting cabinet members fired? So cabinet members can be impeached just like the president. Cabinet members can be fired. And also cabinet members can become so embarrassed by the administration that they choose to leave and try to save their reputation. RFK Jr., frankly, is a hard one on that front. He's got independent political support from wackos who don't believe in vaccines. So he feels like his base is behind him. He is unlikely to be impeached by the House or the Senate for the same reasons that Donald Trump is unlikely to be impeached. And so then the question is, could he be shamed in some way to backing off, or could Trump be shamed in some way to fire him? It seems unlikely. It seems unlikely. The best thing that I see that we can do relating to RFK Jr.'s actions is to, again, pull more and more people who are not currently part of our coalition and say, look, we might not agree on, I don't know, economic policy, on some social policy, but you're listening to this guy, RFK Jr., you support this guy who's doing all of these crazy things from his position of power. Like, it is fine.
You support this guy who thinks autistic people don't pay taxes and can't play baseball and won't go on dates? Like, God, I don't want to get too far into it, but like, RFK Jr. is absolutely crazy. You know, like, dude is going out and giving press conferences about the need to remove contaminants like thimerosal from vaccines, when like we haven't used thimerosal in vaccines for like 30 years. Like, he's genuinely a nut job. Honest question, what is up with his voice? My understanding is that he has like a genetic condition with like his vocal cords or something. I don't know. Haven't looked into it because I just don't care that much about like why his voice is that way. Jack, aren't you happy you have official word that you don't have to pay taxes anymore? Yeah, it's great. I didn't know about the have autism, don't have to pay taxes loophole. It's crazy.
To be a Republican. It is fine to be a conservative, but RFK Jr. really? I would use it as a mechanism to organize people into the movement, is what I would use. I would not hold out as your goal for success getting RFK out. It's not obvious to me where the leverage is, what levers we can pull in order to get there.
I will also just add on this point, we could talk for a long time about RFK and his particular brand of toxic politics, but he does have an independent base of support. And if you look at like favorability across the MAGA cabinet, he actually polls better than a bunch of the other people. And that's because he has, developed this kind of twisted reputation of caring about like healthy food or caring, the Make America Healthy Again stuff. This stuff is incredibly damaging. And so I just want to double plus Ezra's point that what we first have to do is really like undermine the public perception that anything about what he is doing is about public health. He is a crank. He is a conspiracy theorist. He is corrupt. He has gotten a bunch of children killed with his lies about vaccines, and he is wrecking the foundation.
I mean, he's actively getting more children killed in Texas with his lies about vaccines. So like, he's done it in the past. He's doing it again. And he's going to continue to do it. Like, how many children are you fine sacrificing because of RFK Jr.? Get him out.
For public health, for science, for research into diseases that you and your family rely on. And he is spreading this eliminationist, unbelievably ableist stuff about autism. That is so many different communities who need to understand what is happening and that he's coming for them. And so let's think about how do we organize to get the word out about the fact that, people who have a general idea that he's kind of an anti-system politician, they need to understand that he actually poses a real threat to their lives.
Indeed. Just a reminder, y'all, the way we're getting these questions, we're not making them up. I'm literally reading them. At the same time you hear them from me, I'm reading them for the first time. And if you want us to answer a question, you should ask it or vote for one that's already in there. We're just going through the top voted questions. So the next one comes from Nina with about 250 votes. Nina says, we need to start planning how we could support and sustain multi-day, round-the-clock, sit-in type protests as things are getting to that point. People need to think about what shifts they could take, who could care for their pets, get their meds to them, who could be on roles like providing safety and food and water. How do we do this safely, under the radar, but most effectively and in a coordinated way? Can we set up a national alert status that people can check in to find when it's time to, quote unquote, hit the streets and not leave? Maybe the call to action at this point is, quote unquote, enough. This question of a national strike or a mass national protest is one that we've been talking about, gosh, basically since the election, right, Leah?
This is one of the more interesting possibilities for protest. And, barring some kind of gigantic catalyst to get people willing to engage in a national strike type event, I would normally say like that's basically not doable, right? But these are not normal times, and like people are angry as fuck. And it is very possible that we get to a point in a relatively short amount of time, if things keep going the way they're going, that where people are willing to just sit down and be like, no, no more. I will not be moved. I can see that happening. And that's a really, really interesting possibility. Especially because these tariffs have galvanized a lot, like the tariffs, the disappearances, the kidnappings, etc., have galvanized a lot of unions to come together and vocally oppose the administration. And I think that between unions, between general hatred of Donald Trump, I think that there is I think there's a decent possibility that we could actually see some kind of, if not a mass general strike, general strikes kind of breaking out in kind of sporadic forms.
Yeah, and it's a question we've been grappling with for this entire time. What I would say about this is, I think you're right that we very well may be headed in this direction of a society-wide protest, not just an activist level protest, not just a few million, but maybe tens of millions of people taking part of in protest against authoritarianism around the country and around the world. What we are doing when we protest on at the town halls in February, or the empty town halls in March, or on April 5th, or on April 19th, or on Earth Day, or on May Day, or maybe in June, what we are doing here is not in one fell swoop taking care of a problem. We are building a muscle. We are building a muscle. We are pulling more people into the movement. We are developing the infrastructure necessary to get bigger. Because if your theory of winning against the authoritarians is mass peaceful protest, what's the first word? Mass. It's got to be big. It's got to be overwhelming. And you don't just snap your fingers and get there. You build over time.
And not only that, but like, one of the things about building a mass movement is you are capable of doing more and more the more people you get involved, right? Like a general strike isn't really going to work if you only have a movement of, say, like several 100,000 people. Like, people might take notice of it, but like a general strike isn't really going to be a thing. If you have a couple million people, that has a bit more teeth to it, but it's still not enough. If you have like 20 million people, that's starting to get really interesting. 100 million is the goal. We'll see.
You build over time. So the only thing that I would quibble with in your question, Nina, is the idea that we could do this under the radar. The nature of this work is that much of this has to be public. That's how you pull people in. There are obviously elements to any protest, like technical elements, that are going to be behind the scenes just because that's how it works. But the vast majority of this has to be us building a movement that people want to be part of, that people understand it's worthwhile for them to participate in. It's not a drag for them to participate in. They're not going to be judged for being latecomers. Hopefully it is fun and inviting and empowering, and it grows. That's what we're trying to build here. And April 5th was the largest single day of protest in many, many years.
Yep.
Hopefully this is an inflection point as we build and build and build. Anything else? Okay. Oh, great. Abby asked a good question. We've been getting questions on this for a while, on the SAVE Act, or as we call it, the Silencing Americans Act. So this is the anti-democracy bill that the Republicans have been pushing through the House, and it recently passed through the House. But Abby asks, regarding this, which Democratic senators are voting yes, or still undecided? Who should we be calling at this point? I saw this question came in, and I Googled because I wanted the full list. I want to flag there were 4 Democratic House members who voted for the SAVE Act, this Republican bill to make it more difficult for people to vote, specifically, I mean, especially women to vote, people who have changed their names to vote, but it does a lot of other gnarly stuff too. Jared Golden in Maine, Glusenkamp Perez in Washington, Henry Cuellar in Texas, and Ed Case in Hawaii. Now, Jared Golden, Glusenkamp Perez, they're in really tough districts. I don't think they win any votes by voting for the SAVE Act. I don't think it's a good political move, but they maybe be able to justify them reaching out to Republicans, showing I can work with the other side. I think it's stupid. I think it's bad. I don't think they should do it. But I understand the kind of tired political logic that would give a Golden or a Glusenkamp Perez to vote for something like this. Cuellar and Ed Case, inexcusable. Absolutely inexcusable. Cuellar, I would argue, is one of the worst members of the House Democratic Caucus.
Yeah.
He's pro-gun and anti-abortion. He has been a thorn in the side of the Democratic Caucus for years and years and years. God, he worked for George W. Bush, I believe, before he became a member of Congress. Cuellar sucks. He should be primaried. Full stop. He should be primaried. Now, I'm not going to do that, but I hope indivisible groups in Cuellar's district and other folks understand that he's not a real Democrat. He's not actually a real Democrat. He's not fighting for the Democratic caucus, and he's sowing discord. I think Cuellar's bad. Ed Case is, though, I would have to say, the worst of the bunch. Ed Case is in the safest possible district that you could imagine in Hawaii. There is no Republican that's going to be elected to Ed Case's district, y'all. Ain't going to happen. This is somebody in one of the safest Democratic districts in the country, and he's voting with Republicans on an anti-Democratic bill. I know indivisible groups in Hawaii are furious at Ed Case. Look, we'll see when and if this primary challenge comes, but Ed Case should not be a Democratic member of Congress. If he wants to vote for a Republican anti-democracy bill, he should become a Republican. Run as a Republican in Hawaii. You're welcome to, Ed Case. Go run as a Republican. We do not need you in our caucus. So, again, not up to me. I'm not a Hawaiian.
I like
I'm not
the
going to be there
language.
to launch the primary challenge. And if the indivisible groups don't want to do it in Hawaii, you know what Indivisible National does not do? We do not parachute into districts and then pick primary challenges. That's not what we do. It's got to be up to the locals. But as an external observer, what I would say is the House Democratic Caucus would be far better off if Ed Case lost his job.
Okay. The question, though, was about the Senate.
Okay, sorry. I was just very angry about Ed Case. Actually, with the Senate, I'm feeling pretty good. Do you want to talk about the Senate?
Yeah. So I think the Senate, the last list that I saw had a few people that you would expect, like Fetterman is, being Fetterman. And then a set of the folks who haven't disclosed how they're voting are from purple states. We just want to call them extra times to make sure folks like Gallego, the New Hampshire senators, a few other people. What I would say is this is the kind of situation where we can have targets list after targets list. You just want a wall of overwhelming opposition for every Democratic senator because you want people who are leaning to vote no. You want people who are voting no to understand not only this is like a no, but it's a hell no. This is toxic and awful and totally unacceptable to the Democratic base so that they can tell their fellows who are leaning. It continues to be a full court press. Now, remember, this is a bill that requires cloture, which means that if we hold the Democratic caucus together, it will not move forward. And so we are not, normally we're like, how do we peel off 3 Republicans? How to peel off 4 Republicans? This is not a situation that requires 4 Republicans. It simply requires us to hold the Democratic caucus.
Which is why you should use 5calls.org. I've linked it in every single chat. Call your Democratic senators. Okay? They are currently out of town, I believe, until Monday of next week. God, is it Monday of next week? No, until the 28th. Sorry. That gives you a lot of time to call their local offices. You don't need to call their DC offices, call their local offices, okay? And you call them once every single day. And you can also fax them. Many of them have fax numbers. You can fax about the SAVE Act. You can send them faxes. There is a website titled Fax Zero, I believe. Yes, Fax Congress. Actually, they have a page for faxing your senators. Here you go. Folks, you can send faxes for free to your senators. I'm going to link that in to chat. A lot of folks in the Senate and the House might not be answering their phones. I do still encourage you. I know it might feel like you're not doing anything. I guarantee you how every single one of these offices works is that someone working in that office, their job is to tally up the different voicemails that are left, who has left voice, like who called, what about, etc. And so call every day. Call every day. However, call every day about a new topic. Okay? That's how you maximize. That's why it's called 5 calls. So you make 5 calls during the weekday, and each one is about a different topic that will maximize the impact of your calling, and then you can reset the next week. Okay? But, you could also throw in at the end, also oppose the SAVE Act. Okay? I like the faxing, way easy, and it gets something physical into their office immediately. It's such a great thing. Marianne, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub over on Twitch. I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the stream.
Caucus mostly united. So let's keep going.
Oh, somebody is reporting, Marlene, Indivisible Hawaii had 85 protesters outside Ed Case's local office yesterday.
Shout out to
Well
Indivisible
done.
Hawaii.
And the reason why this is important, y'all, so really shout out to Indivisible Hawaii. They're really good. The reason why this is important is not just to take it out on Ed Case, although we should do that. He should suffer political consequences for this. But it also sends an important signal to the senators. Because one thing that happens when a bill passes the House is Democratic senators will look and see, well, how controversial was it? Was there a lot of Democratic support in the House or wasn't there? And for the Democrats who did vote for it,
I really encourage you not to fax porn to Ted Cruz. I believe that would probably result somehow in you getting arrested. Don't get arrested for a joke.
did they get blowback? Were people angry about it? And if what they see is either one, there was a lot of Democratic support, there wasn't, which is good, or two, there wasn't a lot of Democratic support, and those who voted for the bill on the Democratic side in the House didn't get much blowback, then they might say, well, okay, it's not dangerous for me to support this bill. That's not the message we want in the Senate. The message we want in the Senate is, if you vote for this bill, you are going to hear from tons of your own constituents, and there are going to be political consequences. So take advantage. I mean, for those who are represented.
Yeah, I have no knowledge of those things. Again, and literally anyone can make an indivisible group. Like, no, there's no organizational structure to Indivisible. Like, you can just go and make an Indivisible event and group and chapter. Like, literally anyone can do that. So like it's not, there's no vetting. They aren't hired people who are in charge of these different Indivisible chapters. It's just people. And of course, people are also going to be shitty sometimes. Really. Like these are like the two people who work at Indivisible.
By these members. If you're in Maine, if you're in Washington, if you're in Texas, if you're in Hawaii, and you're in one of these districts, it is a good thing to very visibly provide that pushback in this moment. That will help in the Senate, even though you don't have senators, except for in Maine, you don't have senators that you have to worry about for this vote. Okay, next question. Moving through, Diana Smith asks, what's the plan for May Day? Is Indivisible partnering, and will there be large-scale protests in D.C.?
Yes. Okay, great question. Yes, we are partnering. If you joined the Hands Off What's Next call last night, you heard about the plans across the ecosystem for May Day. We are throwing in with our brothers and sisters in labor, our brothers and sisters in the immigrant rights movement, to do a big cross-issue push to say stop.
I feel like I talked about that at one point, Lady Raincloud, and I'm not really sure. I don't remember what happened, but there was something weird that happened, and I can't remember what it was.
The billionaire giveaway, stop billionaires from wrecking our government and taking our rights. I know that there are a bunch of folks who are on this call who are going to be part of those actions. They're going to be a little different in different places. I think it's going to be across the week, and so people have the flexibility to do it on different days. But we're really excited. We think that's another big moment, or another moment over this month. We're going to have the April 19th protests that 5051 is called for. We're going to have the May Day protests. There's going to be Earth Day actions. These are the collective moments that we keep building kind of the wave and onboarding new people who maybe they didn't come out for one.
It's a thing that was in, again, like your mileage is gonna vary, but like a lot of Indivisible chapters have events for like this one. I just pulled this up. Weekly Stand for Palestine Vigil Indivisible event in Appleton, Wisconsin. And like that's fucking Appleton, Wisconsin, man. Like it's crazy. But like again, literally anyone can start those. And there might be people who are shitty on Palestine.
Reason, but they'll come out because it's a labor movement moment.
Great. Christine asks, what if pilots refuse to deport prisoners or anyone else? He can't do this shit without willing participants. How do we reach those involved in this to appeal to their humanity? Pilots, flight attendants, ground crew, etc. What if decent airline owners agreed to find jobs for them when they walk off of their jobs? How do we reach those in the military in order to do these jobs? I know this is a little bit pie in the sky, but isn't this also how we reject authoritarianism and fascism?
It's not pie in the sky. Non-compliance is a really important part of the toolkit for pushing back on authoritarianism. And by non-compliance, I mean simply refusing to do things that you are expected to do. That can be everything from boycotts to, if you have a job that you view as taking you into beyond the pale morally, refusing to do it, walking off the job, and everything in between. Now, what I would say on this is there is the thing that we can do if we're not in those jobs is we can create the political and cultural conditions in which people feel like they have to step forward. That sounds a little academic, right? But part of the theory behind large-scale mass nonviolent protests is because they send a message to possible defectors, possible people who are empowered with some part of the regime's functions, to say, one, there is big popular support if I step back, if I don't do what I'm supposed to do. And two, to send the message that a day is coming when democracy reasserts itself, right? Because part of the way in which you flip people to our side is you say, come join us, you know that this is what's right. And part of the way you flip people to your side is you say, there's going to be a day after this regime and you're going to have to live with what you've done and you're going to have to face the rest of us. And so those two things together help to move some set of people when we're talking about, people who are being tasked with enforcing these unbelievably illegal and immoral orders. So what I would say here is, yes, this is part of the overall overall strategy. There are people who are thinking about how do you organize, there's a flight attendants union that is actually actively thinking about what do they do and how do they encounter these things. But the piece that we can do right now is figure out how we make the opposition big and bold and powerful and irresistible, because that is going to help give people the courage to do what they need to do in their own roles.
Here. Just want to point out, Leah you were referencing Donald Trump is a lame duck president. He's got some bullshit about running again. He's not going to be president in 2029. Somebody else is going to be president in 2029. And the universities, the business leaders, the news institutions, the law firms, the elected officials, we're still going to be here. They're still going to be there. And they are going to have to deal with what they have become in 2029. And that is not that far off. So I think it's a very key point, Leah. I've tried to say it as elegantly as you, and I failed repeatedly, and I'm going to keep on working on it. I would just also want to point out, Jim in the comments said that he reached out to Fetterman and got a response that Fetterman is against the SAVE Act.
Great.
So that's great.
Good job, everybody.
That is great.
It's the goods.
Yeah, no, and just to be clear, look, Fetterman's, I think people have a lot of problems with Fetterman. That's okay. That's okay. It's okay to not have this be your favorite senator. And also, when somebody who is not your favorite senator or representative does take a stance you want, thank them for it. Thank them for taking the right stance. We want people to take the right stance. They don't have to be our heroes or our best friends. They just need to do the thing we want them to do, and then we will celebrate them for it. That's how we build a majority against the bad stuff the Republicans are doing.
That's right.
Okay, so we answered Christine's. Going on to next. Kim, we already answered the question on the SAVE Act. Joy, we kind of already answered impeachment, right? Yeah, we answered impeachment earlier. Okay, going to Lori. Can there be a high-level strategic team similar to the viral Dear Democratic Party level letter that's going viral? We need a quote-unquote war room, a multifaceted team, legal, military, political, etc., a plan, and then a leader who can drive the plan forward. We are the army. Time is of the essence. Why isn't this being done?
I think we might pair that with the next question, because I think they're actually about the same letter.
Okay, great. And then Christine asked, how do we get Dems to behave like the Constitution is on fire? Because it is. Did you see the letter that Dr. Prue-Lee wrote? It was a tribute. I didn't know it was a tribute to Liz Cheney, but we can share the letter too. So Leah, do you want to combine them?
Yes, and I should just say I have not read the letter, so I don't want, if I say something that seems wrong in relation to it, Ezra, I don't know if you've read this viral letter.
I just toss it to you, so I didn't have to admit that I hadn't read it.
Okay, I think I heard about it like yesterday, so it's not a refusal to read it. I just haven't seen it yet.
I've got it up. You talk and I'll read it.
Okay, great, wonderful. So I think that the answer to question number one lies in question number two, which is that if the Democratic leadership believed that this was a crisis requiring a totally different mindset and use of tools, as opposed to a moment in which they should mostly try to give positive, media-friendly quotes about the need for lower prices, we'd be in a completely different world to begin with. The reality has been that Democratic leadership has adopted this pretty misguided assessment that they lost in 2024 due to a lack of focus on lower prices, and that the way forward is to kind of single-mindedly ignore most of what Trump is doing, to take the James Carville phrase, play dead or play possum, and let Donald Trump take himself down. This is, just to be really clear, not the way that authoritarianism has ended in anywhere ever. It is.
I mean, it's providing a permission structure. You are giving permission to the authoritarian to take more power.
It's simply like a huge failure of responsibility by an opposition party to decline to be the organizing center for small d democracy. And so to the extent that the question is like, why hasn't this happened? It's because you actually have to convince, leadership has to believe that it is a crisis necessitating that sort of strategy and tactics in order to move into that into that mindset. I'm going to say that's as much as I can say without having read the letter, just to be honest.
So I just read it and I like the letter a lot. The letter is pretty good. I might have some questions about some of the specific recommendations, but I mean, the basic argument that we need our Democratic elected officials to be leading an aggressive opposition party is right. For folks who are new to the indivisible movement, after Chuck Schumer caved on the Republican funding bill and gave the Republicans the votes that they needed and gave up Democratic leverage and announced that he did not think this was a crisis, but might become one sometime in the future, we called an emergency meeting of indivisible groups from across the country. About 1,300 of them came to the meeting, and we took a vote. Should indivisible call for Chuck Schumer to step down from leadership? And more than 90% said, yes, we should call for Chuck Schumer to step down. So Indivisible is on the record calling for Chuck Schumer to step down from leadership. Right before this call, I was on the call with the journalist talking about the call for new Democratic leadership. We need a Democratic Party that treats this like a crisis. Full stop. The main division within the Democratic Party right now is not between left and right or left and establishment. It's not generational. It's not even old versus young, new member versus long-term member. The main division is, do you believe this is politics as usual, or do you believe this is a unique crisis that we need to respond to? And that's a legitimate difference.
Yeah.
I want to be clear. Those are two strategic differences. I'm not calling into question, what makes Chuck Schumer tick, or his morality, or his dedication to public service. He just does not believe we live in the world that I believe we live in. And from that flows a lot of differences in strategy and tactics and goals. Because if you believe that we are in a normal political moment.
Well, I mean, he believes he's in the world of the Baileys. The Baileys world. His own little imaginary world.
Rolling over and playing dead makes a lot of sense. Presidents become unpopular over time. Usually the other party wins in the midterms. If you just lay low and allow Trump and the MAGAs to sink themselves, we'll be fine. I understand that. It's not confusing me. I understand that point of view. I deeply disagree with it because I think we're in a crisis. I think the authoritarians are steamrolling our republic, and we might not make it through 2028 with the kind of constitutional republic I want us to have unless we organize and fight back. That's where I am. I believe that's where rank and file Democrats are as well.
Yep.
Chuck Schumer has a 21% approval rating. He is one of the least popular elected officials in this country. He cannot dream of having an approval rating at the level of an Elon Musk or even a Donald Trump. They're in the mid-30s or the low 40s. So the leader of the unified opposition to a fascist MAGA movement is one of the least popular elected officials in this country who does not believe we're in a crisis. That's the reality. That's where we are. So this letter is speaking. It speaks really well to me, but I think it speaks to what a lot of people feel, which is, gosh, you see a Maxwell Frost, you see a Jasmine Crockett, you see a Chris Murphy, you see a Chris Van Hollen, you see some members out there who very clearly are Booker, who are very clearly describing the crisis we're in. And then you see the rest of the party, or a lot of members of the party, just not moving, not acting like that, or saying the words, but not actually matching that with their actions. If you want a party that treats this like a crisis, you got to demand it. You can't accept the Ed Cases of the world. You can't accept the Chuck Schumers of the world. You've got to demand something better. And if you don't demand something better, we're not going to get it. Full stop, y'all. The party is not going to change itself because it's like, well, it's the right thing to do. We're going to shift. It will change if we push it. Not a single U.S. senator has called for Chuck Schumer to step down from leadership. 2, maybe 3 House Democrats have called for Chuck Schumer to step down from leadership. Why not? Why not? This guy is an anchor on the party. This guy is leading us in the wrong direction. Why aren't we out there and having this conversation now? I don't want to be having this conversation a month before the 2026 midterms. We should be cleaning house now. We should be setting the party in the right direction now to limit harm and also to set us up to take power next year. But your favorite senator, pick who's your favorite senator. They have not called for Chuck Schumer.
I mean, I think Chuck Schumer will be viewed historically as, a Neville Chamberlain type. He'll be viewed as somebody who collaborated and who failed utterly in his attempt to do so.
Schumer to step down from leadership. Your favorite House member, unless it's one of these 2 or 3, hasn't either. You got to demand it if you want it. And if we don't demand it, ain't going to happen.
Ready.
Okay.
On that note, so I think we've got time for like one more.
Okay, sorry. When I get on my soapbox about Chuck Schumer,
had time for more, but somebody
Leah was
talk
tapping
about
for
Chuck Schumer.
a little behind the scenes look. Leah's tapping my my knee, saying, "Okay, it's time to stop."
3 minutes, yes, 5 minutes now.
Okay, now, let's try to do a couple more. Oh, Mika Sifri wrote in. Let's answer Mika's. Can you shed more light on 5051? Mika's just a great organizer. Can you shed more light on 5051? Who is organizing it? How do they make decisions, etc.? And I skipped Lori, and we always do the top voted. So sorry, Mika. We should also answer. Can there be?
Well, that we already answered.
We already answered that. Excellent. Okay, so let's go to Mika.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So 5051.
Yeah, I don't know much about 5051. It's what made me hesitant to talk about their events in the first place.
Centralized movement started on Reddit with a call to protest in 50 states, or all 50 states at state capitals in February, has since sprung into a lot of hubs, I believe state and often local hubs all over the country of folks who are regularly staging different mobilizations, actions, interventions. We partnered, I know a bunch of people on this call partnered with local 5051s over the course of Hands Off. And I know that those have led to a bunch of collaborations on the upcoming April 19th, which is the next date that the 5051 folks are throwing in on. It was great. My understanding is that there's a democratic process within, or that there's some kind of democratic decision-making process amongst organizers within the movement, but I'm not super clear on all of the details. But we definitely, this is the kind of organic movement formation that comes into existence in a moment like this. And it's really a more the merrier, exciting infusion of new people that we want to just try and do our best to partner with and work with wherever we can.
That's great. Love organic movements and energy coming up a show for democracy. So speaking of that, we are at 4:01. We're slightly past time. We got through all of the questions. They got more than.
All right, I think we're done. I'd very much like it if SCOTUS defines this year how many terms any president is ever allowed to serve. Well, we already have it very clearly defined, not by SCOTUS. But yeah, I think that is good. I don't know. This helped me to feel better. Hope it helped you guys to feel better. Hope it felt empowering. Hope you feel like we have a little bit better of a handle on what's happening, where the moving pieces are, what we can do. It helped. Good. Because I think a lot of people are. They feel like they're blowing in the wind a little bit, and a lot of people are not really sure what to do next, or they want to take their issue and make it the main issue, but the main issue here is getting fascism out. We need to we need to get this fascist administration gone. We need to make sure that they are thwarted at every turn to do the things they want to do, to destroy us, to destroy our lives, to erode our democracy, to, kill trans people, to deny us healthcare, to disappear folks off the streets. We need to make sure we are mobilizing en masse, because together we are much stronger than we are separately. Having a really bad brain night, tell me what I'm doing is worth doing, and then I'm actually out doing something. You are actually out there fucking doing stuff, Lady Raincloud. You came on and you talked about you're doing so many things. You're doing 10 times more than what most people are doing. And it is real rough out there. The news is really bad, especially I don't know if you're autistic and trans, or, Hispanic, or undocumented. It's bad. And understand that an important component of activism is being able to take a break and recharge. Do something that you like, that brings you some peace. And I know I'm very guilty of not following that advice, but I had a breakdown last week. And it was not cute. It was not a cute, pretty, or adorable kind of breakdown. It was a screaming, snot crying kind of breakdown. And I felt horrible about it afterwards. And that's okay. Super late to the stream. Did you see that the guys? Yep, I did. We did see that guy's still alive. Thank God. I'm really looking forward to Chris Van Hollen telling us more when he gets back to the United States. And I know that they're setting up other Democratic politicians to go down there. For sure. I mean, yeah. It's not great. I feel maybe a little bit guilty, not guilty, sheepish saying it, but one of the things I've struggled with throughout this administration is like thoughts of self-harm. That has been difficult for me. And so like when I had my breakdown, I put my hands on my head, but like I did it multiple times very hard, and I wound up bruising my face, and you can't see the bruises anymore, but I had to cover them up with makeup for a few streams. Because there's I mean, it's a whole thing. I've never struggled with self-harm before, directly, but like there is definitely a component of everything that's happening that makes you feel like you're not in control. And the thing about self-harm is that like you hurt yourself so that you can feel like you're in control, like you understand what's happening and why it hurts, you know? And don't do that. That's just that's just like the logical, like how kind of your brain works through it, but like it is understandable for people to be having breakdowns. And I'm sharing this because like I know other people out there are feeling like that too sometimes. And that is not usually how I'm feeling, but like there are low moments when I do this job, guys. You know? And I'm not going anywhere. It's just, but like, holy shit, it's hard sometimes. So do not beat yourself up about it, Lady Raincloud, that you had a rough day. Because, like, you know, a lot of other people are in the same boat. You are not alone. We're all in the same riverboat. He commands the military. Well, it's never quite as straightforward as that. Because you have to understand, part of what the judiciary does is not just define the law. It also displays the law in action. It provides the argumentation. It provides the evidence, right? So it's not going to be the court says do this, Donald Trump says nah, and then that's it. What we've seen is now we're going to have multiple weeks of discovery where people are going on the record and saying this is the God's honest truth, and they're going to almost certainly commit perjury. People are going to be kept in civil contempt, something that Donald Trump cannot undo with a pardon. They're going to be put in jail. They're going to be fined escalating amounts of money until it's their entire net worth. We have people doing criminal contempt as well, and criminal contempt can be pardoned, but at the same time, that is viewed by the public. People see that happen, and people come to conclusions about it. It is a play. It is a theater that tells us a lot about what's happening. But Donald Trump will fire anyone who obeys the Constitution over him. Now what? We march. We march. People hit the streets. He's one man. We're millions. People in the military have an oath to the Constitution, not to one man. I hate Donald Trump's guts. What's next? Protesting tomorrow. Protesting on April 19th. That's what's next. See, the issue is a lot of folks are saying, but what's next, when what they really want is not what's next to do. They want what's next in this process, and nobody knows what's next in the process. All we can do is what is next in front of us. I can't tell you what's next 5 months from now. You know? How about a joint live stream? I'm going to be doing a live stream with Dead Domain this weekend. Protesting, as much as I respect that, isn't going to stop him. Protesting is literally what has stopped almost every single authoritarian dictator in history. So, like, I appreciate that, but if you're saying that, you're saying it from a place of ignorance. Oh, we could never defeat the British Empire. They're run by a king, and they have the largest empire on the planet. Surely nonviolent resistance couldn't defeat the British Empire. No way nonviolent protests could defeat the British. Oh wait. Like, I don't know, man. Like, the idea that nonviolent protest isn't going to be sufficient here when it has been sufficient in so many worse circumstances, and you're already pissing yourself like it's not going to be enough, that's quitter shit. It's quitter shit. You haven't even begun to try. And you're already being like, oh, it's not going to be enough. Weak ass. Be better. The British Empire didn't have nukes. You think they're gonna fucking nuke Michigan? Are you stupid? You think there's gonna be a bunch of people marching and protest in the streets and they're gonna nuke Michigan? You think a soldier is gonna turn the nuclear launch key on an order to launch a nuke on Mississippi? Are you stupid? Shut the fuck up. Oh, yeah. We're just gonna nuke New York City. Hey, remember 9/11? Yeah, the U.S. military is gonna do 1 billion 9/11s on U.S. soil. What the fuck are you doing? Jesus Christ. I'm timing you out until you can, like, I don't know, be able to function. Come back with better ideas. I mean, Trump is dumb, and he might be dumb enough to try and nuke another country, but also, if you're talking about, like, that's how he's going to respond to mass protests in the United States, that's really dumb. You know, soldiers aren't just like mindless automatons. There have been times in history where soldiers asked to turn the key on nuclear launch have just said no. Stop being unserious. One thing that's made me feel a lot better is deciding not to be a delusional Democrat, instead just standing with MAGA. Hey, Jack VFN, just real quick question. Why do you hate the Constitution of the United States of America? Just real quick question there. Why have you gone a step further from burning the American flag to burning the Constitution?
Keep on keeping strong. And yes, some of us are stupid, so here's some money to help make it worth it.
Zia Spots, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. And, like, I genuinely think Donald Trump has a soup brain, but, like, I think even if he delusionally gave an order to nuke a part of America, people would not carry out that order. Don't just be aware of my surroundings and how the world works. Why do you hate... No, answer my question. Jack ZFN. Okay? Why do you hate the Constitution? Like, why don't you think you deserve constitutional rights. Because, like, honestly, like, you can't say you're make America great again if you hate America. Like, that's just some basic shit right there, man. Like, you can't be in favor of making America great again if you're against the very document that undergirds the entirety of America. I never once thought I haven't had any constitutional rights, so I don't know what the problem is. Well, the problem is the President of the United States of America says it's okay to not give you a trial if he has you arrested, as long as he puts you in another country before the law can catch up. That is the argument that Donald Trump is making right now. That he can simply have government agents black bag you, put you on a plane, and send you to a concentration camp in a foreign country, which is a direct violation of your constitutional right to due process. So, like, you might not have thought that you haven't had any constitutional rights, but, like, he's taking them away. And, like, I don't know, why do you think it's okay for him to steal constitutional rights from literally every single person in America? Why is that okay? How on earth can you claim any shred of patriotism when you yourself hate the document that makes America America? And honestly, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I don't believe that you actually want to make America great again. It's so funny how we just call all and any and all America. Wait, I never called them Nazis. Why are you hallucinating? Are you like an AI? Are you just like hallucinating data? I never called anyone a Nazi. Also, are you like 12? Like, you literally couldn't type nowadays. You know, I just want you to, like, answer my questions. Honestly, if you can't tell me why you hate America and why you believe people don't deserve the constitutional rights, like, next thing you post in chat should be some kind of thing about that and things that I said. I did. I said I don't hate America. You hate the Constitution. You hate America. You are in favor of making America great again, and yet you are in favor of a man who is taking away your right to due process, which is a constitutional right. So, like, if you loved America, you would fight for your constitutional rights. Instead, you're being like a passive bitch boy and just saying, yes, yes, Sir Trump. Yes, King. Like, it's weird. You know? So, like, why do you hate the Constitution? We need more people like Trump in government. He's doing a great job. Ah, you silly little gooses. No, I just want to know why you guys hate the Constitution. Like, what made you so unpatriotic? How much were you paid to sell out your fellow countrymen? How many redcoat dicks did you suck? Aw, Jack ZFN can't even engage with the actual points. You look like a bitch. You look like a bitch. Gonna time you out though. You aren't being very fun. You can come back in a day though. You can come back tomorrow and you can try to be a little bit like snappier. Let's see. Why are we getting Asmongold watchers in chat? Probably because I said Asmongold is one of the dumbest motherfuckers on the internet. And I meant that. He's one of the dumbest and least curious men on the planet, possibly. I think that's why people like him. He's as incurious as they are. And as married to mediocrity as he is. Hey, McCunty, are you gonna talk about why you hate America? I enjoy calling them bootlickers as an insult. Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? I don't. And yet, you think more men like Trump should be in government. It's weird. Donald Trump does not believe in constitutional rights for anyone in America. He believes he has the ability to violate the Constitution and violate the Supreme Court orders. And like, I don't know. That seems to be deeply un-American to me. It seems to be like one of the most un-American things you could do, actually. And I don't know. I think that like if you are saying we need more people like that, I would think that that would make you some kind of traitor to the very ideals of America. Asmongold seems like more like Asmon Iron Pyrite. Damn. All right. Right-wingers love the way he's intentionally trying to destroy the economy. Right-wingers just love... I think that a lot of right-wingers are just... They're really into femdom, but when they can't get it, they'll settle for like some like homodom, you know? Like it really does kind of boil down to that. They like being little pain piggies. And honestly, there are enough of them in my DMs, okay? Enough of them begging for it. It all checks out. Yes, it's patriotic to economically suffer in their view, which is not really what patriotism is. Patriotism is not loyalty to a president, it's loyalty to the Constitution and to constitutional rights. And not a single one of these MAGA motherfuckers has any loyalty to the Constitution or to the ideas of America. They have loyalty to a man. They are slaves to a cult mentality, and it is pathetic. It is weak. You are right, Kiwi Burb. Are you pissed off because you can't use a ladies' toilet? I use a ladies' toilet all the time, bitch. You're welcome to come and stop me. My community will step in and beat your ass. Also, like... It's always funny with these little weirdos, these little traitors to the American Republic. They can't stop thinking about other people using the bathroom. Again, like, they can't stop thinking about other people's genitals. They can't stop thinking about other people using the bathroom. I'm telling you, they're little pain piggies. They're little people who just snort around on boots and ask for more. It really do be like that. Like, I don't know. Like, there's really no other explanation for people coming into my chat and like talking about me using the bathroom and my genitals. Genuinely, no other explanation other than they are super interested in both activities in a way that is off-putting to every single normal person in the country. Yeah, they're weird perverts and also traitors to the country. Exactly. You understand. Like that couple we covered last night. The Collinses. They're weird sicko perverts who are also traitors to the concept of democracy and rights. They're freaks. And honestly, I'm just going to start saying it more often because I think that they feel like they're the normal ones. And I got to tell you, normal people aren't obsessing over other people using the bathroom unless they're getting off on them using the bathroom. Like, and they're not normal if they're doing that. Just throwing that out there. Hello, Mix Matty B. Hey, Sophie Bliss. Or maybe you guys just don't know how to be a normal male or female. Yeah, I agree. If somebody is obsessing over someone using a bathroom and like what their genitals are, they are not a normal male or female. I agree with you there. Might be an incel? Who cares? Who gives a shit? Punky Gal, thank you for being subscribed for 48 goddamn months. 4 years, baby! I think you have officially unlocked and ascended to the, yeah, you have the 4-year subscriber badge. I think that's the highest tier of badge that I have. By the way, notice how whenever you call a transphobe on like their freakish behavior about people using bathrooms, like they immediately have to change the subject because they know that if they continue talking about it, they already know that it's freakish behavior. They already know what they're doing is weird as shit, you know? They just change the subject and try and make it seem like they're the normal one for obsessing over your bathroom use. Like, I don't know. Like, why can't you obsess over, like, I don't know, get hyper fixated on trains or, I don't know, climate change solutions? Like, genuinely, if you guys put as much effort into thinking about solutions to, like, global problems as you do to, like, trans women using toilets, you would be like coming up with like breakthroughs to the various problems of the human condition like every 50 minutes or so, you know? Oh, Tristan MB, I actually have a really good redirect after this, just as a way to kind of like finish up stream. Yes, here we go. Found it. Found a really good, yeah, play more Victoria 3 or Hearts of Iron 4, less obsessing over where people piss. Yeah, honestly, if you played more of those games, you might understand more about geopolitics and might stop being shitty. You know, maybe. Who knows? Now, folks, on that note, just as a little bit of a palate cleanser, I stumbled across this thread on Blue Sky, and I thought it was funny as fuck. So, I did this meme in 2022, and I drew an Icelandic horse. That's a really good horse. Top tier. And this is in response to, When people are all prissy about using references like, I only draw from my mind, draw a horse from your mind right now. I want to see it. Show me the mind horse. Show it to me. Now. I want to see. This has ceased to be about any larger artistic debate. I just have to see the mind horse. And I want to see your mind horses. I want to see the mind horse that lives inside each one of you. Okay? I'm sure your mind horses are glorious. And it might be a bit corny. I just want to say you're very nice. Don't let these transphobes get to you. Never do. Like water off a duck's back. The mind horse, okay? But it gets so much better. Draw the horse, Peter. You cannot make me draw a horse. See, Peter Wortman, Brendan did it. I drew the horse. And that is a great horse. 10 out of 10 horse, okay? What are you going to do now that you have a relatively large blue sky following, Amanda? Well, I think I will use it to bully some guy into drawing a horse. And of course, I had to continue scrolling to see the other mind horses out there, and I love them. I love all of the. Can I zoom in a little bit? Yes. I love all of these mind horses. They're top tier stallions. Look at how expressive this one's eyes are, and the shading. I love it. And that brought me to this video, and I want to play it because it's so fucking good. Horses are hard to draw, and this is from a YouTube channel, Dave Pagurek, and I'm going to link it in chat here so all of you can subscribe to Dave, because I love this video, and it gave me a great amount of joy today, and I want all of you to feel this joy as well, because it is a video about the mind horse, and let's all enjoy it together, shall we?
Recently, scientists have directed their studies at a widely underlooked problem, the rendering of horses without use of visual reference. It has long been accepted as a truism that it is hard, nay, impossible, to draw a proper horse without visual reference.
Look at how this horse is perfect!
Rather than directly studying this phenomenon, focus up until this point has been directed at the related problem of how to obtain visual reference. Edward Muybridge famously created a camera setup to capture animated images of a horse galloping in order to prevent horse artists from embarrassing themselves. However, our valiant scientists are not afraid of embarrassment.
Yay!
Instead of trying to determine the shape of horses in real life, our research is interested in the shape of horses in our collective imagination. What do we think a horse's face looks like?
The visuals here are so good.
Where did the eyes go? Do they have a tail? How many legs do they have? Our team conducted a study of tens of participants, tasked with drawing horses without a reference. From there, we've gained a number of insights into the human psychological structure of the horse. We'll start with the legs,
it even
a
has
truly
a
blurry part
claymation
of our horse
component.
understanding. Placement generally varies less. We understand that 2 are at the front and 2 are at the back, aside from a few exceptions. But from there, questions arise. There's a large range in thickness, from the Tim Burton-esque to thick trunks of legs. The angle also sparks conversation. Which way do they bend? How many times? Do they bend at all? The head produces a similar question of shape. We imagine horses to be graceful and aerodynamic.
McCunty, you need better material. If you're gonna be bigoted, at least be interesting about it. I'm sorry. You gotta at least be interested to be bigoted in my chat.
But what specific shape does that refer to? Some use gentle curves invoking perhaps a peanut. Others invoke modern industrial design, strong, rigid, and geometric. Ears are present just as often as they are forgotten. Horses in the study have a broad spectrum of mass distributions. On one end, horses are centered, tank-like creatures, impossible to be toppled.
I love
On the other,
multimedia
horses are front
of this
heavy,
video.
with the head alone taking up half the mass. Occasionally, the head is attached by a neck as long as the torso itself. We conclude by taking a step back. Perhaps our most important insight is the overall accuracy of horse drawings. On a scale of correctness, they fit into a bimodal distribution, and so far we've been examining just the larger mode. However, be aware of the second mode, dangerously high on the correctness axis. We dub these participants the horse girl group. They can come from anywhere, and may exhibit no other signs of their affliction.
Can I just say, I really appreciate the animation quality on this horse.
Anyone could be a horse girl. They might not even know it. There could be a horse girl in your home right now. New developments continue to be made as the next generation of socio-psycho-equinologists have taken up the torch. They're starting to answer questions on the frontier of science, such as whether horse perception improves if one trains by drawing horses with more legs, slowly working one's way down to 4. Stay tuned for more exciting research in the field of horse drawing.
This program has been brought to you in part by horses like you. What a 10 out of 10 video. All of you go subscribe to this channel now. They only have 1,000 subscribers. And it's bizarre that I am 10 times their size, because this is honestly very good content. Caramelli as herself. Wait a minute. The claymation horse has a name. I love it. I love it. I love her. I'm sorry. Incredible stuff. Yay! Well done. Well fucking done. Also, I haven't subscribed to this channel yet. I'm about to fix that. This is a 10 out of 10 video. God. It was me. I was the horse. Also, just as an FYI, if you're gonna come into my chat to be bigoted, like, you have to at least be like able to intellectually get on my level, okay? Like, if you are, then I can like talk with you and like that can be interesting. But otherwise, I'm gonna get bored. And if I see you posting shit like not being able to spell the number 2, your brain isn't cooked enough to be able to, it's not developed enough to be able to hang in this chat, okay? If you are both not able to spell the number 2 and you're trying to tell me there are only 2 genders, like, you aren't intellectually up for that conversation. Wait, really? Yeah. I feel really bad. I'm gonna copy. Is there a way I can throw it up on screen? Maybe, yeah, I'll screenshot it. This might be one of my favorite like trolling attempts. Real quick. Burp. There we go. Crop. I mean, there's just so much happening here. Mental health awareness. There are only two genders. If you think otherwise, you may need help. Oh, wait, you need help. Cat emoji. Dog, you couldn't spell the number 2. You couldn't spell the word mental. Otherwise is one word. Like, I don't know, man. Go back to school and become literate. This is literally like some Charlie from Always Sunny levels of illiteracy going on here. And this is why you're too dumb to have a conversation with. Most intelligent
There are
transphobe.
two genders. The gender I had with your mom and the gender I had with your dad.
Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. I very, very, very much appreciate that. They're not sending their best. No, that's the thing. They are sending their best. Transphobes just dumb as hell. Charlie actually learned to read. I'll believe that when I see the new season of Always Sunny. I did see the Abbott Elementary crossover, though. It was very fun. There's a good shot this guy is in his 50s. There's a good shot this guy is in his 50s and complains about how the youth these days are uneducated. You must deploy additional pronouns. Whew. All right, I'm a head out. I'm a head out too, Vox Syndicate. I am sleepy as fuck. Also, big thank you to Cosmopolitics for the raid, folks. Go give her a follow over on Twitch. Let's grab a link to the channel. There we go. And a drop. And a drop. And a drop. Boom. Nailed it. Nailed it.
Did we go too far by asking for literacy? I know they don't like checks and balances.
I mean, they don't like checks, they don't like balances, which is why they're totally okay with Donald Trump draining their bank accounts until they have 0 left, okay? Then they'll never have any checks or balances to worry about. You just posted your mind horse.
What about Xenogenders? That show definitely brought out a lot of identification for many people.
Oh,
Lucy
true.
Lawless still looks amazing in her 50s.
Lucy Lawless is a queen. Like, there are only 2 genders, Xena and Gabrielle. Which one are you? Okay, are you a Xena or are you a Gabrielle? Team Xena. I'm a Gabrielle. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? You mean a top or a bottom? Look, I wasn't going to say the quiet part out loud. And look, if you're a Switch, you're a Callisto. There you go. Nailed it. Nailed the Xena Warrior Princess references. Nailed it. That's me. Haha, nailed it. Every show, I'm looking up all these new things I've never seen. You've never heard or seen Xena Warrior Princess? It's like one of the best, like, campy shows of all time. It's great.
I'm a little disappointed the Switch 2 wasn't called the Nintendo Bottom.
You know, the Switch 2, I want to be excited about it. I love my Switch, and I love the fact that the Switch 2 is backwards compatible. I just haven't seen any games on Switch 2 that are super compelling to me yet. Sorry, you don't have to be sorry. It's just a wonderful thing for people to discover. Oh, sorry, yeah. Switch 2. Switch TO. Yeah. I heard it wasn't 100% backwards compatible. I thought it was. I also have not paid a ton of attention. Switch to what? Ha ha. Oh, young Carl Urban is really fun in Xena, Warrior Princess. Sacrifice? Da 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 da. Wasn't there a Hercules and Xena crossover episode so both styles are appreciated? I believe there were. Yeah. Oh, yes, the new Donkey Kong Country does look fun. Emphasis on country. Thank you, Google, for knowing exactly what I wanted. Do it for her, chat. Do it for her. Do it for this style icon. Why is she so cool? Like, holy shit. I hope they don't force Sakurai to make another Smash. Just let him retire to like an island to live in opulence until he decides to descend from his mountain to make another one of his own volition. All right, folks. Why is she holding a crystal butt plug? Excellent question, because she kinky like that. She has needs. Why aren't you holding a crystal butt plug like that? That's the real question. Where's yours? Can you ask people to post their mind horses in the Discord? Yes, folks, make your mind horse and post it in the Discord, because it would be really fun, and I will show it on next stream if you guys remind me, because I might forget because it's really late. I'm very sleepy. All right. Good night, everyone. I will see you all tomorrow. Bye. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Around. I often take these night shift walks when the foreman's not around. I turn my back on the cooling stacks and make for open ground. Far out beyond the tank farm fence, where the gas flare makes no sound. I forget the stink and I always think back to that eastern town. I remember back 6 years ago, this western life I chose. And every day the news would say some factory's going to close. Well, I could have stayed to take the dough, but I'm not one of those. I take nothing free, and that makes me an idiot, I suppose. So I bid farewell to the eastern town I never more will see. But work I must, so I eat this dust and breathe refinery. Oh, I miss the green on the woods and streams, and I don't like cowboy clothes. But I like being free, and that makes me an idiot, I suppose. So come all you fine young fellows who've been beaten to the ground. This western life's no paradise, but it's better than lying down. Oh, the streets aren't clean, and there's nothing green, and the hills are dirty brown. But the government, oh, will rot your soul back there in your hometown. So I bid farewell to the eastern town I never more will see. There's self-respect and a steady check in this refinery. Oh, you'll miss the green and the woods and streams, and the dust will fill your nose. But you'll be free, and that makes me an idiot, I suppose. These are the words I tell myself when I miss my old hometown. I tell myself that I'm doing right by turning that welfare down. But now I see for you and me that I want those woods and streams. For I owe my life to this workers' strife. Why can't I just be free?